right. We got.
Chris, you scared, man? I'm just kidding. Send me that link though, Chris.
Wait, you haven't seen what I'm talking about?
Clicks that button too early, I swear.
No, not that specific thing. Not the plane.
Well, I'll have to find it. Someone else
Nobody's
was
seen
playing
what
it
you're
one day.
talking about because it doesn't exist, Chris.
Okay. Somebody else
No,
played it on one of these shows the other day, so
he,
I mean,
he was
it
talking about
exists.
how plane was dropping satellites or something like that.
Yeah, that's
why-
utterly ridiculous.
Well, I mean, I
Why
would
is
say
that
that
ridiculous?
they probably aren't satellites. They probably are something else.
Well,
Because
the
satellites
video
aren't
is
launched that
claiming-
way.
Well, the video is it's claiming to be satellites. Is all I'm saying. I don't
Yeah,
know
and they're
how
just
to-
claiming there were different prices to gold based on different latitudes. You guys are fucking clueless.
Hey, Chris.
Okay.
Ah.
So,
I
Bob,
mean,
if I find a
conference.
video of a supposed flying object dropping satellites to Earth, are you gonna
I'll tell you what it is.
delete your account?
They wouldn't be satellites though, Chris. The satellites have to be in orbit
They're
of
not
the Earth.
satellites,
I
you
saw
idiot.
the
Well, that's
video.
what the video
Called
says.
them-
That's what you're missing.
I don't care what a video says, and I don't care what Neil deGrasse Tyson says. You show me satellites being launched from a plane in a cluster.
So
I
the
said
video,
a flying object.
so the video was, I think, a rocket.
Oh, hang on. It's not a
And you're
plane.
not
It's not a
important
plane.
enough for me to delete my channel on, Chris.
Well, you said it doesn't exist, and I can easily prove that it does exist.
Prove it right now. Put it
So,
up.
well, what are you going to do?
So the video, I think it was Al
I'm
Kay who
going to
shared
sit
it.
down and tell you
Hi.
what it is.
Well,
So
listen,
I'll tell you
Bob,
what it
guys.
is. So I saw the video
Yeah,
too.
Tony's about to tell you it exists. If you don't believe
Could
me,
we-
you can maybe
So I
believe
think
him.
it
Can
No,
we
I
change
don't
to
believe
Zoom,
you, and
please?
they do not exist that way. That's
So I'll
not
go
the
s-
way it works.
I'll describe
Hang
what the
on.
video shows.
Is that a plane or not, Chris? Is it a plane or not?
No,
Let's
it wa-
listen to Toady. Toady will explain it. Then.
Okay, so I'll tell you what I saw. And I thought it was LK who shared it, but maybe it was somebody else. It was someone like LK. What it showed, I think, was a rocket dropping out micro satellites into some kind of orbit. It claimed, and there was a lot of them. There was probably at least 10 that were dropping out of this thing.
Yeah, that was
But-
me. It was the
There
ISRO
we go.
record-breaking satellite launch.
Yeah, it's a rocket.
Yeah.
It's not an airplane, you moron.
Excuse me, guys.
But you said that's not how
can
they
we
drop. That they put satellites into orbit, though, too. Right?
Not by planes, no.
can we move to Zoom for the after show, please? If you want to come, thank you.
So do we need to click the link? Is that what we need to do, Alan?
Yeah, just click the Zoom link and we can go to Zoom.
All right.
Thank you.
Anyway, the drones wouldn't be able to explain geosynchronous satellites, Chris.
What does geosynchronous mean?
Geosynchronous, it means it's in an orbit that it seems to be stationary from the perspective of the Earth.
So a drone can't be stationary?
Well, it can be stationary, but it won't be able to have the coverage that geosynchronous satellite has.
But there's thousands of satellites.
I hope everybody's here and can hear us.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm just running about feeding dogs and myself. Be back in a minute.
I'm here.
Hello,
Alan.
man.
Hello, everyone else.
Hello, everyone.
Hello, Terry.
I don't think Terry's actually in here, although
Oh.
it says he is.
All right. Okay. I like the center of gravity. I wonder where it was.
Yeah, no, that's me.
Cool.
It's just a bit of a tease on the flat earthers.
Yeah.
You know, they deny gravity, but hang on, there's a center of gravity on everything that goes on a plane.
Ah. Yeah, I just shut the meet off because they're having a chat about satellites and using airplanes. I think you can't use an airplane to launch a satellite.
Like, they used to use an aeroplane to launch the space shuttle, though.
Oh yeah, yeah. For testing, yeah. So, what was the general gist of the Jose's channel today?
Dog
why?
pile on Arwen.
Yeah. Well, Arwen was making some assertions about the video that was done, well, the presentation that was done beforehand about the retro reflectors that are placed on the moon.
Oh, right.
And,
Yeah. Maybe you don't.
Well, he went down the whole track of radio signals bouncing off the moon was brought up, and that's why I went in there because well, I've done it before, so I know it works.
Yeah, snap.
Yeah. And Big Blue was in there as well. I believe he said he did it. He's done it as well. You know, so
Yeah, that's that's a bit weird transmitting on it because you got to wait for the signal. That's not sort of instant, but yeah, that's interesting to do it.
the freakiest thing is it's in a lot of ways it's like listening to yourself on YouTube when you're streaming because there's the like 2.3 odd second delay of the signal coming back. So if you're talking to the microphone and you've got everything lined up, you actually get it coming back at you as an echo.
Yeah.
So
yeah. Yeah, it's a bit off-putting. Yeah.
Generally speaking, you normally do it with a tone or an encoded pulse or something along those lines because it's easier for the computer to pick it up, so you can decode the message that you sent, so that you can guarantee that it's you that sent it, type of thing.
Yeah. I use Morse when I done it.
Yeah. Well, a lot of guys just send a tone.
Mm-hmm.
Hey guys, I just want to check, is my audio coming through?
Yeah, you're quite loud.
Okay. All right, thanks.
How's mine coming through?
Beautiful.
Yep. 5x9.
All right. All right. 5x9. This is Bob, by the way.
Hello, Bob.
I'm sorry. That just irritated me last time. I'm tired of just utter ignorance coming out of flat earthers. You know, that thing about weighing gold at different latitudes. Jesus.
Yeah, Bob, I was sitting here and I was pounding my head against the wall and I was listening to that, and I was so thankful when you chimed in on that because I wanted to say something and I couldn't.
I'm normally not
utterly
rough on the disabled, but I mean, I'm just tired of it. Last night I did a live chat concerning me trolling 24/7 Discord and just listening to the utter ignorance that was put out on that. It was like, it's like watching a barn fire. I mean, it was oddly fascinating.
Yeah, it's like their heads are stuffed with feathers. I don't know. I mean, this whole thing about this gold, I just want to reiterate a little bit on what you said is, the jewelers net use balance scales generally, and they put a standard kilogram or standard masses on to compare, and it doesn't matter what the spin of the earth is or the centrifugal forces and how it affects the weight. You're just comparing against another mass. And you do that too with your scales. That's why we have Cal Labs. That's why we have standards. Is anyone that commercially uses scales, they have to calibrate those scales against standards. And you have standard lines that distribute calibrated, we call them weights, but they're actually masses, kilograms, 100 grams, 200 grams, or whatever. So all you have to do is you calibrate your scale at the latitude you're at. You put your kilogram on there, and you just adjust your scale so it reads a kilogram.
Both my precision scales come with reference masses. The small one has 100. The large one has a 500. You calibrate it to whatever it is. Now, here's the problem that I run into with these flurfs. And that is that it's okay that they don't know I mean, it
Yeah,
really
but when
is.
they make
It's
shit up,
fine.
try
But when they
to,
make shit up like there's different prices for gold at different latitudes, that's completely made up out of whole cloth. And they
yeah,
say it with such conviction that, you know, I mean, people that
Yeah.
don't know better might actually take that as real. This is the main reason that
yeah,
we
and he
have
said
debunkers.
he's claiming he actually saw tables to that effect.
Yeah, I mean, for fuck's sake. I mean,
Well, the only
really.
tables that make any difference with gold is the fineness of it, how much of it,
That's
how
right.
pure it is. That is the
Yeah.
only thing that
Yeah,
makes a
you don't
difference
have
when you're
tables
measuring
that
gold.
tell you don't have tables that tell you what the price is for different latitudes. That's nonsense.
No, but
Yeah.
different countries do have different prices based on the carat.
Yeah, the
value.
purity of the gold, yes, but
Exactly.
not for
And that's the
latitude.
no, and that's the only difference in pricing. Pricing
Yeah.
out gold. Everything else is just weight.
Yeah, but again, all you have to do is you take a standard mass and you put it on your scale and you adjust your scale so that it reads 1 kilogram or whatever you want to put it in, pounds, ounces, or whatever. You have the standard mass, the standard weight, and you adjust your scale and you're done. It reads correctly thereafter. You can take that same kilogram weight, your mass, and go to the moon with your scale, put it on there and adjust the scale on the moon where the gravitational force is 1/6 of what it is on the earth, and you adjust your scale so it reads 1 kilogram. You're done. You're going to accurately measure the amount of gold on the moon with that procedure. So yeah, Bob, I mean, it is so utterly ridiculous. Who was it that was claiming that? Was that Gleam or something?
Well, I thought it was Gleam, but it
I
may
don't
not
think
have been. They
I
were
don't
telling me
think
that
it was.
In the
He was just
conversation
saying in
on,
the
Was it
side chat
Chris?
he wasn't.
Oh, can you
Was
hear me?
it Chris?
Hi, can you
Yes.
hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
So
It was
in Jose,
Arwen. I know it was Arwen.
yeah, Arwen brought it up. I brought up the gold by latitude because I have seen a table in a video at some point. I don't know if the table is real or old or fake or whatever.
No.
It probably is.
You've
all I know,
misinterpreted what it is.
Yeah,
I
I
all
think you're
over.
appreciate it.
absolutely wrong
I
on
don't
that.
know about this subject, but I have seen a table. So I
You've
didn't
seen a
comment.
table, but you don't
Yeah.
All right.
understand.
Explain to
Well,
me why that would happen. How would you even see a table and how would you evaluate that table? Or are you just going to say that you saw one once, so therefore it's true?
No, I didn't. Of course not. I just do remember seeing a.
Then why
debunking
would
video
you bring it
of a
up if you couldn't verify it?
Yeah, I mean, this
seriously,
is how
why
all
would
this
you spread
nonsense, all the
disinformation?
nonsense gets propagated all the time.
What
Is
was my
people like
motivation?
you take it up or say something that they don't know for sure, and then it gets propagated. Other people pick it up, and before you know it, in the end of the week, it's fact.
You know, people
Sure,
are
I'm grateful.
listening to this
I'm
thing, and
grateful
you
that
have an
you.
obligation not to put out nonsense, don't you think?
I didn't state it as fact. I said I have heard.
Then why would you put it out if you didn't know what it was? And when we ask you questions about it, why don't you have answers for them?
I
You know,
didn't.
this
I
is the thing
just.
that irritates me, and this is how rumors
Yeah,
start, and this is how
it
flat
goes
Earth
to
started.
irresponsibility. You're acting irresponsible when you do that because other people are going to pick it up, and this is how nonsense gets propagated on the internet.
Yeah, true.
Do
Of
you
course,
have a copy of that chart?
I didn't mean to. It was not my intention.
So
but
just, I mean, you can fix that by not doing it. That, you know, that's all I'm going to say.
well, if I could.
That's you
do it
told.
again, obviously I would not.
On MD, you getting told off again?
Yeah.
You know, I'm not your dad, and I'm sorry that if I'm coming across that way, but it pisses me off when I hear it.
Yeah, me
Yeah.
too. And what it did is it gives confirmation bias to Arwen. Confirmation.
Arwen's going to go on out and present that now on
Well,
his show,
Arwen
and
has
he's going to
been
have all these
all-
idiots.
all morning.
They're going to use that as supporting evidence. That's the
Been
thing.
on his show all morning saying he doesn't think this and he thinks the other, and he was a goldsmith, and you know he doesn't think it's real. You know, I've done 3 weight tests at 3 different latitudes. I've I've shared them. Indeed, Rumpus has got the results. I worked through them with George. You know, I looked into this. I even contacted some international gold buyers. We calibrate our scales every month. Yeah, the ones we use for the post office, right, in our facility. Every month we have it calibrated locally, right, from reference weights. You know, this is just a nonsense, right? Anyone who says that this isn't a thing is just ridiculous. It really annoys me.
I was quite surprised to hear Bob really getting angry, because you're not the kind of person I think you're normally quite calm and collected, but I think someone's rattled his cage. He's angry. I've got this.
This is an easily
I
provable,
feel better now.
verifiable thing.
Oh,
That's the point.
Can you answer this? After I was booted off, and I think probably rightfully so. What did Arwen react to when he was challenged to say to go to his local club and they can actually give him, you know, a live radio reading bouncing off the moon? How did he respond to that in the end?
He's not going to do it. He's reluctant to do it. I might do it someday.
He obfuscated again.
He said he would just. He said he would just do it one day
on the person's site.
Casual Spaceman.
Videos.
I ended up giving him a link to a radio club in Holland, so hopefully he can contact them and go and see it. But let's be honest, it probably won't happen.
He won't.
No,
He's never going to do
of course
that.
he wouldn't.
And-
No. I mean that's why he wasn't responding initially, as well as when Sean suggested it, and I pushed him for it, and he wasn't responding, and he wasn't going to respond.
They are willfully ignorant.
Can I just say?
They will not accept it.
No.
I was really quite.
And they don't want to know.
I was really quite appalled at listening to Barney and a few others. Here you are, intelligent men, and you're jumping through hoops for one of the dumbest people on the internet. I can't believe it.
Can
Why-
I just?
why are you gonna go
I think that's a bit just disingenuous. I don't think anybody was jumping through hoops for him.
They want us
Sure
to.
you are. If you're going to go out and try to do this moon bounce experiment for him that he's going to deny, you're jumping through hoops for him.
That's why I told him to go to
the whole point. The whole point of a debate is really to prove a point, and you know, we all know he's not going to do it, and we're proving a point by proving that he's not going to do it. If that makes any sense.
Yeah,
By
but
challenging him to
it's
do it in the
always
first
so
place.
amusing. that
It's
the
not.
front
It's
of
not jumping through hoops because I'm not going to take him.
Well,
to
it
the
is.
club.
Actually, it is. Actually, it is. That's how it's always been. The Globers jump through hoops for the flat earthers. The flat earthers don't go out and do anything for the Globers. You guys jump through hoops. You can't. You step over yourself.
I see what you're saying, but I don't think that's the case because nobody here is taking him to a radio club. It was suggested that he goes to his radio club in his country. That's nobody's jumping through hoops to do it.
It's just one of
It's a challenge. It's not. It's not.
many things.
It's a challenge. It's not jumping through hoops for somebody.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, if I was there, I'd go for it.
Can I ask a question? I don't know. Maybe I'm on mute. Am I?
No, we can hear you.
All right. So it's a quick question because I missed it. Unfortunately, I've got this bit of a disaster which I've got to go back to. But was he refuting the laser ranging evidence? Is that what he was doing? He was saying this is all made up or something?
Initially, yeah.
Yeah, that's what was happening.
Right.
He quickly shifted to moon bounce radio stuff.
So even though I got evidence firsthand from a scientist who spent the last 15 years doing that with the results and pictures and showed all that, that wasn't good enough. Yeah, it could still all be fabricated.
No, of course not.
I mean that was the whole point of the discussion at the time as to what what he and a lot of flat earthers will accept. They won't accept any solid evidence.
But I mean, so the point I made is it's independent evidence from NASA, and then I went the extra mile, and rather than just taking stuff from Wiki, I went and contacted someone who actually does it and spends their time doing it, right? Which I think is very strong.
Yeah, but I mean, as soon as you even mention anything about NASA, because the equipment all is NASA anyway, so that's why they're never going to accept it.
I would build it in front
It-
of them
you know,
if I had the chance, just to prove that isn't NASA.
It ought
You
to
know, the
just
thing-
be sufficient. It ought to just be sufficient. What you did is suggest Arwen go to a local radio amateur club that does moon bounce and see it for himself without, because anything you do is just going to be discounted and a waste of time.
But the thing is, I mean,
here's the problem.
Yeah, go on. Sorry, Bob.
Here's the problem that I ran into with this chat that I did with 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. This woman, Doxy. You know, we were talking about HUDs, heads-up displays.
Oh yeah, I saw that.
And
I saw your live stream.
you know,
that
the
was very
bottom
good.
line is we've got a level line on there, and the sun and the moon in two different ones are below the level line. She understands that what we're trying to show is that that's evidence of curvature because that's our assertion that it's curvature. But that can happen on a flat Earth. They can't even follow the conversation and understand what they're looking at. They just either don't have the cognitive ability to be able to follow the conversation or grasp what they're looking at. You know, they said, well, where's curvature? It's right in front of you.
Yeah,
The
exactly.
sun
And
is
this is
below the level.
And this is
That's
exactly the same
curvature.
thing. Yeah, you're absolutely right, Bob. And this is exactly what Arwin, even if Darwin does go to the radio club, which he won't, when he'll come back, he'll contest he didn't know what he was looking at. He doesn't understand the equipment. He doesn't know what the equipment's doing. So that's what he'll assert, even if he did
And
go
then he'll
to the
make
club.
something up.
Well,
Of course
the
he
link
will.
that I
Yeah,
gave
of course. Of course, yeah.
The link
Absolutely.
I gave him actually showed the bounce on the screen. It didn't show the antenna or the aerial. No, it didn't show any of that. It just showed the bounce on the screen. So, you know, like I
Well,
think
what's going to happen? He can go to the facilities. He can see the antenna arrays, and then they'll come down to, well, how do I know that that's the antenna the equipment was hooked up to?
Exactly.
He can hold it.
That's
if
what
he
he'll
likes.
assert.
He can
he
hold
can
the
hold it
aerial
while
if
they
he
do
likes.
it. He can hold the tip and make sure that it's tuned in.
Yeah, and he'll get a nice RF burn like a drill straight through his.
Yeah, sweet.
Straight
Yeah,
through
just
the
go
middle
right
of
up
him.
and grab the antenna just to make sure, and hold your other arm up at a certain angle with a piece of tin foil.
Hey,
You got to have the right angle of attack, and make sure you've
Peter,
got
you
tin
know
foil
you've got
on.
your hand up.
Do I? I'll put my hand down. I'm sorry.
He's a polite person.
I'm very polite. Can I just say, just while everyone's not talking, that was really my cherry bean pop tonight too. Just so you know, I've never actually done that on a live stream. So,
Sweet.
Congratulations, you're a man now.
oh, thank you.
You popped the cherry.
As long as if he doesn't get pregnant from me, I'm fine.
And fair, I always seem to miss the really juicy conversations, and I always seem to join right at the end. I think, damn, I've missed this one.
Yeah, Bob. I've got to say, Bob. Actually, I really enjoyed that live stream. I didn't get to watching all of it, but then I watched most of the replay, and it was really good.
Well, thanks, man. I'm thinking about changing the way I do my videos a little bit. I'm going to be doing a lot more live streams. I want to get comfortable with them.
Yeah, I'm in
What
the
you
same
have to
position.
realize, what we all need to realize now, you know, after several years of this, the flat earthers that had some sort of intelligence are all gone. What's left are the dumb of the dumbest. And, you know, you
Well
can
said,
spin
George.
your
Well
wheels, you
said.
can entertain yourself talking to these people, but don't think you're ever going to educate.
I don't highly agree with that. Not completely, anyway. I mean, there are some very ignorant people, but I think most of it is ignorance and arrogance. And there are actually some quite smart people. I mean, Flat Earth Aussie Jesus, as crazy as we think he is, he's not stupid. He is quite smart, actually.
No, some of these people are pretty stupid. Arwen's stupid. Riley's
Well,
stupid.
some of them are, yeah, but I think I don't agree that they're all stupid. I really don't. I think there's just a certain.
Well, you've got three different
But the
types in
you
it.
guys are talking to are pretty stupid.
I don't care for the hand.
There are three types of people in the flat earth. All right. There are the truly stupidest of the stupid. All right. That's George's people. And then there are the people that are manipulating and selling T-shirts to the truly stupidest of the stupid. And that's your Nathan Oakley, your P-Brains, and people like that.
Yeah.
But the third group is the ones that we try and reach. And that is the people that are new to the flat earth concept, that are looking into it, that need actual information. And that's the main reason that drives a lot of the debunkers, I think.
I think
Yeah, I think you have probably less than a handful of those so-called fence sitters. I think they're a fictitious group.
And you've
I
also
think
got
Well, Doxy the other night
No,
claimed
I
to be a
don't.
fence sitter.
Yeah, I think you've
And,
missed
you
a.
know,
I think you've missed a group, Bob.
you've got
Who's that?
several other
And
groups. Yeah, so
I don't think there's
you've
any
got the
I don't think
religious
there's any fence sitting
fundamentalists.
YouTube creators, but there's certainly face sitting people that sit on the periphery of YouTube
yeah.
creators and the community. Certainly, yeah, definitely. But
those are the
You've got
ones we
people who
want to
want-
reach.
You've
yeah,
got people who
absolutely,
want-
absolutely. I mean,
I think
that's
you've
what
missed
most of the
Spain.
debate's about, though, isn't it? For those.
You know, a
Somebody
lot
said I
of people
missed
come to
groups.
hangouts for entertainment, like Nathan's. Most people show up to Nathan's to watch the dumpster fire and watch Nathan go ballistic on people. It's entertainment. These are entertainment channels. These aren't information.
Some of them are, yeah. I'm not much of a debate channel any myself. I mean, I'm informational and entertainment. At least I hope I am. Yeah, no, I don't do drama on my channels really at all. I mean, I'd like to arrange a debate actually on my channel. I've been on a couple of other channels debated, but I've never actually had one on a
Because all you
channel.
have to do is look at how long the discussion's been going on about the windmills out in you know, between the UK and Island of Man. These guys have been talking about the same photographs for over a year.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that I've been talking
Nothing
about for
gets
over a year.
Hello. I had my hand up.
Oh,
Sorry, Pet.
It's all right. Can John Watson test his mic, please? He's not had a chance.
Yeah, go ahead.
What's that noise in the background?
That would be a no, John.
What's
I
that
keep
noise
hearing
in the
this
background there?
noise, and I don't even know if I'm being heard as well. I kind of keep talking, but it's very odd, this Zoom thing. I don't like it as much as.
We can hear you, Toady, no problem.
We can hear you clearly, Toady.
Well, that's good.
Can you hear me, Tony? Tony, can we get
Yeah,
back
I
to the
hear
science?
you.
Crash.
Can we get back to the science, Tony? Because these guys are just old and gossiping, and they're tired and they're frustrated and they've given up basically. But you, Toady, you're a guy who's interested in experiments, science. And, yeah, so can we move forward with that? I mean, for me, this is something that we have to do every day. Like you go to school every day. So you do it every day until you understand. And if you don't understand, you have to ask questions and then you find out what is the cause to the effect, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right, so I gave you the twig analogy, but let's go with the egg analogy. Yeah?
Oh, God,
Egg.
not again.
You've been doing some more thinking about it, haven't you?
Yeah, absolutely, because you know, obviously these things.
Fair enough. Fair enough. All right. Fair enough. I'm not mocking. Fair enough.
These things are ongoing, absolutely. Because we're trying to find the truth here. Right?
Did you see the laser ranging, or did you just join late and miss that bit? Because it's very sad that obviously I wasn't there, and I, as I say, I've had a bit of a disaster today, which is not going well. So I will have to leave in a bit. But give me your egg.
Well, I mean, again, it's the same scenario. Yes, different lakes, eggs. One sinks, one falls. How do we find the cause of that?
Lakes, or do you mean seas as well?
All bodies, all types of waters, lakes, ponds.
And why do you think the legs? Why do you think the egg's going to be different to the bronze?
Guys, I rest my case. Speaking of the dumbest people left on the internet, here we go.
Oh, George, put your neck in. Just because I said that you are old and tired and frustrated. Right, that's what it is, right? George, you've had enough. You've been in this for a very long time. You've tried your best.
No, I haven't been in this all
Yeah,
that
obviously,
long.
Brian Mullins
It's
stepped in.
just that your
obviously Brian Mullins
stupidity.
stepped in and then you called his boss.
Oh, come on, let's not descend this into a personal attack. Come on, let's just get on.
I know, this is what I was saying. I mean, you had Brian Mullins out here, an engineer, and then George goes and calls his employees, says this guy here is online.
Now, Timo, see, you're lying again. You have no proof of that. None of you flat earthers have any proof of that whatsoever.
I've got audio of you and Compass celebrating the fact that you called his boss.
Chemo, just get on with
it.
It's
Guys,
the
should we
chemo
just carry
show.
on with the question? Should we just carry on with the question, right? Otherwise,
Yes, let's get back to the science here.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you now, John.
Yeah.
Yes, John.
Well, Chemo, stop being a dick.
Well said.
So let's get back to the science and leave George to consider what we're talking about. Now, an egg, different bodies of waters, Toady, sinking and floating, sinking and floating. How do we find the cause of either observation? Do you have a method for finding what caused that to float?
Why would that be any different? And I shared my method the other day. Unfortunately, I'm on a phone because I'm now, internetless. So I can't share it on screen.
Yeah, but why did you come online knowing that you're going to be asked questions and then say, "Oh, I'm only on my phone"?
Just to apologise,
Kimo,
just to apologise first.
let
I'm
him
normally
answer.
here, and I can normally share things, can't I? But unfortunately, I can't at the moment. Yeah, because of the predicament I've got. And it does happen occasionally, right? I would have been there earlier to answer as many questions as I could, but as I say,
well, it's
these
slightly
things do.
different, Tony, from last time, because last time you thought it was one body of water. This time,
Kimo, can you not just let him answer? Can you not just let him answer?
Yeah, I'm saying that
let
he's
him respond.
slightly different. I agree.
Just let him respond. Let him respond. Let him respond.
It's different bodies of waters, Tony. A pond, a lake, a puddle, a bath, an ocean.
Well, it was last time, if you remember, and we still use the same method. Yeah, we still understand that it's to do with density and buoyancy, and of course, buoyancy involves gravity. Yeah, which I know obviously you don't like, but I haven't yet seen.
No, I do like the sound of gravity. How did you manipulate gravity?
Why were we manipulating gravity? Why would we need to manipulate it?
You said that was the cause of egg.
There might be multiple causes in a chain of causation.
There might be, Tony.
I manipulated acceleration.
How does your
method
single out the
I showed that
sole
acceleration
cause?
has to be used for buoyancy.
So, Tony, we're looking for the sole cause. There might be many, yes, I agree. But how does your method isolate and single out that independent
Well, there isn't a
cause?
sole cause, as we explained, Spurs, and I believe, as Bob has just told you.
Oh,
So
now we have an understanding.
I think you need to talk to Bob, because it was Bob's clip that I showed you of the water dropping, if you remember, where the bubble didn't rise through the liquid. Do you remember that video? That was Bob's video that I shared with you last time we had this exactly this conversation.
Okay, so what was the independent variable there? What was the cause? What was the effect?
Oh, come on, Kimo. You have no idea what an independent variable. What did you see when the
let's
bottle
get back
dropped?
to our scenario here with the egg, because we have a real demonstration. We know the cause, we know the variables, we know what we're talking about. There's no imaginary variables here. Now, you said gravity. How did you manipulate gravity?
I didn't say gravity. I said there are two factors involved. One is the density of the liquid and the density of the egg.
Yeah.
And the second one is the effect of buoyancy. This is identical to what we went through a couple of hours last time. 2 days ago?
Yeah, 2 days ago. You never gave me a sole cause.
Of course not. There's a chain of causation. There are two factors that are involved.
So your method, that's why we have a problem with your method. Your method does not discover the sole cause.
Finish speaking, Kimo.
The demonstration I did clearly demonstrates it, Kimo. You really have nothing to stand
What was the observed phenomena, Bob?
The observed phenomena was the egg floating.
The egg floating where?
In the liquid. And it was also, we also did a second experiment with the observed phenomena was the movement. Stop talking when I'm talking. The second phenomenon was the stop talking when I talk.
All right,
but
I want us to get
when I answer your question.
Go on then.
The second observed phenomena was the movement of the sinker and the helium balloon. Now you can talk.
This is not a natural phenomenon that we're observing, right? You have a plastic bottle.
Doesn't matter if it's natural or not.
Nature?
It doesn't matter.
Where do you find
it's a phenomena that we observed?
Nature, Bob? Show me a plastic bottle in nature.
Was the egg not floating in nature? Was the sinker not sinking in nature? Was the balloon not floating? Was not rising in nature?
So
come on, your argument is absurd.
Okay, so you had an egg as for your experiment, not a bottle.
You're being very pedantic as to what nature is or isn't really.
You're being obtuse.
You know this is ridiculous.
In your logic,
it's not.
No, we haven't observed phenomena here, Bob. Are you going to say that if we observe ships going over the horizon, you're going to do something completely different to verify ships going over the horizon? Stick to the egg, stick to the water, stick to the density. Give us your observed phenomena, give us your independent variable, and give us the cause to your effect.
It's not natural phenomena, Kimo. You're putting the egg in the water. Therefore, you have interjected as a human, as a man.
All right, your objection to natural phenomenon is hand waved off and rejected. Don't accept it.
Well, that's
so
fine.
we're not even going to bother with that anymore.
That's pseudoscience.
The second part, no, stop talking, Kimo. I am speaking.
Okay, go ahead.
I am speaking.
Okay, go ahead, but I must remind you that's pseudoscience. But come on.
You don't know the difference between the two. There
Yeah, you
is
need-
no
you need an
requirement
independent
for it to be
variable
a
to-
natural phenomena. You're still talking, Kimo.
Sorry, Bob, go ahead.
Can you not be quiet?
Sorry, Bob, go ahead.
Don't do it again. Now, nobody accepts this thing, this qualification that it needs to be quote unquote a natural phenomena. Second of all, the observed phenomena was the egg floating, the balloon moving, and the sinker moving. Now, in the first experiment, what we changed was the density of the fluid that the egg displaced by a very specific amount and reproduced Riley's experiment. The second part of the experiment was to try and determine if just the density alone was the only thing that mattered. And we demonstrated very clearly that without an acceleration acting on that system, the egg does not move, the balloon does not move, and the sinker does not move. And we tested that by a number of different things. Number one, we wrung out a wet washcloth and observed that bubbles did not rise or fall in the ISS. The second thing that we did was we blew bubbles into a bottle of water and dropped it after demonstrating that brought it to zero acceleration, 0G, and showed that the bubbles did not rise. So that was our observation that we were trying to answer a question for. And the third part of the experiment was that we put a balloon and a sinker in a moving vehicle and subjected it to an acceleration perpendicular to the acceleration of gravity. So there was no effect of gravity. We took out the effect of gravity and isolated the acceleration of the vehicle and demonstrated that that was what caused the balloon and the sinker to move.
When an object
So,
accelerates,
I mean, it's
Bob,
conclusive.
what's the temperature of that object?
Oh my God.
All right, I'll answer that, and I do have it, but I will answer that if you will tell me how it makes a difference.
Well, because without temperature, you wouldn't have no effect, right? Could you do that? Could you have an
No,
acceleration?
can you justify why you would say that? Tell me the effect the temperature would have.
Because we're looking for the cause of your.
No, you tell me the
We don't have a
effect
natural
the temperature
phenomenon
would
yet,
have.
so I can say to you that it's temperature because it's
We're not talking about natural or unnatural
man-made,
phenomena.
yeah.
Tell me
So
the
it's-
effect of the temperature
As
on
soon
this
as
system.
man introduces, we introduce heat, temperature, and that will give you the acceleration that you're looking for, right?
Temperature causes an acceleration. Do you have documentation or a
How
citation
can
of that?
you have acceleration without increasing the temperature?
You haven't described how temperature would affect
We
the
haven't
system
got
yet.
you there, Bob. Right? So wherever
No,
wherever in
you
nature
haven't
see-
described in
You
any
haven't
way,
even
shape, or
answered the
form how
question.
temperature.
Well, look, because it's not in nature, is it? It's a man-made phenomena you're describing.
We don't. No,
You
that's not even part of the discussion.
introduced-
We've already
you
dismissed
introduced heat.
that as
As
irrelevant.
soon as you touch that experiment, you introduce heat. So how do you know
Rubbish.
that wasn't-
No,
How does that make
irrelevant.
Yeah, you increase
Completely
the
irrelevant.
How does
Answer
it
the
make
question.
you have
Tell
an
me how
So if
temperature
you
will
didn't
change
touch
it, and what's the
if you
measurable
didn't touch
change?
it- If you didn't touch it, you would have created no heat. It wouldn't have happened.
I wasn't touching the egg, and I wasn't touching the sinker or the balloon.
Still hasn't
They
answered
were
the question.
acting on their own in response to an acceleration.
What in nature? Not in
We're
nature.
not talking about nature.
Well,
We're
that's
talking
what
about the
science-
fact
that's
that
what
we did it in
science
my
answers,
office
Bob.
and in my truck.
Science only answers the natural and physical world, not man-made experiments, Bob.
What do you
We're
think
not,
they are?
no,
They're
we're not going down
supernatural.
there. That's not an acceptable objection.
I tell you what.
That's
Let's say, for
ignored.
example, listen to my example here. You take Cavendish and you pop it in the Amazon or in the jungle, right? And then you've got like the Amazon guy walking by, and he sees Cavendish attracted to one another, mass attracting mass. So he says, that's strange. How did that happen? So he can say, oh, well, a man must have put that together because I don't see that anywhere else in nature. So
That's an absurd argument, and it's ignored.
Wow, you sit in nature all the time. What are you talking about?
That's not nature, is
Yeah,
it? Cavendish,
that's a completely absurd argument.
Experiment in the Amazon. Nowhere.
That's
Where
a
do you find
completely
mass attracting mass?
absurd
What-
argument
nowhere.
and is ignored.
What you're saying is that we don't see Cavendish experiment in nature, but we
Yes,
see.
that's right. We
No,
don't
but
mass
that's not the
attracting
point.
mass.
An experiment is not nature.
Yes, it is.
No, it isn't. It's demonstrating. It's a demonstration of nature. You
Yes,
absolute
so
moron.
exactly. So where did that person from the Amazon see?
It's a demonstration.
He's just continuing on, isn't he?
Hold on, Spurs.
And
I
Kimo's
do have a
wrong.
question. I do
And
have a
Kimo's
question.
wrong. You have to have birds construct all this
Right,
stuff.
so
You know.
explain to me how the person in the Amazon explains this phenomenon that he's looking at.
No, we're not, because it's not
It's the
worthy of
first
our
time
attention.
he's ever seen mass attract mass.
Creation of nature.
Spurs. Hold on one
Exactly.
second.
You don't see mass attract mass in
Of course we do.
Where?
Everywhere.
Where? Show
In
me
the
where you see
universe.
it.
You just need to be quiet for a while
Ladies
because
and
you're looking
gentlemen.
like an idiot.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Drop
I,
the tree.
the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard in my life. Seriously.
Chemo, fruit dropping off a tree, mass
I'm gonna
attracting.
leave. I'm going, yeah, because I can't face this.
Catch you later,
Two
Tony.
things I want to
So
say.
a tree,
My parting
an apple
shot-
falling off a tree is because the
parting
apple
shot
grew,
is-
it gained more mass, it became heavier.
I just want to say a final thought as I go, because I can't face this. Two things.
All right,
Sir.
catch you later then,
If
Tony.
it's
But that
not
apple there,
natural,
it grew
if
over
it's not natural, it's supernatural. Number one, and the second. Use
Sorry,
natural
Tony, I had
twigs
to
and
mute
branches.
everybody. But I've unmuted you.
Okay, so the
So
two
you
final things I want to say, because I couldn't get a word in, and it's just obviously very crowded. So I'll
No
go.
worries.
Yeah.
I
Two
muted
things are,
everybody so you could
one,
say,
opposite of
speak.
natural. Opposite of natural is unnatural. Point one. Point two, you're saying, Spurs, that we can only ever do experiments using twigs and leaves and things that are found in the totally natural world. The opposite of natural is supernatural. Everything that's man-made is in the natural world. And I'll leave and just listen now and leave it to others to fight the good fight. Thanks very much, and bye.
Okay, people may unmute themselves and talk.
Absolutely correct.
I tend to agree with Toady, and quite frankly, talking with Chemo is a waste of my time. I'd rather go clean up the garage. So I'm going to get it going, guys. Thank you very much.
Chemo's not able to describe why he insists things be done the way he insists they be done. He can't explain what mechanic would be different between dropping two objects in a vacuum or in an atmosphere. He can't explain how temperature would change this experiment that Bob was describing. He can't do it because he doesn't know. He has no clue. All he's doing is he's belching out words that he's happened to hear from someone else, and he has absolutely no science, no mathematics, no evidence, no nothing. I've asked him repeatedly for empirical and exclusively indicative evidence of a flat Earth, and he's got zilch. That's why I call them flatulators, because it's a bunch of hot air. Thank you.
Well, I see he's gone now, so at least we can have a decent conversation. I'll hang around.
Okay, I'm
for a
back
few
now.
minutes.
Sorry about that, guys. I had to take a quick drink.
Goodbye.
Yeah.
Well,
The most
so much for
important
that.
thing, guys, is that
All
you
right,
guys
bye.
are denying what science is. Like I said, if you have Cavendish, for example, you need to show that mass attracts mass in reality. Now, we cannot see mass attracting mass. What we see,
How would you? Okay,
Chemo just likes to listen to himself. Hey guys,
rewind a bit. Hold on.
Chemo's
Hold on.
been
Hold on.
getting worse
Hold on.
week
I've got a
after
good
week.
question for you. I've got a good question for you. I've got a
been
really
listening
good
to-
question for you, Chemo. Right, demonstrate mass attracting mass right now. How would you go about doing it? Let's just pretend you accept our argument. How would you go about demonstrating mass?
Face man, you're walking
well,
into
of course,
his
I know.
trap.
I mean, obviously, that's
What's
a very good
going
question.
on
If you
here
want to,
is all you have to
if you
do
want to prove
is
that
boy-
mass
Let
attracts
him
mass,
boycotting
that's a very good
talking
question
George,
there.
let him answer.
That's a
George,
very
let
good
him answer.
question.
Hey,
That's a
stop
question
over
that
talking, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. That's a very good question. That question.
That applies to you too, Chemo.
Okay, yeah, absolutely. But that question there.
So let's let Casual finish his question.
Sure.
No,
Thank you.
I finished the question. That was it.
Sorry, I didn't actually hear it because there was so much going on.
Well, the question is right. Okay, let's just pretend, right, that you accept our argument. How would you personally go about demonstrating mass attracting mass?
Very good question, as I said. I accept Cavendish, but the variables need to be accounted for. That is putting Cavendish in a vacuum to show that temperature is not the cause of the movement. Now, we have never, ever, ever, never seen Cavendish in a vacuum. We have photographs. Photographs will not prove mass attractive mass. Now, we've seen it in laboratories, schools, universities, but we know there is a cause. That is the atmosphere that will give the cause, again, to the effect. Now,
Right. So
Why-
what you're asking is you want to know whether a vacuum or temperature and all these different things will not affect Cavendish. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. I mean, I think it's fair to ask to see Cavendish in a vacuum. We have huge, giant vacuums at NASA. Why not pop a Cavendish in
All right,
there?
then why not design and perform an experiment?
Because it's
to your
not my
liking?
claim. I do not see mass attracting mass anywhere in nature. So why would I?
So it makes no difference. You don't accept it, so it makes no difference
I would
if it's
accept
done in a
it. Yeah, of
vacuum or
course,
not,
of course
because
I
you
would
won't accept it. You've just waved it off
No,
out of
if
hand.
you
So
have-
it makes no difference whether it was demonstrated in a vacuum or not, really, wouldn't it? That's the bottom line of it.
Yeah, not at all. Because
Well,
right
you,
now,
you just said you won't accept
No,
it.
not
You
at all.
just did.
No, not at all. I'm saying that if
No.
you have a claim of mass attracting mass and you want to demonstrate this to be true, then obviously if I see something that's a phenomena, to me, I would hypothesize
But
that
it
there is a
wouldn't make any
variable. I would
It wouldn't make
hypothesize
any
that
difference.
there is a variable.
You don't
that
accept
you haven't
mass
accounted
attracting
for.
mass. So
Yes,
therefore,
you haven't
will not
accounted
accept
for this
Cavendish.
variable that I
If
hypothesized.
you won't accept Cavendish, then how would you accept Cavendish being done in a vacuum? You're just being dishonest.
Reason why is
You've been
because
Chemo, it's the other way around, Chemo.
Reason why
is this
in a
is a
vacuum is
science.
because
Mass
I wouldn't
attracting
be able to think of a variable that caused the Cavendish.
You're the one that's come along and made the claim that it doesn't. You're the one making the claim, Chemo.
So
Is
falsify it.
Mass is accepted science.
I have.
Gravity
So
is
I have
accepted.
You don't accept Cavendish at all. You don't accept it, and you're lying.
Come
You're
along
being
and-
dishonest.
No, it doesn't work that way.
That proves
You're the one that's
Cavendish-
saying that it
that
doesn't
proves
work.
mass
So you're the
attract
one
mass.
making
You
the
don't
claim.
have
The
it in a
burden is
vacuum.
on you, Chemo.
What does that tell you?
I think
Nobody
if the flatulator community can come together and buy a ring laser gyroscope for 20 grand that did prove, by the way, the Earth rotates, then I think y'all can come up with $1,000 to buy a Cavendish rig and perform the experiment yourself to your own liking, and design the experiment in such a way that it'll answer your own questions.
And there's more than one vacuum chamber as well as just NASA, so you could hire one out as well. Actually,
Show us though. Let's have a look. Prove that mass attracts mass.
no, why don't you do? You're the one. What difference does it make? You're not going to accept it anyway because you just said that you don't accept mass attracts mass. So therefore, you do not accept Cavendish.
No, I said
you were lying. You won't accept.
I said we don't see in nature mass attract mass. Do you see it? Where
Your goalposts have a steering wheel and a freaking engine on
never
it.
seen
Drive them around.
objects just miraculously move.
Well, let Chemo, could you stop for 1 second?
Right,
If you
I've
look
just
at
dropped my
Cavendish,
pen. There you go.
you
There's a
see
demonstration.
When you look at Cavendish, you see an obvious motion that is happening. Now, you could make a question as to what's causing that motion, but we do several things to mitigate that. Like we try and eliminate as much airflow and stuff like that. Now, it does appear that there is a force that's acting on it. You claim that there might still be something else that's causing it. So it's now your burden of proof to prove that, because everybody else has accepted that that motion is gravity.
No, it's not.
Or mass
I'm
attracting
saying
mass.
to you, did you check for a variable before you did your experiment?
No,
oh,
no.
I
and
overlooked
that's-
it
we
because I
are
like
satisfied with the
pseudoscience. I have an
variable we
agenda
checked.
to follow, so I overlooked that variable so we can have mass attractive mass.
We're satisfied that those variables.
Of course,
are
you're
too small and
satisfied. You're
insignificant.
ignoring a variable.
They have been
Everyone's satisfied if you're ignorant.
Yeah, but a variable is only available if you can actually prove that it is a variable to begin with.
There's no atmosphere
You
now,
can't
then.
just sort of say it was a variable, but I don't know whether it is or it isn't.
Yeah, there's no
That's ridiculous.
atmosphere
That's not
now,
how.
yeah?
That's not how the scientific method works.
Okay, so there's no atmosphere now.
No, you need to accept that nobody here is going to jump through hoops for you.
You don't
Yeah,
have
you
to, but
eliminate
nobody
that
will believe
variable
you,
by
and we will
putting
tell
it
the
in
public
reverse.
that we've been lied to about mass attracting mass because we have never ever seen mass attracting mass in a vacuum. It's not our problem.
You have never brought anything to the table. You have nothing on the table now, and I sincerely doubt you will ever bring anything to the table. You, sir, are a complete and
You
utter
do need
logical
to because you're the
null.
one making claims.
You're not making claims.
You are.
claim mass
You
attracts
are making
mass.
claims. You're just saying that you just said that temperature and pressure in a vacuum is going to affect it, but you don't
Is
know
it
whether
true
it does or it doesn't.
Or false? Is it true that mass attracts mass?
Yeah, you ever
Anything that
look at
comes
the
out of
moon?
your mouth is
Is that a
suspect.
true statement? Mass attracts mass. Is that
Yes,
true?
it is.
Yes.
Yes,
Right,
it is.
so
Have you
that
ever
is
seen the
true.
moon?
If
Into
that
these
is true,
hangouts, so I guess.
Have
I
you ever
guess
seen
it
the
is.
moon, Chemo? Have you ever looked up at the moon, Chemo? That's mass attracting mass. That's the Earth attracting the moon.
no, that's not.
That's
the
what
Earth.
keeps it up there.
And vice versa.
No,
Can
that's
I
Well, don't
try
say you've
something
never
out?
seen it. Yes, you have seen it in nature. You see it all the
That's
time.
not. It's not being attracted to the
You
Earth.
can look up. You can look up it with your naked eye and see satellites orbiting
Called
above
orbital
us.
mechanics.
Man-made satellites.
Or to read a book about orbital mechanics,
Nobody's seen a
and
satellite
then come and
uplight.
bring that debate to us. You
So
don't
don't say-
know anything about
Those people
automatic. You know
deserve the
nothing
truth,
about it.
and the flat earthers will deliver that truth because we're asking you guys to demonstrate your claims. Otherwise, we will tell the public we've been lied to. It's very simple.
Chemo, you're just
So
here
you have
to
just-
tell us
all
that the
you have
sky
is
isn't
denial.
blue.
Denial
You're
of
just
what?
here.
We said show us in a vacuum Cavendish right now. You
Chemo,
can't.
you're
Don't
just.
need it in a vacuum.
Can you
Doesn't
hear
need
me?
to be in a
Let's
vacuum.
accept that we've been lied to.
Spurs-
Let's just move on and let
Spurs,
people
if
be
you
more spiritual.
go
because we
and
don't
do
want
the
that.
experiment, I'll be happy to put it up on my channel. You go and do the experiment. I'll be
Reversing
happy
the
to put it up on
experiment
my channel.
eliminates the possibility that air currents are causing it. Nemo. What do you say to that?
No, he's
The
talking
reason
about
you don't
average.
want the reason you don't want to design and perform the experiment yourself is because then you won't have anything to bitch about. You won't have any weasel claws to get out of it. You won't have any way to escape from it if you do it yourself. That's why you don't want to do it. It's not a matter of cost. It's not a matter of cost. It's not a matter of burden of proof. It's a matter of the fact that you're
We
a
are
liar.
dumb
You're
flat
a
earthers.
weasel.
We're
You
dumb
don't
flat
want to.
earthers,
You don't want to have to
remember?
back up what
Remember,
you say.
we're just
You want to
morons.
jack
We're
your
flat
job.
earthers. We think the
You're
Earth is
all
flat.
hat and no herd.
How could we possibly do an experiment when we're just dumb flat earthers? We're retards. How could we perform Cavendish in a vacuum? We need you intelligent guys to show us how it's done.
We've guided
Right.
you. We
Can
told
you
you how
gotta-
to do it.
You got a good fucking
exactly.
point.
I thought we were retards and morons. Now we're intelligent enough to
That's up
perform
to you.
Cavendish in a vacuum. Don't
Can
be
you guys
silly.
hear me
No,
okay?
You guys are the scientists.
Spurs,
Right?
I
You
have-
guys are
Yes.
the smart
Yeah,
ones.
John.
You're shifting
No,
it again.
Spurs,
You're shifting it
Kinda.
again, Chemo. Spurs, you're shifting it again.
Oh, we're dumb
First
flat
off,
earthers.
You don't want to
We're retards.
perform.
We're morons.
You
We've just
don't want to
heard-
perform the
You just heard
experiment.
Bob say,
You
"Oh, flat Earth is this, flat
Well,
Earth
yeah.
is that." Well, then you show us
You
how it's
don't
supposed to be
want.
done.
You
No,
do
you
not
just
want
wanna
to do the
perform.
experiment
We can't
because
with
you
flat
are.
Earthers. It's not possible.
Because if you do the experiment,
We will get
then
it
you've
wrong.
got no
We're
way to
dumb flat
weasel out
earthers,
of it.
yeah. We'll get it wrong with flat
You got-
Earthers.
You'll have no way to weasel out of it if
We
you do
get
the
the laser
experiment to your own
experiments
liking.
wrong. We get observation experiments wrong. So you show us how Cavendish works in a vacuum before we
have.
make more mistakes.
We have.
We don't.
We have. Now
we
you
don't need to
falsify
put it
it.
in a vacuum.
Oh, you have? There's a board that says that we have shown Cavendish in a vacuum. Interesting. Let's have a look. Post it in the
it's
chat
called the
now
Earth and the
for the
Moon.
others to see.
Post it
Right.
now, right now. Go on.
Yeah,
Chemo.
post it in the chat for the public to see, not for
Chemo,
me.
somebody
Show
gave
what
you
you
a
showed me last week, last month, last year.
Chemo,
Yeah,
Chemo.
show
somebody
the
showed
public
you
what you
this.
showed me. Yeah?
Chemo, shut the fuck up for 1 second.
Mhm.
Chemo, somebody showed you a white paper on the
Mhm.
vacuum chamber experiment that was done with Cavendish.
Yeah.
So you hand waved away that thing that you don't have a video.
A piece of paper.
Now, science is not done with videos.
Mm-hmm.
They
Okay.
hand you a
Everybody
white
makes
paper. You
YouTube
either
videos,
believe
by
it
the
or
way.
don't believe it.
So why did they do Cavendish in a classroom and record it then? Why?
Fucking hell. Chemo, can you hear me okay?
I can now.
Right. Listen. You are just here to derail the conversation. When I spoke to you last time, I compared it to you trying to tell us that the sky isn't blue. You're just taking the piss and you're wasting everybody's time.
Right, and that's what I'm saying. You say you have a lot to say about flat earthers, so prove your claim.
You said right.
Show Cavendish.
You just-
in a vacuum.
We're not
You're just taking
claiming
the piss.
anything. You're making the claims. That's the difference. What claims are we making?
I don't
That's
think that.
maths.
I don't think that.
Also, you know this.
We're
You
not
know, this
claiming
is-
nature. Nature just
someone's-
exists. It's just
Right, there's
there.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
Someone
7,
on
8,
the
9, 10, 11, 12, 13 of you. One of
I
me,
think
and
the
all
thing
I'm asking is
to be
from all of
done
you,
is you
13,
just
is it
got
13 or 12.
Science operates through a mechanism of falsification. If you want to actually do real science, if you are really a truth seeker, which you claim to be, but I believe otherwise, then you'll do the damned experiment. You'll let the evidence lead you to where it goes. We've done these
But
experiments.
we're not
The evidence has
capable
led
of
us
any
to the
of that,
fact that there
remember?
is gravity.
We're not capable.
Oh,
We're
poor
just
me,
flat
poor
earthers.
me, boo!
Stop
I'm up on a fucking cross.
Stop
Do you rely on Anti's experiment? Do you trust Anti's experiment? Did Anti do his experiment right? Did Effie Core do that experiment right? Has
Chemo,
anybody
I've
in
had
the
enough.
do an experiment right? Has any flat
Hey,
earther
guys,
did an experiment
what's the
before Earth is
purpose of
satisfactory?
all this? I mean, this has just turned into a shit show since Chemo's come here.
That's the point.
Right.
When you ask flat earthers to do it,
That's
do
the
it,
point.
do it,
He
you
always
do
does.
it, and then you complain.
Right. Everybody is muted so that I may talk. Chemo, bring positive evidence for a flat Earth or leave. You may unmute.
Damn it. That's impossible.
And denial is not positive evidence. Empirical and exclusively
Positive proof that
indicative.
temperature makes Cavendish move. Any of your claims.
Or that it would be different in a vacuum.
I'm guessing he left.
Yeah, he's gone.
Yeah, he's a spoilt brat. I don't know why you guys rise to him. You should just kick him off straight away because he's not going to have it. He's just going to stand there and argue with you guys and just wind everyone up and just take over the whole show and just annoy it. Yeah.
It was fun.
He's an arsehole.
a bit of a shit show.
I actually like having Spurs on Zoom for once because I can actually present my evidence he keeps calling me a liar about in Zoom.
But he won't do it. There's universities that will allow him to walk straight in and use a vacuum chamber. And he can do it himself, but he won't do it because, as the chap said earlier, that'll prove all of his doubt. And he won't have nothing to argue about or bitch about.
Yeah, I tried to say actually on
Nothing's
two
to
or
be
three
gained
times,
to talk to Chemo.
there's
He
two or
does
three
this
times.
to every
There's more vacuum chambers in the world than just the one at NASA. You know, and that's what I always look at every single time. It's NASA, this and NASA that.
That's
why any university.
This is Chemo's mode of operation. He loves to grandstand. He loves to be the center of attention. He needs this. He hops on every show. He goes from Discord. He goes to Nathan's. He goes to Jose's, Ranty. He goes on every show doing the same thing. He just loves the attention, and you guys give him the oxygen. He's going to continue on.
He's a waste of gravity.
He just waves off anything you say to him. He just waves it off. He just waves it off. Just like that.
Public assistance.
He's an oxygen thief. That's all he is.
As Big Blue might say, some men you just can't reach.
And some you don't want to reach.
What we have here is failure to communicate.
No. What we have here is a failure to communicate.
What they need to do is they need to review their public assistance policy in the United Kingdom, because he obviously is quite fit and capable of moving around, and he's on public assistance. So I mean, come on.
Let's turn this back to science.
Is he in England?
Yeah.
Whereabouts?
Well, with his accent, I would say quite near London.
Oh, right.
I don't think that's London, actually, to be fair. I think it's...
We're round about there.
Yeah, well, anywhere down
It's maybe
south
got money.
London, though, isn't it, to you?
Let's-
Well, that's true.
Let's turn this back to science. Let's turn this back to evidentiary exposition.
Well, before you go there, I just wanted to say that when Chemo first popped on, somebody popped in and said, Chemo, stop being a dick. And then after I thought about that, that's like asking water not to be wet.
Yeah, that was me.
Yeah, I thought that.
What makes water wet discussion the other day.
How can you possibly tell a dick to stop being a dick?
I was just doing a sound check. So
yeah.
Did he leave or was he asked to leave?
You're being fair, John.
He left when Alan muted him.
Okay.
I don't think
Am I
actually
the only
hears
one
anyone.
extremely turned on by Big Blue?
Oh yeah.
Okay, just making sure.
I don't think Chemo actually hears anyone.
He doesn't.
Blue's voice does crazy things inside my pants too.
Oh, yes, it does.
I gotta go.
Oh, come on, Blue. It's Piggy speaking.
All right,
You know,
I'll
you don't
leave
expect
just so I
anything
can
different from
continue to listen. Okay, I want to mute myself.
Damn it, Shells. I'm not like that anymore.
Hey, Blue.
Okay, all right. So it's over. I admit it.
I
Me
ain't like
and
that.
my old lady can write an ASMR script for you so you can make some extra money on YouTube.
You know,
I'd like to put forth a conjecture to the panel and see if there's some kind of consensus. Could you guys humor me for a moment?
No.
Yep.
Oh, okay. All right. I honestly, I've come to believe that that the globe deniers refuse to do the experiments themselves, because if they design it and they perform the experiment and it's done properly, they'll have nothing to weasel out of. There'll be no way for them to backpedal out of it.
But
this, and that's why they. And I think that's why they avoid it.
This is where the whole
I know your
argument,
answer here.
But this is the whole argument
know.
with each of us either doing the experiment, because whoever does it is not going to accept it. You see, because we could sort of turn around and say to them, well, you haven't done it properly because of this, this, and this, and they can turn around and do the same thing. So that's part of the problem with debate as well, is demonstration experiments and all the rest of it as well. And the only way that's gonna change, if you actually did something as a collaboration between some flat earthers, it's done once before with lasers on the lake, if I remember rightly, but they still didn't accept it.
And that was
that's
my
the
next
only way.
level
That's the
proposal.
only way it's going to happen, if you actually have,
All
say,
right.
a couple of globers and a couple of globe deniers do an experiment together that they're all satisfied with, and that's the only way that's going to happen. And that is never going to happen.
Yeah, but the thing is, the point that you're missing here is
Hold on, George.
most of these flat earthers have no interest in going outside of their home and get their lazy butts off their couch and to do any of these things.
Well,
they're just in here for entertainment. They're in here for just, stirring the pot. And
Some chemo, yeah, well, I would definitely agree with that. Yeah, some are like that, certainly, but not all of them.
So
Well,
there's
most of
actually
them
an answer
are.
to
Oh,
this
no,
question.
Steve,
And that
most of them
answer
are.
would happen to be
Have you been
when
around
doing
at all?
an
Most of them
experiment.
fit into that category. Most of them fit into
Well,
that
it
category.
depends on what
They
you class.
wouldn't
Well,
go out
George,
doing-
hang on. That depends on what you class is most. I mean, what the people that I've met might be
Most.
to you. Well, to you,
80%.
maybe, but how can you
80%.
can you say that with absolute certainty? I mean, I could turn around and say to you,
Yeah.
you have documented,
Yeah, I can.
documented
Most
evidence of
certainly.
that it's going to be 80%. Do you see what I'm saying? It's
Most certainly I can say that. How many of the flat earthers have you seen produce any videos where they've gone out and done anything other than take photographs?
No, you didn't hear what I said. I said some do. That's what I didn't say most of them did those experiments. I said some do.
The trouble is they won't accept the evidence when it's staring them in their face, like
Well, that's
Nathan
true.
Thompson, when he's done that thing at night through them two boards, and it proved curvature over that distance. Bob Nodal with the laser compass. But they still won't accept that the Earth returns, even though it's there in front of their face. And you even got caught off camera saying to the other bloke, "Don't tell anyone, because this would really debunk us."
Yeah, well, that's why.
That wasn't Nathan Thompson. That was Chisholm.
That's why a lot of them have disowned him. That's why Bob Noodle, because of that very same thing, and because they need to distance themselves away from that, because they're being shown up for what they are.
Yeah. So
Well, the interesting thing is when the
That just
interesting
stands
thing
to
is
reason.
when there is that type of experiment that is done, that does give them some kind of evidence. It is that distancing that is going to occur, and then the ignorance of it. Take with the Jeranism experiment that was just brought up. You'll get that's interesting, and then it'll never be talked about again.
Oh, that was Jeranism, was that, with the lights?
Yes.
Oh, but it's the same thing. I mean, you heard Bob Nodell say the exactly the same thing right after got the result of the 15 degree per hour drift. I said, of course we're not going to accept that. That's really telling. Do you know what I mean? Of course we're not going to accept it. So it makes no difference at all whether we did the Cavendish experiment in a vacuum or not, because Chemo said himself, it's the same thing, that he doesn't accept that mass attracts mass. So therefore, he doesn't accept Cavendish. And therefore, even though they spent $20,000 on a gyroscope, they're still not going to accept the result. So it makes no difference. The only way you're going to get them to accept it, if you strap on the nose of a rocket, blast them into space, and say, there you go. But even then, probably most of them will deny it.
Yeah, it'll be
Mind
CGI.
control.
Yeah.
Blue, please check messages.
Yeah, you put them on a rocket, they would claim mind control.
Not
Yeah.
mind control. No, the rocket was faked. It was all within a vacuumed chamber
that was in
that
NASA's
moves
studio.
around. Yep.
They didn't let me out of the spacecraft without my spacesuit.
Yeah. Therefore, it's fake. Yeah. you won't win. That's you're arguing with a fool. Who,
you know, I think the thing is, and we were talking about this the other night elsewhere, is about what debates for. And really, the whole point of the debates is two things. It's not to convince the people that you're debating, okay, because you won't, you never will, because they won't accept anything what you say. But it's for the audience to a certain extent, and also as well, it's actually to discredit the other person to make them look stupid and make their argument look ridiculous. That's really the 2 points of a debate. That's all it is. In truth, we're not trying to convince the other person at all, because in truth, we know they're not going to be convinced.
Well, you're right there. They don't want to. But if you can categorically disprove everything they're saying, and they don't want to accept it, you know, that's up to them to take it away. And
yeah,
you know, they say advice is good, but it's up to you whether you want to accept it.
Like later on in life, they might kind of think and put all these different debates they've had and all the different points that have been put forward, and eventually it might sink in. But I highly doubt it, because at the moment, what they're doing is they're trying to present an argument and a narrative, and if it doesn't fit their narrative, and of course they're going to reject it, it doesn't make any difference whether that is demonstrable or not.
Yeah, but you're given the opportunity for them to change their thought, and if they don't want to, you know, you've done your best, and that's all you can do, really.
Yeah.
But it's kind of disingenuous to call any of this a debate. I mean, if what you want to do is ridicule them, fine, but this stuff is far from being a debate.
Well, that's true.
Yeah, okay, it's an argument then. Okay. Yeah, I'll accept that. It depends on what you define as a debate, really, doesn't it? You know, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, but I would accept the premise of what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah. Basically.
One of the interesting things that I have personally seen, especially when it comes to chemo, is the continuance of the argumentation to support the flat Earth, even after being shown direct evidence that debunked him finally changing topics a week or two later, going back directly on that same topic, pretending not to have ever heard of the evidence before.
Oh, that's his standard mode. He resets to zero every morning.
Oh yeah, and I don't know how someone can mentally be able to do that to themselves. That would take
so
a
you mean
lot
to
of
tell
effort.
me that there's circumpolar stars?
Yeah, he's got mental issues, or he sounds like a child that's had his sweets taken away when he was 11, and he's never ever forgot about that, and he's going to take it out on everyone else in the world. He just sounds so spoiled, and it's, I don't know. I just feel sad for the bloke. I really do, because he really does.
Yeah, they're mostly just religious fanatics trying to disguise that somehow or the other. But that's what brings it all to about in the first place.
Yeah.
I think that you kind of hit the nail on the head earlier. Yeah, I mean, he's on the dole. He doesn't have a job. He has no life. This is his social. He needs this. This is what keeps him going.
Exactly. Every morning he gets onto a panel. The very first thing that he says is, "What is gravity?" And if after 6 years you don't know what gravity is, then you're not here for learning. You're just here to argue.
I can understand why he's unemployed, because he'd go to a job and say, "This is what we want to do." Actually, you got to prove to me that works in a vacuum. You know, he's just not going to be employable.
I mean,
anyway.
to a certain extent, even if he's asking what is gravity, I think that's quite a reasonable question, because if we look at it, we don't really know what gravity is. Really,
no. Even Einstein.
Yeah,
said that.
but if somebody else has that, fine. But coming from chemo,
I understand what you're saying, but it's still, I don't think it's an unreasonable question for even a flat earther to come along and just say, well, what is gravity? And it's very difficult to define, because even now we don't really know. I mean, as George Musa says, it's we can measure it or see it as a force, but it's not really a force. So
But
that
at the
causes a lot of
fundamental
confusion.
level, there's very little that we actually know at the fundamental level. I mean, we don't even know what charge is. I mean, we have an electromagnetic theory that works very well, but nobody really knows the true nature of charge.
No,
This is what I mean, though. Yeah, after 6 years, if he hasn't done enough research into the topic to be able to have an explanation that at least comes close to what the accepted gravity is, then there's an issue with learning.
He's failing miserably in some way or another.
Yes. I mean, in electricity, we all been taught positive, good, and negative. But when they actually researched it into atomic level, they actually found it was the other way around. So they now, when you go to college, they'll actually teach you conventional electricity because everyone says it. It doesn't make no difference. But yeah, it's, you find things later on in life, think, oh, right, it doesn't do that. But, they accept it. But they won't.
Yeah, but I mean that's science. I mean, science will disagree
science,
with itself, and sometimes it will disprove itself because that's the only
Exactly.
way it can actually move forward. But flat earthers just see that as, oh, you're changing your mind, you're changing the mind. Nonsense. No, it's just that the more
No,
we discover,
it's
the more it
advanced.
proves that, well, okay, well that theory doesn't work, but this theory fits because this is what we've just discovered, and that's how we move forward. I mean, I had somebody. What was he said? Somebody said on Planner Walk's debate one night, and he said that science will never will never change. It will always stay the same. So what? The very thing that you're holding in your hand or talking through or looking at the screen right now is because science has moved forward, as technology has moved forward because of science.
Exactly.
Incredible.
And the thing I find really funny is about NASA, they start debunking, oh, NASA's lying. I said, well, they designed the thing what you're talking on. How are you going to debunk that, mate? I just find it really annoying that they ignore every other form of science.
I try and move the discussion away from NASA because they use that as kind of like a thing. Oh, because NASA told you this, NASA told you all this, do all the rest of it. I mean, I've been interested in the Apollo and the moon landings ever since I was about 8 years of age. And I would say that I would say probably 80 to 90% of what I've learned had nothing from NASA. I read it in a lot of different books, loads of different books that had nothing to do with NASA at all. Okay,
exactly.
They had to go by data that NASA provided because they're the only ones who have gone up there. But I learned an awful lot from outside of NASA. And in fact, I learned probably more about that than I did in school about the Apollo and the moon landings. So it had nothing to do with my indoctrination education, as they call it, either.
Yeah, indoctrination.
Yeah, I mean that's what they claim it to be. I'm indoctrinated. We're all indoctrinated.
Ironic, really.
We're indoctrinated by NASA because NASA controls the education system. I've heard that said before. I've heard that said. Seriously,
Really?
yeah, absolutely. Yeah, NASA are overall in control of the global education system. I'm serious.
Did they not understand that NASA is an independent organization? They do realize that, don't they?
No, they don't. No, they don't realize that. That's the problem. It's a civilian organization, but they say it's military control. It's not at all.
No, they help.
In fact, the military pays NASA to send their satellites up.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Something was said a few minutes ago.
Yeah.
Something was said a few minutes ago about charge that I didn't think sounded quite right. Could you repeat that again? You're saying that
about right. So I got a mouthful of steak.
Oh, nice.
Right. When I was doing radio, I went to college to learn about it. The chap, he only touched on the subject, so I don't really know much. He said just ignore it and just carry on. We'll call it conventional current. But he said when they actually went into it, I don't know. He might have got this wrong, but I wouldn't have thought so because he was quite highly qualified. But I stand corrected if it is wrong. But he actually said to us, right, we're going to learn about conventional current. The reason why, he says, when they actually went down to an atomic level and actually watched what was happening, the negative particles would go in the opposite direction than what they actually realized. But he said, we won't need to worry about that because it doesn't actually affect.
Something doesn't sound right there. I mean,
No. Yeah.
Are we talking
I was
about
gonna
the
say-
difference in conventional current flow versus electron flow?
Electron flow, yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
electrons being negatively charged flow
Yeah, I think
the
what
opposite
he's
way to conventional current.
Right, exactly.
well, yeah. I mean, as electrical engineers, we're taught that we assume positive current flow rather than negative current flow, and that comes about because of Ben Franklin. Initially, they thought current flow was due to positive charges, and we've never really changed that in electrical engineering, even though we know that current flow is due to negative charge flow, electrons, but we always use positive current flow as a convention.
Yes.
I think that's the confusion.
Yes, thank you. As I say, I stand corrected. I might have got me words muddled up because I'm not very good at English. Numbers I'm fine with. Words get in the way. But yes.
Maybe that's what you're alluding to, and it didn't quite come out that way.
Oh, right, yes. Sorry about
And I
that.
bet it was a long time ago as well, wasn't it?
Yes, a long time ago.
Yeah, we see there's the difference there again. You know, one of our community can actually sort of turn around and say, yeah, I'm wrong. Fair enough. I've never heard
Yes.
flat earthers say that ever, even in their own debates with each other.
Yeah.
They never meet each other.
They
They're
don't have
wrong.
to.
As I'm said,
They
I'm
don't
here
have
to
to.
learn.
Exactly. What was
Yeah,
that, Blue?
that's a-
Sorry, what did you say, Blue?
I said they don't have to say they're wrong. it's assumed.
Yeah, yeah, true.
That's in fact, yes. But yeah, that's what I said earlier when people asked. I said, well, I'm here to actually learn and further my knowledge. Because there's a lot of clever people on here, like Bob Science and Blue Moon and various other people. You gain experience, so that helps you. Well, to me, it helps me progress. So that's why I'm here, and especially Alan. He knows quite a bit about that sort of subject, what I'm interested in. So it's all good, as far as I'm concerned. And I say, if I do get something wrong, I hold my hands up and say, "Thank you very much." I won't turn into a flat earther now.
Get the
Go down the
Alan.
wrong.
Yeah, I've let him in. Sorry,
okay.
sorry, Carlos. It's supposed to go. It's supposed to go bing bong when somebody wants to come in, but it didn't go bing bong for you.
I didn't
And
recognise
you're
your name.
muted.
Bing bong. Sorry. Thank you.
Or can it be Irish and go bong bing?
Evening, Dross.
Flat earthers just go clank.
No, just
Off
a
key,
dull thud, clunk.
Yeah.
Bong. For real.
Hola.
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 Does everybody this is just something a bit funny. Does everybody remember on Radio 1 when they used to do competitions and stuff? And when they got a wrong answer, there was like a wow wow.
Yeah.
Oh, I
Everybody
remember
that?
what. Oops.
Yeah,
Yes.
I want to get a sound sample of that because I want to do some videos. And every time somebody says something that's fundamentally correct, I want to be able to play. I haven't been able to find a sample.
Dave Lee Travers. Yeah, Dave Lee Travers. Look for him because he's the one that started.
Yeah, I'll have to.
I think it was Dave Lee Travers.
Yeah, it's bound to be a YouTube video of Dave Lee Travers doing a show.
Yeah.
It's bound to be. I could sample that off it somewhere.
Wank, wank.
Wow, wow.
You also need the tuba that they play behind people for comedy. You know, da-dum, 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 da-dum.
I see an interesting experiment about this guy put flies in a vacuum bottle. Just say
That
can fly.
surprised me.
Yeah. At
That Action Lab.
sorry. What did you say,
Is that the guy
Carlos?
from the YouTube channel Action Lab?
It could be. He put them in there to see
think
if
so.
they'd fly if they took the vacuum out. They could still move, but they just couldn't fly. And once he starts to release the vacuum, they suddenly start flying again. The reason he used flies is because their exoskeleton shell and it wasn't going to crush them. So that's a good experiment for them to watch.
He's got good
Do we
skull,
let
but I can't
Chemo
handle
back
it.
in?
No.
Today we're going to be playing with the vacuum chamber. Are we going to be putting flies and see if they fly?
I shall let
can't
him
do it.
back in, asking for
No.
positive evidence.
He
I-
could have
And
brought
Let's
positive
take a
evidence,
vote.
and I think they're fun.
Let's
we
take a
should-
vote.
I think we should allow him to present any positive evidence he has, but that's it.
yeah,
But he doesn't.
No, because he hasn't
Doesn't
done
have
one
any.
experiment.
right, Chemo, we've let you back in because we would like you to present positive evidence that the Earth is flat.
I'm muting.
Yeah, he needs to unmute himself to talk.
Yeah, I can't even stay. Actually, I have to go. But I'll be back in an hour or so if you're still here. But yeah, I've got to go. Sorry.
Will you have positive evidence then?
That was a waste of time, wasn't it? Waste of time.
So I'd just like to address any audience that we have. That is a great example. It was a very simple request was made to Spurs. He came in as soon as he realised that request was made. For some reason, even though he consciously chose to come into this hangout, he then immediately had to leave. I will let people draw their own conclusions on that fact.
What's your
And the
independent
other thing is he doesn't have to show positive evidence. It's for any of his claims. Like if he wants to claim the Cavendish or the temperature, is doing certain things, he's got to come back with positive evidence of any of his claims. He's got lots of ideas.
I don't even need the positive evidence. I just need an experiment of some sort.
I think it was George that made the point that I've been making a number of times over the last few days, which is, when it comes to the fundamental laws of the universe, we really have fuck all idea how they work. No, we know how they work, but we don't know the cause of them. So the cause of charge, the cause of gravity, the cause of the strong and weak nuclear forces. We can describe their effect well.
Together.
Yeah. Strong and weak nuclear force. But yeah, we know the we can describe the effect pretty well, but we have no idea what the cause is, unless I'm wrong.
And that's the other thing is we in the real world we don't prove things down to the bottom. We prove as far as we can.
Yeah, but that's when he says he's looking for a cause of gravity. I'm just going to, and I've been doing this for a while now, which annoys him, which is I just say, well, can you give me the cause for the electromagnetic force? Can you give me the cause for the strong and the weak nuclear forces? Why do atoms stick together? Why do we have electricity? Why do computers, what is the cause that allows us to develop things like computers and communications in the way we have? That to me is a much more fundamental question on why do we, when we drop something, does it hit the ground?
Why does GPS have a 35 microsecond per hour mistake in it or per day?
It's because they don't keep the balloons filled up enough.
Yeah.
Oh.
All you need to disprove Cavendish's theory is a glass of water, a jar of salt, and an egg. And that'll disprove gravity, because Riley says so.
Well, I did want to. I didn't do it because it just would have been more disruptive than that it was. But when he was talking about the two branches experiment, you observe one branch floating and the other branch.
Yeah, which he never finished because he moved off the subject. Yeah,
obviously he drove his goalposts to the next continent.
Yeah.
I really wanted to say, well, couldn't time be your independent variable here? Because obviously, if you notice a branch that's just falling in the water and it's not, then that's going to float. But if we wait long enough, maybe we'll observe that log or that branch start to sink because it's getting, and we could then hypothesize that that's due to, the amount of water that's absorbed by wood.
Being soaked up. I want to know what happened to the green pixies. That's what. Oh,
they're still there. They're very good friends
Alan,
with The invisible unicorns.
Yeah, Alan, that's the reason why I just interject once in a while, and I never really get involved with these nut jobs, is because like for gravity and forces, we have models that work very well in engineering and science. We can treat gravity as a force. It works very well for predicting the trajectory of projectiles thrown in the air, mechanics of motion, the kinematics, celestial mechanics, rocketry, all of the above, is explained very well by treating gravity as a force. So what more do you need?
Can you imagine if we're looking to put a rebar in a house to take out a supporting wall? And you've got us going, well, okay, let's start to look at the forces and where those forces are flowing, because we want to get the right bit of metal. Because if we get a piece of steel that's too big, too heavy, it's going to cost a lot of money and might not fit in well with the environment we're putting into. If we make something too weak, the house is going to fall down, or at least one of the walls.
What is the temperature of that house?
And can you demonstrate that happen in a vacuum?
That really is puzzling how chemo tries to treat temperature as a force.
Yes, he does.
I think he does it because everybody knows how ridiculous it is, and it makes people bite. That's my honest thought. I think an awful lot of what Spurs does is kind of like a little bit of psychological warfare to basically knock people off their calm and even keel. It's why he uses the word "we" so much. Well, we know the Earth is flat. We know that
temperature is a weakest force.
Yeah.
He also chooses the dumbest possible argument to die on.
Yes. Well, he done it with the siphon, and when I asked him, okay, your siphon, you say there's a low pressure, which it isn't. We know it isn't. But you say it's a low pressure sucking the water out. He said yes. I said, okay, if I have a straw and I put it in the same glass, put my finger at the end and lift it up, and the water drops when I take my finger off, what's causing that? He came up with this nonsense of temperature. And I said, why isn't it low pressure? Sucking it out then. He said, he just kept going on about pressure. I said, well, you can't have two forces doing two different things, mate, on the same point.
I've actually shown him a video of a vacuum chamber with a thermometer in it, where the thermometer drops by about a degree and then goes back up again as the air is taken out.
Yeah.
So I don't understand. And as George said, if you had a proper vacuum, there would be no fucking temperature because there's nothing to have temperature. You need something to have temperature.
Exactly.
Some kinetic or inertial movement from some atom somewhere doing something.
That's why water
You got a
boils.
thermometer in there, though. As long as you got something in there, so heat's always being radiated from one thing to another. So that thermometer's still going to read, even if it's in a vacuum chamber.
Yeah.
Unless you've got an awful big damn vacuum chamber.
If he lived locally,
I don't know why.
I'd drag him up to the UEA, University of East Anglia, and I'd drag him in there and ask one of my friends who work in there to just show him in a vacuum what happens.
That's my alma mater.
And mine.
Oh, is it?
Yes.
Yay!
School of Information Systems, 1995.
Yeah, that's brilliant place.
Actually, Blue, if you put a bulb thermometer in a vacuum, unless it radiates its heat away, it'll just register the same temperature because there's no way to conduct the heat away. It'll be an isolated system.
Yes. It can still radiate through photonic energy, can't it?
But I'm saying it'd have to radiate, through radiation as it lose its heat and its temperature would drop. But
because there's three
other
ways
than that,
there's three mechanisms of energy exchange, isn't there?
yeah, it's convection, conduction, and radiation.
That's it. Good. Okay. Just want to make sure I was right.
And if we leave it with just the option of radiation, then it will get colder slowly, but it will take quite a long time, I would have thought.
Yeah, hence the third
I would too.
Isn't the barrier that we assumed it would be, or at least last evidence assumed it would be.
Feel quiet now.
Yeah.
I'm still eating my
Look at that
steak.
flat earther will start some trouble.
Oh, you got steak tonight, have you, Mad?
Oh yes, yes. Nice piece of rump steak.
I had
I
to
had
stop because I nearly destroyed my my globe jigsaw puzzle. I knocked it off the
The thing
shelf,
that
and it's put a large hole in the Pacific Ocean, so I can live with that.
Oh dear.
You know, the thing that I've noticed that's different in the dynamics with the flat earthers over the last years, year or so ago, they'd ask questions that would make you think. Some of the questions were thought provoking and very interesting. Now it's just ridiculous stuff that they come up with.
No,
It's
it
just
still makes you think, George, when they ask questions. It makes you think, how in the world is people this stupid today?
Yeah, well, that's true.
No,
Yes.
I'm kidding. Of course, I don't. I don't think it's stupidity. I've encountered a lot of flat earthers who actually are intelligent and knowledgeable, but they just seem to be so persuaded by their bias. It's ridiculous.
Well, just moving back to a position I feel slightly stronger on. You do realise that what Spurs is doing is what's classed as a genetic fallacy.
Yep.
Remind me of that one, please, Truss, because my brain is not.
You've got to show me. If I don't see it, then it's not true, and I'm not going to accept any other third-party evidence as any form of a mechanism to justify your position, because I have to do it for myself, or you have to demonstrate it to me. That's a genetic fallacy. We have a body of evidence.
Is that the same as third-party cookies in my browser?
Something like that.
But going back to what somebody said as well, that back years ago they used to ask very thought-provoking questions and things like that, and I think it's because those questions have been answered over and over and over again, and they're running out of ideas, so they're just coming up with the most ridiculous theories. That's what it boils down to.
Hypotheses,
I don't-
conjectures, assertions, but not theories.
Yeah.
I don't know
Okay.
why
Sorry.
they-
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Pure conjecture then.
I don't know why they don't ask the important questions like, why is bacon so expensive?
Yeah. Exactly.
Or why do birds suddenly appear anytime you are near?
Oh, jeez. Oh, Jesus.
What is this stream now?
Yeah.
Actually, I'm
On
more
top of
interested why no flat earther has tried to find the ice wall. Not one.
Sorry, I missed that. What was that?
I'm more interested why no flat earther has ever gone in search of the ice wall, ever.
Because you're not allowed to, because they get arrested.
Well, they did
penguins.
try going to the North Pole to prove it.
Yeah, the penguins have prevented the penguins
What happened?
prevented them.
How did they go? Because you can get a plane got to fly there.
Well, you can't just fly. You need to demonstrate that you're going there safely, and you've got rescue if you happen to go all wrong. That you've got all that set up and all those kinds of different things. But there's nobody actually physically stopping you from going.
Ah, right. I'm with it. Yeah.
Yeah. So, but it's just certain criteria you've got to make, because they were finding that people were going out there willy nilly and just getting lost and getting into a lot of trouble. And certain countries having to go and rescue them. And the rule is now that you have to meet the criteria and the rules of the country that you're departing from. That's as I understand it.
Yep.
I wonder if they actually went to Iceland and said, here we are, we're in the North Pole. Where's the flag, guys? No, I didn't realise that you got to have a rescue team and make sure you're all
How
safe.
could they possibly know where they are on the face of the earth?
Well, that's true, yeah.
A question I've asked many times.
You have to wander around looking for that red and white pole, with all the metal shit stuck to it.
Well, Sorry, if that was true, they'd all have better haircuts.
They'd be looking on their digital readout, looking for 00, wouldn't they? And they completely.
Why is it Santa Claus there?
Oh, we're here, guys. 00, but we're in war. What's happening?
00 isn't at the North or South Pole.
Exactly, but that's what they'd be looking for through their, the way they demonstrate things. I'd assume that's what they'd be looking for, 00.
That joke went flatter than their Earth.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
So they'd be in the middle of the Atlantic, somewhere off West Africa. Somewhere off West Africa.
Exactly. Yeah. There's no ice here. They're lying to us. The North Pole isn't icy.
They'd be chasing around their magnetic compasses, round and
that'd be
round
fun.
and round in circles.
That'd be hilarious. Send them to the Bermuda Triangle.
Or a Nigerian prince would have them try to help smuggle some money out of the country.
Stop it. We've been trying to reach you for your car's extended warranty.
Oh, I like your spanner, Jose. That's cool.
Jose?
Oh, sorry, Carlos. My mistake.
You racist white man.
You all look alike to us.
Yeah.
White man.
You are, Jose. I'm sorry.
You all look alike to us.
Carlos.
Yeah. I'm gonna go listen to Arwen. He makes more sense than you guys do.
You guys are something else. What did you say you like? My ranch?
Yeah. That's well cool.
Hey, Blue, check your email one more time.
I did.
All right, cool.
Oh,
thanks. I'll look for it.
Torque wrench too.
Yeah, I'd like to
It's a
apologize.
torque wrench, man.
If he's
I apologize. No, I'm not apologizing either. I'm just trolling you, man.
Greetings,
I
one
know.
and all.
I'll call to it on that. Hello, Channel X.
Hello, sir.
Hi, Channel X.
Hello.
It's okay. It's funny because other people will call Toady Rumpus and vice versa. It happens.
Yeah.
If you close your eyes, they sound the same.
Channel X got called
Hold on.
Yeah, Q called me. Q called me Toady. I thought she was being rude.
She was. She
was
just
being
didn't.
rude.
Definitely rude.
Hold on.
Hold on.
Just give me 5 seconds.
No.
Yeah, that was a long freaking 5 seconds.
Yeah. You've been having lessons off Rumpus, haven't you, about time?
Oh, I was aware of Rumpus time before I ever heard that 5 seconds.
Oh, right.
Just as soon as he said 5 seconds, I thought, yep. I think I'll just put a lamb in the oven.
My battery only lasts 8 hours.
And I really do, and I do want to go on record saying I really do appreciate his amount of knowledge that he carries around.
Yeah.
Good
Absolutely.
God, that man loves the sound of his own voice. Holy shit.
Yeah. He's I think it's because he likes I forget the word now. He's very accurate in his presentations, and he's not satisfied unless he's explicit.
Concise.
Enough. Yeah, very concise. And it's just the way his brain.
And verbose.
Yeah. Actually, I like him, but he just needs to speed up a bit. That's all.
I'll tell you the truth. I think it would be actually really, really funny to have him and Spurs in having a debate because they both love the sound of their own voice.
The name column would be horrendous.
No, they love actually.
5 minutes.
Yeah.
He got that from Rick and the Young Ones.
Yeah. That's brilliant. The Young Ones. Bring it back. Oh, they can't. No.
They can't.
No.
No.
They're not.
Yeah,
they're
they
not
can't
young.
bring that back.
Don't
No,
forget.
they're not.
For we may not be the young ones. Very
Well, one of them have
One
died.
of them's
Haven't they?
dead. Yeah.
Which
Two
one?
of
Which one
them.
died?
It was
Can't remember.
Viv.
Adrian
Vivian.
Edmondson's it now.
Adrian. Was
No,
it?
Yeah, Rick is dead.
Rick Mail.
Oh, right, no, that's
Rick
right.
Mail.
Mail.
Yeah.
The rest
And
are
the-
still living. The rest are still living.
the little guy. I thought he passed away. The one that looked like the mafia guy.
Yeah, so did I. I thought he
Christopher. Christopher something.
Yeah, I thought he'd passed away. No, I stand corrected.
No.
Don't know.
Did anybody
Oh,
ever
no.
watch The Dangerous Brothers?
Yes.
Yes.
No.
It's well
Like
worth it.
I'd like a
is.
reboot of Red Dwarf.
Yeah, that would be good.
They got a new
Yeah.
series out with them in it at their age they are now. There's a new series. of
Red
Dwarf.
Dwarf.
Really?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Yeah.
It hasn't hit here yet.
Oh,
They've
right.
just
Oh, a couple of years ago, I think. Was it not?
they've just rebooted Spitting Image, haven't they?
Yes, we were talking about that yesterday.
It's not the. It's not the same. Really, isn't the same.
I haven't seen it.
Alan, you have
What
a
you
ding
do
dong.
is.
Oh,
Hello.
82
what
would like
you-
to link.
he's in. He's in.
What I do is I look up the person and it says their name and the next word is either is or was. So Adrian Edmondson is an English comedian. Christopher Ryan is an English actor, and Nigel Planer is a English actor, comedian, novelist. But unfortunately, Rick Mail was.
Oh, so the other
Right, I
ominous.
forgot about that.
the other four are still here. Yeah. Oh,
Vic. His name was Vic. Vic. It's
Good evening,
1:58.
Jared.
Way to go, Vic.
Howdy,
Vic.
howdy. Now,
Hi,
I,
Jared.
This is
I
Vivian.
do have to say, while a reboot of Red Dwarf could be amazing,
Mm.
let's remember the track record that people have had with doing reboots over even
Reboots.
just the last 10 years.
Yeah.
Yeah, not good. True.
Well, technically, it wasn't a reboot; it was a new series, but kind of the age they are now.
yeah, the same people, but as they are now.
I'm sure it must have
Present.
been a couple of years ago that they brought it out.
Remember Alexi Sale?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
What's that button over
He's
here
born-
for?
He was born in Anfield in Liverpool.
He's got a really. He wouldn't be very PC now, but he's brilliant. I like that.
And then you got Kenny
So
Everett.
Wait,
Oh,
so he
okay,
wouldn't be PC now, so you're saying he would be
No.
awesome.
Yeah.
He
Yeah,
would be-
probably.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
he'd be absolutely awesome. Because he
So
was
would
awesome
Kenny.
back then.
Yeah. So would Kenny.
saw him.
The best possible taste.
From between the
oh.
breasts of Cleo Rocos.
If it,
Yeah.
fun fact, I
And the
don't know if
beard.
you know this, but if it wasn't for Kenny Everett, then the track Bohemian Rhapsody by Queen may not have got where it was.
It wouldn't have
Wow.
done because the record company wouldn't have released it at that length of time unless Kenya had started playing it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
And
I mean-
Queen actually said, please don't play it yet until it's released into the charts, right? He did it
Yeah.
early. So he,
Well,
I think
yeah, I mean-
he played it, and the first day, apparently played it 8 times in the first day.
Nice. Well, and it's funny you mention that because a lot of people that I've made mention to that, yeah, when it comes to releasing singles, the record companies have a lot to say in that. And they're like, no, the artist has more to say. I'm like, really? Then why was there that issue? And also remember, Billy Joel had a song where he directly references it. The Entertainer.
Yeah.
If you're going to have a hit, you got to make it quick. So I had to cut it down to 305. The interesting
Yeah.
thing, guess how long that song ended up being?
305?
Yeah.
305 on the dot.
Yeah.
I never knew that. Actually, that's good. I never knew that.
He's very vocal. He was about that. Yeah. Bless him.
Yeah, because when you look at it, some of the most iconic songs, especially from that era, from the 70s into the 80s, they were epic songs. Like even Meatloaf bucked the trend in the early 90s when Bad Outta Hell 2 came out. Because he was literally doing a rock opera.
Oh yeah, I like that guy. He's funny, but he's yeah, awesome. He had a bit of a fallout with Rick Simon, didn't he?
Yeah.
He had a fallout with a lot of people.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, baseball bats and. Yeah.
Someone in the chat says they're doing a reboot of Battlestar Galactica.
No, please, no.
No.
You know what?
That's enough
You know what?
about
I was-
Galactica, please. No, don't do that.
Well, here's the thing. I was 50-50 on the reboot of BSG. What I was actually impressed by was the prequel that they started, Caprica. Caprica was actually very well done and actually was headed towards a reasonable place. But then, like a lot of series that sci-fi ends up managing, it got cut off at the knees and ended early.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like Firefly.
And
Well,
Farscape.
Firefly, we
Firefly.
can blame Fox for, and yeah, Firefly, Farscape, yeah, that was
Farscape.
sci-fi. And what I found interesting is Sci-Fi itself, as the channel, didn't want to continue Farscape the series, but they also didn't want to lose control of the actors, so they just moved them over to SG1.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, it just shows how long ago since I watched telly when I used to watch the first series of Red Dwarf.
Oh my
Firefly
goodness.
got the shaft.
Yes, in Stargate.
Love Stargate. Oh yeah.
Yeah, I was just annoyed that both the latter series of Stargate and the latter series of Farscape both only ended up on satellite only, so I never got to see them.
Yeah.
Well, you know, if you set up a VPN, some of us might be able to help you with that.
Oh, speaking of VPNs, Google is now considering doing all of our DNSs as encrypted, and the ISPs are not very happy about it.
Oh.
I'm sure they're not.
Wait,
done that in the beginning.
You mean they're starting to bitch that they're actually going to have competent competition?
Oh, yeah. They
I
won't
use
get
OpenVPN anyway. OpenVPN is a free VPN platform.
That's free, is it? Oh.
Yeah, that's what I use.
Yeah.
I'm a cheap son of a bitch.
Oh,
do they
dude,
save your data? Do the
That's
OpenVPN?
not the. They as far as I can tell, they don't. I've looked through all the licensing and all that fun shit.
Yeah, the OpenVPN is good. I use Setup VPN simply because it had a nice, easy extension into Chrome to use. But yeah, both of them. The only thing that they track is your prior preference on what country you want to be listed as.
Yeah.
Beyond that, they don't track or
Is
say
there-
jack.
Is there a flat Earth option in it?
Yeah, I think it's what is it?
You have to choose. You have to choose Tartaria's flag.
Gosh, Tartaria, please.
Because it never ever track you on flat Earth. Definitely.
Cover that
Tartaria. Oh gosh.
Yes, I fixed my globe. It works.
Yeah.
There's a big cover on Tartaria.
When you click on the flat Earth option, it just says error.
Not found.
Ask you what your independent variable is.
No.
What was the temperature?
What is the temperature of your
Oh dear
computer?
Lord.
If anybody wants to have a laugh, look up Bob Nadell versus part-time vegan.
Vegan Mario.
argument about Tartaria. Yeah, that's it.
Oh,
oh man, that was beautiful.
Yeah, I listened to
And
that.
that's-
It's amazing.
But it's not.
He was yelling at him because he was on the documentary and proved the globe.
And because talking about Tartaria apparently
Yeah.
makes the flat Earth seem stupid.
Oh, that's right. Yes, it makes getting into Tartaria stuff makes flat Earth look ridiculous.
Yeah.
I thought that was funny. I like that.
I kind of get vegan warrior or whatever, but at the same time, it's kind of funny to say that talking about that area. It's gonna make the fathers look stupid. Like, well, blast you.
It's actually really, in some ways, it really does speak to the place they are in their minds when they think that flat Earth is something that you can say to someone seriously or be taken seriously.
No.
It's interesting that's where they are. Oh well. Yeah. By the way, just before I mentioned Lexi Sale because I actually saw him in London twice.
Yeah.
I was in the north and I had to be in London, so I got a train down, and I was walking out of the train station at Euston, and I was walking, to get a taxi, and coming straight at me was Lexi Sale, walking straight towards me. I had to, move out the way to not just bump right into him. And all the way, to the taxi, I was Lexi Sale, Lexi Sale. And then about 2 months later, this is true, true story. 2 months later, I again had to be in London, so I got the train down, and I was walking to the Euston station, same exact scenario, and I thought, well, if I saw Alexi Sale, that'd be brilliant. I didn't. I got him a taxi. I'm going down Oxford Street, and walking down the street was Alexi Sale.
What? Did you get his autograph?
No. I never do that. I don't like to do that.
No,
what's the difference? Oh, look, here's his autograph. Yeah. I still got the story.
Yeah, if I see anyone famous, I just wave to them and just say hello.
If I came that close to Alexi Sale, I would have just said, "All right, John got a new motor." Something like that. All right, John got a new motor.
Yeah.
Are you wearing Dr. Martin boots?
For anyone that's interested. For anyone that's interested in side chat, I posted 2 links to Google Play where you can download OpenVPN plus the server searcher.
Oh, wicked!
You use the server searcher, you find the server you want, import it to OpenVPN, and fire it up.
Oh, wicked!
So the two work really well together. That's the system that I use.
Yeah, because I was going to go with NordVPN.
Yeah, this is totally free.
Yeah, because NordVPN is it's not expensive, but yeah, anything you get for free, why not?
You got it, Slim.
Yeah.
Which server brings the drinks?
So do you need to set up the VPN first before you do anything else? Would that be all right? Or
honestly, I don't remember if you have to set one up first before the other. Or install one before the other. I believe you have to install the first one that I listed, and then the second one.
Oh, and then
you have to have the OpenVPN.
Right. Okay.
Because if I recall correctly, the second one I listed is a plugin.
Oh, right. Okay. Yeah, that would make sense.
So if you guys drop those on your Androids, that'll at least give you a free VPN that you can use. It's not the most user-friendly setup. It takes a little bit to kind of understand, what it wants you to click on and press on and all that. But once you get it, you get it.
Yeah, and it just works seamlessly.
That just sounds like too much like hard work.
Yeah, I know. I'm the one making the claim, so I have to back it up, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
Not in Chemo's world.
As long as you got a bottle of table salt, you're fine.
And an egg.
Yeah. I can't wait to do that video. That's you're going to be.
I can't wait to see that. That'd be brilliant.
I shall have a funny moustache as well, referring to Mr. High IQ with 50 tabs open. But I'll have a little bit more than that. That will be.
And if you're going to demonstrate an airplane, you have to do the noise, and you go like it does that way, and you have to do it in bed while you're doing it as well.
Does anyone in the YouTube audience want me to post those links into YouTube for you?
I don't know. I don't know. This is pretty valuable information. Are we sure we just want to send it out to the masses?
Yeah, you're indoctrinating them.
Have they joined the Illuminati yet, or if they haven't, then I think we should consider it carefully.
I was watching something about Jose. I was just browsing because I don't sleep a lot, and it's like 4:30 in the morning here, and I could see Jose had a live show going. I thought, oh, just watch that, and he was having a real rant about Fight the Flat Earth and Skeptic or something. I didn't know if anyone caught that, what that was about.
Yeah, goodness knows.
Yeah, I caught that. I don't know what he was saying. I have no idea what he was upset about.
I didn't watch it. I saw the title of the video. I said, "I'm calling you out." I saw the title. I'm calling you out, Team Skeptic and Fight Flat Earth or something. I don't know what that was about at all.
Yeah,
I guess it was something that had to do with the chat that they were having during Sean D's hangout, but I really didn't see any of it.
No,
they may.
I watched another one with 30. Anyone spoke to 33?
Oh, 33. No. Oh, yeah. You 33.
Yeah. He's
gracious.
Yeah, I think he's on the same planet as Chemo.
Don't get why anybody would enter into a debate with him at all, because there's nothing to argue about, and there's nothing to debunk. There's nothing there. All he sees is numbers wherever he goes. That's it.
Yeah.
Nothing else.
Well, and not even that. You know where he's going to eventually take it, and even I don't know how much Team Skeptic knew before they set everything up before going live that night, but you could see the look on his face when it was announced and when he showed up that Team really wasn't into it.
No,
I'm pretty sure. I could be wrong. I'll stand corrected, but I'm fairly sure the Fight the Flat Earthers had him on his channel before.
He has.
Yeah. He has.
So I mean, surely Team would have seen it. Surely, no.
Well, no. Like Team has seen, and Cena has been aware of that. It's the whole retreading. Like after he was kicked, you even heard Team say this. Like you knew he was going to go there. Why would you even consider that?
Yeah.
So that makes someone like me question is like, okay, how much actual communication is going on between those two before going live about who they are having on? Because sorry, there are certain people you just don't want to associate with because one, you know they're not going to bring anything reasonably worth addressing to the show. Because let's be honest, if they're claiming to be a flat earther, they're not bringing anything reasonable to begin with.
That's true.
Right.
No. He started going on about 9/11.
I think that's where it went horribly wrong. Team just said you're
just booed him off and said, "No, we're not having this."
No.
Yeah,
that's where it went horribly wrong.
And you think, "Oh, you're a sad bloke."
But I could have predicted he was going to say that anyway, because his whole premise, his whole narrative is about numbers that are seen in major events where people have died, and of course he was going to mention 9/11. Of course he was.
Oh yeah.
But the last time that happened, in their debates, the last time that happened was with Russian vids, and he mentioned Challenger.
Well,
and he was gone within 30 seconds.
And even after that, that's the thing. 33 UC is a Russian vids wannabe.
Yep.
He is
the disciple.
So far up RV's butt cheeks that you really can't tell where one stops and the other begins. So again, you know what you're getting into. Why the only reason that myself and Sean Hufford have actually talked about this and even given Craig the criticism for is by having people like that on, it gives the view that you are more interested in the show and pageantry than the actual topic.
Yes.
Because going to people like that, you are going to a dumpster fire for the sake of having a dumpster fire. Yeah. That's all it is.
Well, they had a agreement what they're going to talk about, and he didn't talk anything about flat Earth. He just rattled these 33 numbers. I was like, what? And then yeah, he really just dug himself a really deep hole, and I thought, well, that's a bit sad. I thought it was going to be a debate, but it wasn't really a debate. So that was a bit sad.
No, anything with Russian vids, it's not a debate. It's him starting to spout off about conspiracies and everything has to do with 33, and then he winds up getting kicked.
The one thing that perplexes me about Russian vids, right? I mean, he has, I don't know how many subscribers he has or had or whatever, but it's not a small amount. And every single video, I mean, you get some flat earthers will actually bring something to the video. Look, this is this and this is this. But all he does, he just brings is just his opinion. Like, with the rockets and all that kind of stuff. All it is just him saying that it looks fake, but he's got doesn't bring anything else apart from his own opinion. There's nothing else apart from just pure conjecture and subjective opinion. Absolutely.
And he won't get off his ass and go.
And I can't understand why he's got so many subscribers from it. It makes no sense.
And to kick that one off, he has had at least 2 open invitations that I've been aware of where members of Team Cunt were literally going to pay his way to get him to Florida, and he backed out each time. And after the second time, I even heard of him on one of his videos, on one of his hangouts, even saying, oh, well, I'd go if someone would pay, that way I could take the time out of work. And it's like, bitch, you had weeks notice from Team Cunt just a few months ago, and you said no. Talk about being disingenuous.
Yeah, and after that he said, oh, well, it was delayed and I would have been there too long, blah, blah, blah. Any excuse you can come up with, really.
If someone's paying you for a flight to go to Florida, I'd go regardless.
Oh, yeah, I'll be like, yes, please.
Yes, please. Me.
I'd quit my freaking job.
Yeah, so would I.
I can understand going and having to leave.
Quit, bye.
I can understand
I'd be
going and
flipping
having
up
to
the double
leave because
fingers.
it's postponed, but you'd at least go for when it's supposed to be going, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
No, I would. I would.
Well, and here's the thing.
That's par for the course. I mean, Wolfie actually offered to pay Jaron of Globebusters to fly him and his wife down to Australia.
I should be Jaron there.
I was
They
really
don't want to
annoyed
see it in
because
case it's true.
when I visited Florida in '96, an STS launch had been delayed a week and a half and actually went up while I was there, and I missed it because back then I didn't have a laptop, so I didn't have any internet connection while I was in the States.
Damn.
Yeah.
No, they don't want to go
Have a
because
laptop
it'll
in
be.
your pocket.
They'll prove
You
it to
didn't
be
have a
true, so they
laptop.
don't want to see it.
You didn't have a laptop in the 60s. Why not?
96. 96.
I didn't have a
Wait,
laptop in '96.
they had fucking laptops in the 90s?
Yeah. But
Huge
they were bloody
Yes,
expensive.
Yes, pig. Yes,
They were
pig.
like-
Some of the technology is older than you.
Yeah. A
The
laptop.
size of a suitcase, but it was a laptop.
Exactly, yeah. It was like the first mobile phones. You had wheels on the back.
Weird. Weirdos.
And they were so slow booting up. Oh,
I
my
know
goodness.
somebody who was heavily involved when the first cellular network came to the UK, and they were doing this demo, and they had to keep driving round and round the same 4 blocks in the centre of London for the demo because they only had one tower, and they had to keep sort of like driving round and round and round the bloody thing so that they didn't lose the signal.
See, it works. It works.
And and they basically had to put the phone basically filled the boot of the car to get all the electronics in, because it was all it was all custom built, and it was.
That sounds like a sketch out of the Flat Earth Society.
Well, yeah. I mean, having heard the bloke tell it, it was absolutely bloody brilliant.
It's quite. I don't know if I mean this applied to people in the UK, but do you remember Tomorrow's World? You must remember Tomorrow's World.
Yay!
Yeah.
If you look back at some of the older ones, are amazing. Some of them are quite funny.
Raymond Baxter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Baxter.
If you look back at some of them are quite funny, but some of them has kind of the technology come a long way since then, and it's advanced from what it was, and it's quite interesting to look at.
Well, it might have
Especially-
been
Go on,
Tomorrow's World they were doing the demo for.
It could have been.
It might have been. Yeah, it might have been.
Because a lot of their live experiments just went completely and utterly to shit, didn't they?
Yeah, well, that's what we're talking about. Some of them are quite funny because they do go horribly wrong, and and you can see the red faces, and they're trying to keep the show going and trying to say stuff, and they got that you can hear. You also tell that they got somebody talking in their ear as well because they're listening to them. So,
yeah.
I always love it during premieres when somebody's trying to show off this great new technology, and it just goes memories north right in the middle of the demonstration.
Yeah, I love it.
Like when Windows took a shit in the middle of the stage when Bill Gates was standing there.
Oh yeah.
Oh man, I laughed my butt off when I saw that.
I think he was
that was back in the days before they had backup computers to jump to. Go on YouTube and get Tomorrow's World original theme. It's amazing.
Someone's on the ball.
It's amazing jazz. It goes about 3.5 minutes. It's just incredible jazz.
Yeah, I guess we don't really want to get a copyright strike, though, do we?
No.
Sorry about that. I was a couple of seconds would be right?
Yeah, no, that's fine. That was. I think that was very fair.
You won't get a copy strike for music. They'll just say that you can't monetize, but you can carry on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It depends.
You won't do
on
on
the
Zoom. Zoom won't give you a
Oh,
copyright.
we're on Zoom.
No, but we're on YouTube too. Remember?
Oh, are
Oh
we?
yeah, that's right. Sorry, but I forgot about that. Sorry. People are actually listening in on this.
Yeah, Terry got one earlier on, didn't he? Terry got one.
He got a. Well, no, the stream got suspended.
That's right.
Actually, we're still in the same meeting that Terry was using earlier.
Oh, is it the same one?
Yes. We just kept it. We just kept it open.
Oh well.
I don't like the layout with Zoom. It bugs me.
I don't either.
Alan, with these streams on your channel almost daily, I'd love to see the analytics of your channel. Really would. It must be really good.
Let's just say I I went from 0 to hitting monetization watch hours in 3 weeks.
Yeah. Well, this is what I need to do.
Alan, you'll never be a YouTuber.
I am
because I'll never be a YouTuber, will I, Piggy?
No, you'll never be a YouTuber. Damn it!
I'm 80 hours away from monetization. 80 hours. That's where I am. 80.
Do a long stream. Problem solved.
I know that's what I'm trying to do, but I screwed up OBS earlier on, so I'm.
Did you beat 10 hours or something? Was it 10 hours you did, Alan?
Yeah, I did 10 hours and 8 minutes.
Freaking marathon session.
Man.
It got really close, so it was like, well, we got to keep going until it hits 10 hours, and I shut it down. But the silly thing was, I still had double-digit people listening to us.
Yeah, we did.
Since
Even
we're
Jose.
talking about long streams,
People are crazy.
since we're talking about long streams, this Thursday I have a charity event coming out
Oh, I'll tell you what, Piggy, do it on my channel.
for 24 hours.
You can use my channel, Piggy. Use my channel.
All right, set me up a stream key and I'll add you to the to the stream. I'll cross stream it.
I was only joking. I was
say-
only joking. No need to do that. It's all right.
Jose
I can
dropped
do that.
in.
It's easy. All I need to do is restream.
No, but I know it's for the reasons you're doing it. Did you? By the way, Piggy, did you see my suggestion in the Discord? How to do the?
Yes, big ass ship.
Yeah. What do you think of that?
That could work.
And name it Side Strike, and then just launch it up, and then when it's got the right momentum and there's nothing acting against it, just let it go. Get out. There you
go. Tornado Pelt's going to do a Kerbal Space Simulator launch thing. So that'll be fun too.
Oh, cool.
So what's your stream going to be for, Piggy?
Side Strikes GoFundMe for the funeral expenses.
Lovely.
So, depending on how I set that up, I need to talk to Sinus tonight about it. But
isn't it supposed to start tonight at midnight?
yes, I should probably sleep.
And also get a hold of her.
And I also need to do some testing to make sure I can actually stream it on this. I rented out a virtual machine that has a GTX 1080 and a 8-core Xeon processor.
Nice. I got Xeon.
So
Xeon rules.
Essentially, no, it doesn't. Fucking Ryzen's better now.
Well, yeah, I know.
Essentially, what I'm going to do is try to see if I can stream in 1080p because I also have a 100 upload too with this software. So
cool.
I'm on the virtual machine, and I don't know if I can stream from it, but I think I can because it's essentially just a Windows machine. So,
have you set it up on YouTube and sort of like advertised it or anything like that yet? You could post it.
No.
Do that and then get the link going, and everybody can start advertising it. Then can't they to go to it?
True. I never think that far ahead.
Yeah. Come on, Piggy. Come on.
Surprise.
Piggy, you really
what
should...
more do you expect from me?
I was going to say, I don't think you should have too much trouble streaming in 1080p from that machine you just got. I can manage to stream 1080p from the 3-year-old
while playing video games. So that's
can you do it in 10? Can you do it in 1080 at 60 frames?
Yep.
I should be able to while playing video games. That's what I'm banking on. If not, you know, it'll be 720p, which still.
Oh, it's gonna look good then. And then what would the resolution you put the game at? Well, it'll have to be the same as what you're
I'm
streaming
rendering
at.
everything at 4K currently, but I'm gonna downgrade it all to 1080p.
That's still good enough at 60 frames as well.
Yeah, you don't need much bandwidth actually.
Well, you kind of do for the upload.
Power. Yeah. Well, if you got a good upload,
but mostly processor. Yeah. Yeah. Which it's a 100 megabit upload. So.
Oh bloody hell, that's good. I'm waiting for my 300 one.
And it's a 1 gigabit download on this machine. So.
Ah, cool. I've got.
And I have hardly any delay. It's like 1 millisecond delay to Google servers because it's already part of the backbone because I don't have to go through an ISP and anything like that. So.
Yeah, and set the YouTube stream latency to low as well. So then you've got, well, it doesn't really matter, I suppose.
Well, I might keep it on like a normal latency because I still have to. How I do streams is I do it with a 20-second delay. Just in case I fuck up and something's broadcasted that it's not supposed to, I can cancel it.
That's a good idea. That
gets on there.
Safety net.
Yeah. Well, I mean, 20 seconds won't give you much if you want to do that, really.
Well, oh shit! I just broadcasted, Jared's face. Let me just hit the button there. Okay, it's gone.
Has anyone seen the announcement of Intel?
Or I accidentally hit Alt Tab and then there's porn on my screen. Oh fuck.
Yeah. No, but Intel has just done a knee jerk. The processors have always been overpriced. AMD have really crucified them. They've now released a 24, 48 core for less than $1,000.
Ooh.
Yeah, they've
AMD released a 64 core for about $1,200.
Yeah, it's an Epic though, isn't it? That's for the servers.
Yeah.
These are for desktop processors.
So are Xeons. They're for servers, but look at me.
Oh yeah, I know, but these are sort of just mainstream. And Intel, because normally their high-end stuff is normally like 2,000 quid, but they've now produced their new i9 10980XE. Gamer Nexus was really complaining about the name. Someone's confusing. He jetted all the way to New York for this announcement. He was up there for 14 hours this day. And just as he was getting off the plane, they announced the embargo was brought forward because he went there. And there was be like a 7-day embargo before we can announce it. But someone posted the actual details up on a page. So Intel panicked and said, no, the embargo is lifted 15 minutes after he got off the time. He was not very amused to react quickly to a.
I wouldn't be either.
Yeah, he was not very happy. So he's really, really ridiculing Intel on his live stream. But yeah, they've halved the price of the processors. So AMD has really kicked them in the nuts. I thought, good old AMD, because they've been, I just need AMD to and then NVIDIA to do it with the graphics cards now, because it is the high-end process and stuff. It's just ridiculously expensive for people. That's naughty. But anyways, that's my 2 pennies worth. Sophia, what a new processor. Intel's got some nice goodies out.
But Ryzen is still doing well.
Oh yeah, Ryzen.
On deal.
Ryzen is just phenomenal, isn't it? Absolutely phenomenal for the price. They're brilliant. And you don't have to change your motherboard.
And it just keeps getting better. That's the amazing thing. It just keeps getting better with each
Yeah,
generation, all in the AM4 socket.
Yeah, I'm waiting for the 3950 to see what that's like, because they delayed it till November, haven't they?
Let me give you a hint. It's going to be amazing.
Oh yeah. Well, yeah.
That's not much of a hint.
No. Well, it's made Intel's prices just look absolutely. It just shows how much, if they can knock the high-end processors down half the price of what they originally sell them, it just shows how much profit they were making on before.
Well, I remember back in the day when AMD first really launched into the public realm, into the truly commercial realm, and their processors were like half the price of Intel and just as good or better across the board.
Oh yeah, and you can.
And that was back in what, the late 90s or early 2000s.
Yeah, 90s. Yeah. Yep. They're 386, 486 processors, DX. Yeah, they're brilliant.
Yeah. I remember my first foray into AMD was actually one of the original Athlons when those came out.
Oh, right, yeah.
Oh, that was such a beautiful upgrade.
Did you get the pencil out on the Athlons and score across the tracks? That gave you that give you exceptional performance. You didn't need to buy the high end ones. They obviously do them because of the SKUs, and they didn't have enough of the lower end, so they sort of just disappeared one of the tracks off it, so it made it a lesser processor. And all you had to do is get a graphite pencil and just go across them, and you instantly got a high-end processor.
Right, I've got to go. Thanks for having me on, Alan. Appreciate it. Thanks, guys. See you later.
All right, see you later.
Take care.
Bye.
Yeah.
Bye.
People think their
He's
processors
never
get
heard
hot.
of again.
Yeah, people think their processors get hot now. They don't know nothing.
Oh no.
Oh no.
No, they don't.
Oh
no. Could bake a cake on them.
Yeah,
well, that's
exactly.
the thing. And that's the thing. Back in when the Speed Wars started back around the turn of the century, it was that the main limitation wasn't the chip; it was your cooling system.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah. How many fans did you have on your computer? Oh well, I had every single one what was in the house.
See, not including the built-in one in the power supply.
Right,
At one point, I had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 case fans dedicated alone. Plus, I actually set up a tunnel with an inline fan from outside during the winter.
Oh, you've done that as well? Yeah, definitely.
Yeah,
I used to warm my. Go
ahead. Oh,
no, you go.
I was just going to say, yeah, opening up the windows in the winter up in Pennsylvania, just to keep it cool.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I'm up in Rhode Island, so yeah.
I do most of my overclocking at night because I only got. I've done all that water cool stuff to the death years ago, long before it became commercialized. So that's just too much of a flaff. Yeah, it looks nice, but I just opened my window now, and at night here, that drops quite considerably at night, and it's amazing what difference that makes. Plus, it keeps the heat coming out the back of the computer, warms the room, so that's cool. But yeah, that's interesting how technology, because it's quite a young industry, computers for us mainstream. It's only what 20 years, really, just over 20 years.
Just over, yeah.
Yeah, and they've moved on so much. But this, I'm getting really excited with the new stuff coming out now, especially with AMD. Now they've got the act together with this 7 nano technology. There's going to be quite a lot of new stuff. Oh, China's making RAM, by the way. They're now going to flood the market with RAM.
Lovely.
They've been doing that forever. They just... Is it going to be the current form factor, or are they still going to be one behind?
No, it's all newish stuff. Not quite.
Boy.
Yeah, it's not quite Optane or anything like that, but for desktops and servers, yeah, I should imagine that is going to knock a lot of the prices down quite a bit. I'm assuming it's DDR4. I don't know.
A lot of people are going to be upset.
Oh yes, because I mean, most motherboards and most of your components are made in China now, with the exception of Taiwan. But most of them are, are made in China.
So you have, the ones made in Taiwan, they're made in legitimate China. The other ones, the pretender China.
Yeah, pretender China. Yeah, but it's just the different in quality with the brand names. You can tell, like heat sinks. If you buy a cheap Chinese one, a 6 heat pipe Chinese one, it's not the same quality, but it just does the same job. It doesn't need to look really, really nice and fancy. As long as you just want it for cooling, it's like a fraction of the price of a Nokia.
Yeah, you're getting functional enough, and that's the thing is, unless you're going for super high performance, you can get away with the knockoff stuff.
Yeah. The water cooling stuff is now coming. It's so cheap. I mean, you can buy a custom loop, buy all the stuff individually for well under £100. Well, if you buy a well-known K brand like EK or Corsair, you're looking at 300 or 400 quid. It does exactly the same job. As you say, if you're not looking for high-end performance, it does exactly the same job for a fraction of the price. So it's all good for me. I'm happy with that. As long as it's not copying someone else's design, I don't mind. If they're blatantly copying someone else's design, I won't buy it, because the big companies have spent a lot of money doing stuff like that. But if it's their own brand, their own stuff, I don't mind.
Yeah, but isn't that most of the stuff from China though?
Most of the stuff from China.
Yeah, they just put their own name on it.
The copies for the cars, that they copied the BMW X5 and just blatant. Yes,
but the quality is nowhere near the same.
No, it's fun. Great fun. It's great fun. The Top Gear had a China episode. Remember the Rowway? They had a Rowway and a Chunchi.
Yeah, a Chunchi.
And then the Stig's Chinese cousin who kept attacking people.
Yeah.
It's brilliant. Stig's Chinese cousin.
Yeah. I like the American Chinese, the American cousin of the Stig.
It's Big Stig.
Yeah, Big Stig. They're just comical. Yeah, but the Chinese,
very comical.
That was Mr. Captain Slayer wasn't impressed with the Rolls Royce, was he?
No. And they did the crash testing, so they just drove up to the wall at half a mile an hour, and it was just the wall. You okay? You know injuries?
They had to wear riders, didn't they?
It's a good thing they're not doing that. They weren't doing that in a Ford Pinto. You tap the wall.
Tap the wall. Boom.
Are you? Boom.
Yeah.
A big fireball going on there.
I love it.
Hey guys,
George?
Yeah, I'm going to
Hey,
bugger out of here. I just wanted to say hello to Jared. I haven't spoken to him in probably a year.
Oh god damn, yeah, it has been close to that.
Yeah, how's the studies going?
Into the nitty gritty, mind numbing stuff, but fun.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
No, go ahead.
Pig keeps asking me to teach him math, and it's like my mind is so much in the differentials and summations that going back in time in math to teach him would actually be detrimental to what I'm doing.
Okay. Are you still in the EE program?
Oh no, this is particle physics. I finished the EE years ago. It's just I went back and wanted to redo some of the stuff because, well, easier to get a full schedule on the docket for the VA benefits that way.
I see. Okay. Just a comment on something when you guys were mentioning processors and the stuff coming out of China is one of my customers deals with stepper units for the IC processing. And he says he's over there a lot, and the goal of the Chinese is to own the worldwide consumer market in ICs. It says there's a lot of equipment that American companies can't get a hold of because the Chinese are buying everything up.
Yeah. Yep. I can see that coming quite easily.
Anyway, enjoy your afternoon or evening, I guess, over there.
Whatever it is.
Yeah.
Later, George.
Yeah.
Bye, George. Thank you for coming.
Here, George.
Yep. There's
Yeah,
different
thank you,
time
Alan.
zones. Thank you, George. Can someone explain to me why the Asians are so good at mathematics? Is it their tuition?
It's a natural thing. The Japanese actually have cram schools during the summer, and the Chinese have these insane testing that they do where they have to do these complex mathematical equations and things like that using only a slide rule or beads
or by hand. Yeah.
Abacus. Yes, using abacus. Yeah.
Well, part of it also, it really does come down to cultural, because by having the schools like that, they really put an emphasis on it, that the stereotypical joke of the overbearing Asian parent really does come up from a place of truth.
Yeah, it's not that's a stereotype for a reason.
Yeah,
it's really true. They really, really focus on the kids excelling in education. That's just something in their culture.
Now, I will give Japan something this, because living there for a few years, like I did, I did get to see a bunch of it firsthand. While there is that hyper focus during the school years, if someone doesn't have that higher end aptitude, but ends up going towards something like the arts or more manual labor, they're not really denigrated all that much. It is still that same hyper focus of, okay, I'm going to do this and I'm going to do it to the best of my goddamn ability. They keep that mentality across no matter what they're doing, which they actually encourage and praise at, which I found phenomenal. And if I could go back to Japan and live there, I would do it in a heartbeat.
Cool.
Yeah.
I worked night shift for a while. I was a graphic designer. I worked night shift, and I would come home, and it was, I don't know, 3 a.m. something. And they were on PBS. There was a show called Irishai, Japanese language and culture, and hilarious to watch. And the chap that ran it, the host of the show, his name was Tim Cook, which I think is funny. And I got into Japanese culture. It's very, very interesting. They're very driven people. We're really fascinating culture to pay attention to and to learn about.
I quite agree with
they're very
you.
fastidious. They have, for example, they've got, I learned they have in their house, you wear outside shoes, which you take off when you come in. You put your indoor shoes when you get in. And then when you go to the bathroom, you use bathroom slippers. And when you do gardening, you use your gardening shoes.
Yes.
And that's it. And you don't walk into the house with gardening shoes on. You don't go into the living room with the bathroom shoes on. That's the level of, and the other thing I learned is that I don't know if it's still the case, but what they used to do is they used to be on the phone. They'd put the phone down and bow, even though the other person could not see that they were bowing.
Yeah, that was that's generally the older generation now, and private. Yeah, phone, and actually a big thing with the cell phone technology and growth there, the Japanese etiquette for being on a cell phone, they were actually big in the texting craze from the beginning, because it is seen as rude to talk boisterously on the phone in public.
Yep, in public, on a train, on a bus, you do not talk in public on the phone.
You'll get hammered.
Like here in a restaurant.
Absolutely.
You know, someone talking on the phone in a restaurant.
That is just rude.
That's never. Yeah,
that
it is.
just so
The Japanese take it.
Yeah.
I have a friend of mine who's learning Japanese, and it's a hoot. I can't remember any of the things he taught me.
Hey folks. Hey folks,
Hello.
I got a jet for a bit. I might try to pop in later if this is still rolling, but I'm going to be gone for about a half an hour. Well, actually about 45 minutes.
Righto.
So catch y'all later.
All right. Look forward to you.
Bye for now, unpaid.
Bye now.
Oh, I forgot
Bye for now.
I forgot I changed my name. Hang on.
Have you seen mine? Have you looked at my name?
Yeah.
I watch YouTube.
We had great fun last night changing our names. Everybody had a different name.
I was wetting myself last night, just laughing so hard the names we changed our names to.
In fact, I tried to get
What
into
did I
Zoom this
do?
morning, and Terry was saying, "Who is that? I don't recognize that name. I forgot it was me." Mrs. Annoying or something.
I see you found the ash symbol.
Oh yeah, I figured it out on the iPad.
You need the thorn. The thorn is
I don't
all.
think I've got that.
The thorn is old. If you're on a PC,
I'm on an
it's-
iPad. No, I'm on an iPad.
Lovely.
What is
Got a
it?
few
Is it
iPads.
in the D's? Let's see if I can find it.
I got to step out for a second. I will be back momentarily.
What? You got to change your name, Pip, to
See you in a minute, Jared.
Either
You what?
Take care.
See you in a bit, Jared.
Captain Pugwash. Now that was a good program.
I love that show. I love that show. I showed it to my kids, and they just went, "What is this?" It's so basic. It's just cardboard cutouts, but
That's so bloody rude.
They banned it.
No, it's not.
They banned it.
Oh no, they didn't.
No, they didn't.
No, they
And-
didn't. Stop.
And
No, stop.
half the
That
root,
didn't
half the
happen.
root stuff people remember didn't even happen.
No.
It didn't, none of it happened. It was never banned. There was never any any innuendo. It was.
Oh, there was lots of innuendo.
What do they call
but-
that?
Well, the master
What was that
bait
called? What
was
that called?
quite clearly.
That's not. It was Master Mate. Master
Oh.
Mate.
Oh, I thought it was Master Bates.
No.
We've all been Mandela. We've all been Mandela.
Myth. No. What's that called? Social myth. What's that called? A social myth. What's it called? What's that term?
Urban myth.
Urban myth. That's urban legend.
Urban
myth.
legend.
Yes,
Urban
that's
legend.
completely false. It was never. Look it up. Look it up. It was never. That never happened.
Alan, I definitely don't have that letter.
Yeah.
Sorry. I was like, I heard about that, and then I looked it up, and no, that didn't happen.
Oh, right.
No.
I just assumed. I don't know.
Yeah, well, of course,
Like
but it would be brilliant if it was really the case, and they were putting all this innuendo in children's cartoon thing. But sadly, it's not the case. They did in other shows.
I thought
They
it was an
did in other
adult
shows.
thing.
Yeah,
Because,
He had a
no, there
pot
was other-
smoking rabbit in the Magic Roundabout.
There you go.
yeah.
The pots. Yes. What was his
Dylan.
name?
Dylan.
Dylan.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Dylan the rabbit.
Brian the snail. And
Dylan. Dylan.
Mr. McHenry.
Dougal,
Yeah.
Dougal
was-
the dog.
That was
Zebedee.
obviously.
Zebedee.
That was obviously
Florence.
a production fueled by heavy drug use, definitely.
Florence's
Serge-
friend is called Paul.
What was his name? Serge Dano. That was the guy.
Serge.
Did that.
Yeah.
Serge
Yeah.
Dano. Yeah.
I used to love Dylan. I used to think he was cool.
Ah,
He reminded
yeah, man. Yeah, man.
Alan.
me of a friend
Alan.
of mine.
Chat. Bob decides.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
We got him.
I got it.
I'm being your
Look up
secretary
on
this
YouTube.
evening.
Thank you.
Look on YouTube. The show Rainbow. Remember Rainbow?
Uh-huh.
They did a vulgar
Above the
episode.
streets and houses.
Houses
Rainbow.
way above the sky. Yeah.
I love that song.
Da, da, da,
I love that song.
da, 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 da.
Oh, Jeffrey.
Paint the whole world with a rainbow.
Rainbow.
My favourite was the Wombles.
Oh,
Yeah.
Sorry,
Elizabeth
Noco is my
Beresford.
favourite.
She passed. Elizabeth Beresford passed away last year, 2 years ago.
Oh, I used to like
Yeah.
Orinoco. They used to get
Yes.
everything.
Yeah, he was my favourite too.
Me too, because he identified with him because he was just didn't want to do anything lazy and
Yeah.
we just wanted to be lazy. Stop making me work. Stop making me work.
Yeah, I'll
He's always
just
in a manic chalet for something.
yeah. Uncle
Yes,
Bulgaria.
and Uncle, so the Mike Bat song, that was
Yeah.
on Top of the Pops too.
Yeah.
You believe it?
Oh yeah.
The theme song for a children's thing where they dress up as these fictional characters, and that was on the hit song. You can imagine that today.
Mike Bat.
Just one second. Yes.
Underground, overground, rumbling free.
We need critical thinking. That is Captain Pugwash.
Hang on.
You know,
hang on.
This just invariably ends up as a British.
what was that, Alan?
Sorry, I got somebody posted a link to a YouTube, and yes, it is Captain Pugwash.
And Lenny Harry, apparently we've all been Mandela. There wasn't a Master Bates or Roger the Cabin Boy.
No.
It was Tom
Master
the
Mate.
Cabin Boy.
Tom the Cabin Boy.
Yeah,
it was never vulgar. What they did do, I just mentioned it. They did do a vulgar episode of Rainbow. You have to watch that. You will wet yourself. So be
I've
careful.
seen it. We've seen it. It's very
You've seen
rude.
that one?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen that.
They did it for universities or something, didn't they?
Wait. There's a vulgar episode of Reading Rainbow?
No, Rainbow.
No, Rainbow.
It's Sprinkle and Zippy, and all the cast are in on it. All of the cast.
Oh,
They all. Zippy.
Every time you say Rainbow, I keep thinking of the band Rainbow.
Oh, no,
right.
definitely
No,
not
it's
the
like-
band Rainbow.
Were you? All last night I was playing with my plucking instrument. You like plucking?
Well, yeah. Naughty boy.
Do you want to rephrase that, mate?
Naughty boy.
That's what they did. And then the trio of the singers, the trio of the singers came in.
Oh, they were
that was
terrible.
just.
I have to agree with
was
Lenny
so-
Harry. The Clangers was the best.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, everyone's whistling now. Everyone's whistling.
And the Soup Dragon.
Yeah, I was afraid of the Soup Dragon when I was little. I was afraid I'd hide when the Soup Dragon came out. I was terrified of the Soup Dragon. That's the most frightening thing I experienced as a child was the Soup Dragon.
You know, and I'm the type that is saying goodnight to the kids. I would have a two-way radio hidden under the bed, so that way the wife is saying goodnight to the kids, and then she says goodnight, monster hiding under the bed for naughty children.
Naughty children.
Jared.
And then you respond through it.
Oh my god.
Bagpuss, Lenny Harry, oh
Yes, Bagpuss.
I've got Bagpuss sitting on top of my wardrobe just now.
Emily. Her name was Emily, and she ran a little shop. So we had this. The basis of the show was this child is running a shop. How she pays for the rent or anything, I don't know. She's not selling anything. Just
And the
picks up
mice.
things she finds and puts them in the window.
Mm,
And
the
Mr. Yaffle.
Oh yeah,
The
Mr.
woodpecker.
Yaffle the woodpecker, and I liked the mice.
Yes.
From the mouse
Oh
organ.
gosh. The
What about
mouse
Mr.
organ.
Ben?
That's right.
That's proof that we have time travel because Mr. Ben had one.
Mr. Ben was brilliant too. Actually, my kids did love what Mr. Ben was their favorite. Was Mr. Ben. We've got the DVD of Mr. Ben, all the episodes. Got it right here. And as if by magic.
Oh God, I was drinking, you bugger.
Mr. Ben. There you go. Mr. Ben, the complete series. As if by
Oh,
magic,
yeah,
the shop was only-
Bagpuss.
it did about 6 episodes.
Yeah.
Because music was good too. Where did he live? So pop quiz. Where did he live? What was the name of the street? I've got it right. I've got the DVD right here. Mr.
Did you
Ben.
see him?
He lived on at number 52, Festive Road.
That's him.
52.
Festive Road.
Festive Road. And it always intrigued me because they would depict black children playing, and I'd never, in my area of the country, I'd never seen that before. What are those dark people? It was strange to me.
Mr. Goo Goo, Mr. Madrew, Barney Rubble, and somebody. What was that?
Oh my word, we're going back now.
Pew Pew, Barney Goo, Cuthbert Dribbling,
Grub.
And Grub.
That was Brian Cant.
Yeah.
Love Brian Cant. Play around.
That
was,
was
play around, play away.
No.
Play away.
That was from.
That was
Camberwick Green.
Camberwick Green, yeah.
Trumpton.
Can you imagine? Yeah, Trumpton. Can you imagine 5 motorcyclists, right, dressed like Hell's Angels, like, because that's what they used to call us, leather gear and everything on motorbikes, right?
Yeah.
Standing in the middle of Southwold High Street, singing that song. That's
Oh,
what I used to do.
Every time I come here now, it's just British nostalgia.
The kids used to love it. The teachers, because that's quite snobby back in the 70s, as you guys know. But the parents and that used to be really frank. Look out! Stay away from them bikes. They're gonna, blah blah. And then we just burst out with this Drew Barney McGrew. Yeah, and you stand there amazed. Thinking, "Oh, can we go see them? And we just sing all the little kiddie songs and that, just being really silly." And the locals knew us, so they just used to find it really funny. They'd bring us out a bag of sweets, or something like that.
Mr. What was the who had the windmill?
Windy Miller.
Yeah,
Windy Miller.
Windy Miller. Yeah.
Windy Miller.
And
Talking
when they
about
started the
Backflippers
show, it was that little carousel thing, rotating thing, and then someone would come out, and I was always like intrigued. I remember just like, who's going to come out today? Who's going to come out today? Yeah, it was just that's back.
Mr. Ali B.
Baggiest cloth cat.
So yeah, we're really hardcore bikers singing children's nursery rhymes in the high street.
Michael Bentine's Potty Time.
Oh, I loved it.
Oh my word! Yes, that
funny.
was so daft.
He was
and you
so
couldn't
funny.
see them ever. You couldn't see the what were they called? The potty men. Was it the potty men?
Potty men.
Yeah, you couldn't see the potty
Was
men.
it?
They were
Okay,
invisible.
No, you couldn't see them.
You could see their footprints though.
Yeah, it used to make the sand move. God, we're old.
Fucking hell.
No, it's just what they used to do for entertainment. Oh, okay, so just make this sand move, and then here's an idea. Just have you with a mouse on your hand. Just do these puppets with your hand.
And they reckon drugs were bad for you.
Oh, yes, let's do that. It was the cheapo
Finger Mouse.
Finger Mouse. It was just one. This whole show was one guy with these characters with mice and things. I heard. I looked that up. I forgot the name of the chap that did that, but he hated that show. He absolutely hated doing it, and they made him do it.
Derek Griffiths or something? Was it something like that? Derek Griffiths.
That was Derek Griffiths. Oh, he was terrific. He did Cabbages and Kings.
Right.
He did a lot of play school as well, didn't he?
That's right. But the guy who did the Finger Mouse, he hated the show so much. When the show was finally cancelled, he just hated it. And when the show was finally cancelled, he took all of the puppets and put them in a cardboard box at the back of the house and burnt them.
Don't blame him. And the whole puppet show bit, there was a American parallel that I remember from when I was growing up that who knows how much older it was than that. Lamb Chop's Playhouse.
Oh gosh.
This is a song that
please no, please don't do that. Don't put that in my head. It will never end.
How can a flower understand what Bill and Ben was saying? I do not.
I don't know.
Magic.
Ooh.
Wait. Maybe it's the magic mushrooms that certain flat earthers take.
They were on drugs. They were all on drugs. That's what it
Yeah,
was.
come on. The flower's
even
name was
today-
Little Weed.
Yes.
Nice. See, that's just it right there. That just goes to show, in order to do a proper children's show, the writers have to be out of their gourd on something.
Yeah, it's very clear. It's very clear.
You only had to watch
Bulgarian.
Monty Python's, really, didn't you? To
Oh,
see
gracious.
the killer cars and the Hell's Angel grannies.
The heads of the grannies. Oh, gracious.
You know the one the goodies.
Goody,
yum,
goody,
yum.
yum.
Yeah,
They're
feel like-
huge in Australia, apparently. Still are.
Do
Yeah.
do do the funky gibbon.
Ooh, the funky gibbon.
We
And that was on top of the pops as well.
Yeah.
Those were the days you could put crap like that on the. It would get
And
the
we
charts and
complained
people would buy
about-
the records.
And we complain
Still
about the
are.
music of today.
I know,
How
we
how
do.
about
It's all rubbish.
uh,
It's all rubbish, kids. Listen to this
Mr.
song.
Blobby?
No,
Mr.
that's
Blobby.
too new.
No.
That's
No.
too new. And
No, I'm talking about
Noel
shit
Edmonds.
niggas.
Yeah.
Oh no,
Talking about shit songs.
you want to complain about comparing music, especially across eras. Let's just take a look at nominations for the Grammy Awards. And I remember one from a few years ago. They compared the lyric sheet for a song that was nominated, I want to say 20 years earlier. I want to say it was a comparison between 1985 and 2005. Which one do you think was better lyrically?
85.
85 by far. And
Mm.
take a guess what song from 85 they decided to do, or at least the artist.
Yeah.
Queen.
Queen,
Yeah.
yes, of course.
And that's the thing. A lot of people want to knock on Queen as a band simply because of the proclivities of the lead singer. But god damn, Freddie Mercury was a god with words.
Yeah.
He made that group.
Yep.
Definitely,
As far
yeah.
as I'm aware, Queen have the distinction of being the only group to have had a #1 hit written by every member of the band.
Oh,
No,
that's
didn't know
cool.
that.
Yeah.
I was not aware of that.
Wasn't that one of their later ones too? Like the Show Must Go On, or something from the It's the Kind of Magic album, if I remember right.
Yeah. They were just brilliant. Absolutely brilliant.
Oh,
And
I
then
saw a Queen about 2 weeks. Funny you talk about Queen. I saw 2 weeks ago. I saw a Queen tribute band. In local town had a one of their entertainment days and stuff like that. And they had all these booths and things and in the park, and they had this band. I didn't know they were on. And then they had these bands that were quite rubbish, and they said now as the headline, there's loads of people there. I was wondering why. I found out it was this Queen tribute band. I forgot the name of it. It was Queen something or anyway, fantastic, absolutely fantastic band. Everyone just stopped what they were doing and listened. They did about 10 songs in a row. They did, Radio Gaga. They did Hammer to Fall. They did Fat Bottom Girls. They did everything. It was amazing.
Yeah. Get me around the right kind of music and alcohol, and I will literally take over the stage. And I can say that because I did that in Hong Kong. It's either the first or second night there, where I was bar hopping with a few other guys from the boat, and there was a Queen cover band on there. And after talking with a few of the guys from the band in the middle of their set, when they took a break, in the middle of the next song they started, they just looked over at me, and one of them held out the mic. I'm like, you guys don't know what you're getting into. Actually, which reminds me, I need to get a hold of Blunt, one of the guys that I worked with. It was their big camera enthusiast, big photography buff, and he got a bunch of pictures from that night. So,
oh yeah, we'd like to see those. Yeah, definitely.
Need to find a way to get a hold of them.
All we hear is
Radio Gaga.
Yeah,
We're
we
all
did that.
lagging. We're all out of time.
No,
We're all out
no.
of time. Actually, it was my kids. My kids have declared that I was brought up in exactly the right time because they are into all of that stuff.
Cool.
Yeah, cool.
Do you know-
Yeah, me.
You know the
Wait, so
worst
you
thing?
mean you are raising them with appropriate taste in music? Good.
Yeah.
Yes.
Am I right?
Sadly, mine's a goth, and she's got the weirdest taste in music.
My son has
let's
kind
see
of
here.
annoyed me because he has seen more of my favourite bands playing live than I have.
Oh yeah. Oh really? Wow.
Because he's been to he's been to the festival at Donington a couple of times.
Right, yeah.
Oh,
so he's
really?
seen AC/DC and Motorhead, and
gosh,
and Sabbath with
Ozzy.
With Ozzy.
with
Well,
Ozzy.
so-
But
Oh.
when I saw Sabbath, it was
Ronnie.
And and it was it was the Mob Rules tour '82, and
Mob Rules. That's a great album.
Yeah, but the drummer had broken his wrist, so they even didn't. It was like no.
Half a band.
It was only
It was
about
half a band.
half a band.
Yeah, it was half a band.
You know, it's
Oh.
funny you mention that. Some of the if I were to see the band that I really would love to see live in their glory, I would need that, what Captain Pugwash is showing, and you know what? I'm halfway there. But yeah, I
can do
would want
better
to
than
see
that.
Floyd. I would want to see Floyd in their prime.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
The have you ever heard of the Oscar and Pink Floyd show?
Yes.
Yeah, my son saw them. He said they were absolutely incredible. Absolutely spot on. They got the sound totally, completely spot on.
Yeah.
Let's see. There you go. Oh, that's
Tom
me.
Flowery.
That's me. It's delayed. The video's delayed on the live.
Yeah.
I get to watch myself do that.
My prize record I've got, album, vinyl, whatever you want to call them, because people get salty what you call them, is a Bruce Springsteen import called Roseanne. He never released. Yeah, and that was brand spanking new. That's my prize. I've had so many people want to buy that. That's my daughter's, mate. She'd kill me if I sold that.
What's that?
You know, I got
Show that again, Pip. Show that again, Pip.
Oh, it's a Funko Pop flowery TARDIS. Hang on.
You got to admit, well, no, I have to admit that I don't really see the allure with Springsteen.
Oh, cool.
Nice. Only certain ones I like him.
That's cool, Pip.
He does a lot of country, and I don't like country.
Yeah, it's just certain songs that are good.
Those characters.
Born in the USA. I like that one.
Oh, that's the only song, yeah.
Yeah,
Look at
there
that.
one or two others, but his albums I'm not into because he's biased towards country, and I'm not really a country fanatic. Some of John Denver I like, which is ironic because it's country, but it's not twangy, if you know what I mean.
Not twangy bound.
Yeah, there's a big difference between like the folk like him and country. He has more of a bluegrass feel to him.
That's it. Yeah, I do like bluegrass, but I don't like the twangy guitar sound. And they seem to have the same voice.
Well, so I think that's where you would probably enjoy middle to late Garth Brooks too, where he got more of the rock influence into his music. Garth Brooks's first couple albums had that traditional twang in some of the songs, but not many of them. But he almost got completely away from it by time he got to the In Pieces album a couple years in.
Uh-huh. Ah, cool. I'll look that up then, because I don't like the semi-acoustic sound, how they use it. It's just great on me. I don't know why, it just grates on me. But I like blues. I really love soulful blues, saxophone or stuff like that. I like heavy rock, classical. But for some
Crow.
reason, Bob,
Wow, that shirt is almost
wow,
as old
look
as
at
me.
that. It's cool. Yeah. But
Now, did it come with the
What are we
sleeve
gonna?
cut off?
Yes. So imagine, what are we going to put on the back? Oh, let's just take a picture of your backside and put that.
Yeah, if that shirt was a year or two older, Dross, it'd be as old as me.
Oh gosh. Yeah. Just put your backside on the back. Yeah, that'd be perfect. Yeah.
Yeah.
Here you
Yeah,
go,
that'll
fans.
do it.
Here's my bum.
Has anybody heard of Tom Waits?
Oh, of course.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah, he is possibly my favorite artist ever.
Oh,
That
somebody's
man
sipping.
has done so much.
Who?
Tom Waits.
He's the one.
I don't know why I was just thinking of the sea cucumber from yesterday.
Don't you think Tom Waits also could be like the brother or the cousin of the guy that played Hellboy?
Hellboy, yeah.
Wait.
The actor.
The good version of Hellboy or the recent version
The
of
rubbish version of.
No, the good version of Hellboy.
Oh, Ron Perlman.
Ron
Ron
Perlman.
Perlman, yeah.
If you put Ron Perlman and Tom Waits side by side, they look like they're related.
Really?
Yeah. Actually, yeah. Thinking about it, yeah.
Yeah, except Tom Waits has a more grady voice, if you could think of it that way, than Ron Perlman.
But they even speak kind of the same. That's what I find weird. They both have that kind of gravelly voice. I like Ron Perlman. So yeah, that was.
Hey, it's Toothless.
That's for Laurie.
How do you get the picture on as your icon in this app?
You have to go through sign in the app and do it that way.
Yeah. You need through the standalone program. You got to edit your profile there, and any meetings any calls that you're in when you do it, you have to exit and re-enter for it to update.
Or just be already logged in.
You can also do really cool things with PNG files.
Yeah.
Well.
All right. Oh look.
You can create like backgrounds and stuff for yourself and that kind of shit. But yeah, no, I was quite pleased. That's one of many concert T-shirts I have. But that one I've had since I've been 15, so it's kind of.
It's like a toy shop in my room, by the way.
Yes. Yeah, I've got lots of things like that.
Wait. Are we supposed to think of that as a bad thing?
Well, do you know what I use?
A lot of
most
people
my
do,
old,
Jared, sadly.
Yeah.
What I use most of my old concert T-shirts for now is covering up things. You know, I use them. I've got my Bruce Springsteen's my printer cover, and then I've got a couple of Big Country tourist T-shirts, which is the cover for my kind of hi-fi and stuff. So it's great. You do this, and whenever you're dusting, you never have to dust all your electronics. It's always covered.
What's your hi-fi you got?
What's
it consist of? Your hi-fi.
I've got a Yamaha RV750 AV unit.
Yeah.
That's my amp plus.
I've got a Yamaha multi-channel amp.
Yep. I like the auto balancing of speakers shit that you can do. That is so fucking cool. And then I've got a Blu-ray plugged into that, as well as PlayStation for the kids. And then I've got a Marantz tape deck because I'm old, and I've got an Akai CD player because I'm old.
See.
Akai. My first Akai. Yeah, Iwa was my first Walkman. It was a metal chassis Iwa. I had two. I had my friend Dave had recorded 2 albums on C90 cassette, or D90 was it D90 or C? I can't remember. C90, right? So you had the C60 and then the C90s, and if you're really brave and the tape wouldn't break, it's C120.
Yeah.
And it was flipping heck, I can't remember the name of the guitarist from Genesis.
Mike Rutherford.
Roger Waters. No, that's
Genesis.
Genesis, not Pink Floyd.
No, the guitarist who went on his own.
Oh,
Steve Hackett.
Oh,
so he recorded 2 albums, Steve Hackett, to Steve Hackett, and I played that because it was all I had. And then I had Rush, Hemispheres, and Farewell to Kings on another cassette, and that was it. That was I walked around and listened to.
My Yamaha
over and over
amp
and over
is
again.
My Yamaha amp is an RXV 1900.
Yamaha.
Yamaha.
That's
My,
better than my one, you bastard.
My
I don't know that brand.
That's
What
my
brand is
surround.
that? I've never heard of that brand.
Yeah, my hi-fi amp is an Audio Lab 8000 with the
Oh, fuck off.
Yeah, seriously. Arcam turn CD player, and I've got Acurus preprocessor for the surround sound. I've got some TDL speakers and some original, because they were bought out. They bought the original company with my IMF 50 studio monitors.
So there's a small difference between your setup and mine, and I think it's to the tune of about £4,000.
Just a small difference.
And I've got a JBE turntable with a SME 3009.
Okay, stuck another 750 on top of that.
This I'm going to show you. This is our entire hi-fi system. That's it.
Hey, as long as it gets the job done, right?
Yeah.
Oh, hold on. So, sorry about that.
Dope. What are your speakers?
The speakers are Onkyo. There's some cheapo. Actually, just my son's speakers we're just keeping for him until he moves. We don't use them; they're just standing there.
Yeah.
So on top of the speakers we don't use, we have that one HomePod. That's it. That's our entire.
See, my thing, I bought the Yamaha amp for 50. Are you going to read? For 50 quid.
Oh, fuck off.
Yeah, because they kept cutting out on the right stand.
That's a 700. That's a £700 unit.
Yeah. And I bought it for 50.
But £700 unit that someone, a £700 unit that no one wants is £50.
Yeah, you got that from lower staff, didn't you? From someone's house.
No, I got it from.
What would ever make you think that?
Or you used to live in lower staffed.
Yeah, we were talking about the lower stuff yesterday.
Yeah, the relay was sticky, and all I had to do was take it out and clean the contacts, put it back in, and I used that for the computer because I have the optical out straight into it for the actual gameplay surround sound. Because I don't watch movies really, but the rest of it is just solely for my turntable and CDs for the hi-fi. Because I don't like the sound of the Yamaha for the hi-fi. It's not quite there.
Doesn't do it for you. Doesn't do it yet. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
it's not in the same realm as the Audio Lab. Well, you can understand that.
No, I mean, it's not even close. But I mean, yeah, for me, I mean, I don't have a big room. And all I've got set up is I've just the 2-1 setup. So basically, I've got a left and right speaker and something that isn't too bassy. It's a little bit of bass.
Yeah, I ain't got it.
And it's nice, you know. It's nice for the music that I listen to because most of the time, to be honest, I use headphones to listen to music. So I kill everybody else around me.
I prefer my speakers, so I wait till everyone goes out because I'm sort of like on the down floor flat. And I've got sort of like a block full of people. The 2 people to my left don't mind. They say, turn it up so we can hear it. And I wait till the chap goes out above me because he's a good neighbour, so I don't want to upset him. But he don't mind the music I play. Same age as me.
Lenny in the chat mentions the C90 was also the Honda step through, and he's right. That was my first motorcycle. It was a Honda C90, and I rode it illegally. You could only have a 50, and so all my friends had a 50. It was classified as a moped because it had to have pedals. And so I bought a C90.
C90 step through doesn't have pedals.
No, that's right. So it's a scooter, whatever. But in any case, so I had the C90. So because it was a a bigger engine, it was actually faster than their 50s. So
yes,
but it was illegal. I rode it for about a year.
I used
no license or anything.
you obviously remember the Honda SS50 with the pedals.
Yep. Oh yeah, yeah. That was their attempt to compete with the Fizzy.
Yeah, I used to. People used to bring them round to me, and I used to transplant the C90 into the SS50.
Yes.
Yes. So
Yes,
people
there you
could,
go.
yeah.
Do you know what my
go
first
faster, yeah.
my first bike that was really my first road bike, even though I was about 14 and a half at the time, and that was a Honda CD 175.
Oh yes, I remember that. It was a
Zebedee bike.
Honda Bentley.
The Bentley. That was the.
Bentley.
I was going to say that was
yeah.
the old timey kind
Bentley,
of bike.
not Bentley. Bentley.
That's right, Bentley. Exactly, the Honda Bentley. I remember that one. The mopeds at the time, right? They were you had a choice. You could get the SS50 from Honda, you could get the AP50 from Suzuki, or you could get the Fizzy, the FST, was it Fizzy? It was the
FS1E.
FS1E from Yamaha. That was
and
the one.
You also had the early version of the DT50 from Yamaha as well at that time.
And you had
the
all the
tri-bike,
Italian bikes.
Yeah.
You had the Italian bikes, the Grellis, the Fantics.
Oh God, Grelli Tiger.
Kagivas.
Yeah,
Ah.
Kajiva.
Sorry.
Yeah.
And here's something that will make you slightly jealous and get myself back on your audio side. When I was 15, I managed to get hold of an AJS 250.
Oh, nice.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh
And
gosh,
that,
AJS.
That was sweet. So I've never owned a motor car in my life.
Oh, really?
No.
Nice. That's great.
Oh, right.
I've always been a biker.
Excellent.
I got my first motorbike at about 9, fell in love with it. I grew up on a farm, and whilst horses liked me an awful lot, I couldn't ride for toffees, and I used to fall off things at the time.
Oh no, horses were.
So I figured I liked the fact that on a motorbike, when you pulled the brake or pressed on the brake pedal,
It stopped.
It fucking stopped.
This was like a miracle. That was my thing. That was my thing with horses. I was like, I don't want to ride something that has a mind of its own.
Yeah. No. And they do.
I have to have something that obeys me every time. That's why I actually I
trust
was,
between rider and horse. Sorry.
There you go.
Yeah.
I was actually a dispatch rider. I rode in London as a courier, motorcycle courier.
I was going to say which company, but don't dock yourself.
Yeah, they're probably not existing.
No, it's a defunct. It's a defunct company. We can talk later, but yeah, I was a dispatch rider in London for a year or so. I had a great time.
Yeah,
it's the most insane job. It's like ice road truckers or it's elite. Yeah, it would be like being deep sea fisherman. It was that dangerous.
Yeah, it was extremely dangerous.
Hey, that's weird. I've been a deep sea fisherman and I've been a motorcycle courier.
You ain't been there until you've been a motorcycle courier, mate. Trust me.
Oh my word! And so, anyone that visits London, I'll say, watch out for two things. Watch out for C90s with a clipboard on the front. Those are taxi drivers learning the knowledge.
Of London.
Right. Yeah. And the couriers. Watch out for those two things, because couriers can come in multiple flavors: the mopeds, the bicycles, and the full-size bikes, which are the guys that do the long distance and stuff.
Yeah.
I was a long distance guy. I stayed in the city a little bit, but mostly I was long distance.
Friend of mine turned 17, bought a CB, bought a Wet Dream, and then got a job as a courier in the city.
That was my bike that I went to London. Was a Super Dream. A Super Dream 250 is why I rode to London. Yes. I destroyed that thing. CB250N. I rode that thing to London. It was in perfect condition. 3 months, and it was destroyed. 3 months.
Yeah.
I put 12,000 miles on it in 3 months.
Yeah. They weren't very good, them ones.
I had a Honda 4x4.
Oh, you had a CB400.
Yeah, I had
4-in-1 pipes.
404 with the 4-in-1s. Yeah.
Yep.
Yes,
everybody
had that was a great design. I love I love the Super Dreams design. That's what I loved. The swoopy,
Yeah.
The tank molded into the side panel, molded into the back.
My father had the previous version, the 400T.
Yes,
Yeah, the twin.
That was a great design
in
too.
the
The bubbly
electric
tank.
in the electric metallic blue. It was a gorgeous bike. But of course, it still had the damn Comstar wheels.
Yeah.
Oh, really? Yeah.
Yeah, it didn't have. It didn't have wire. It had bloody Comstars.
Right, had the Comstars. And then they reversed the Comstars, which made them even more difficult to clean. They reversed them.
Steel. I hated
Oh, that was their innovation.
Yeah, it wasn't innovation. That's cheapness. That was bad part on Honda. They're horrible. I
love that bike though. I ran into the ground, and so I broke my bike, and then what happened was I went to a place to rent a bike. I was going to hire a bike and ride that, and I took it out, and a week later, hold on.
He's calling the AA because he's broke down.
But Honda did make the world's best bike ever.
What?
VFR 750.
Yeah.
Oh, I really want
best all-round bike, definitely. You can't beat a VFR. Having said that, I've stripped my bike down. It's a Suzuki GSXR 750. When I first stripped it down, I only stripped it down because the head gasket had gone after about 130,000 miles. So I stripped it down, and I could not find one bit of wear anywhere in that engine, and I used to thrash that thing constantly. And there was just no wear anywhere in it. That's a 92 model, and it just shows how far they've gone in the engineering. To mass produce
sorry about that, guys. Sorry about that.
Maybe it runs in compressed air.
I've actually done over 400,000 miles on VFRs.
Yeah, I quite believe that.
Yeah.
I've had 4 of them.
The fastest I've ever ridden, the fastest I've ever been in any vehicle was on my brother's VFR 1000, and I went on the motorway and I did I think it was 135 or 140 and I wet myself. It was so fast at speed.
250s do that now, mate.
Yeah, no, right. I was going to tell you a little story. I broke my bike, and then so I had to hire a bike to continue working. I went to this, the bike hire place in London, and I went in, and then they said, "Well, we can give you an identical bike. We'll just give you a Super Dream, and you can use that. We've just put a new chain and sprocket set on it. You'll be fine." And so I took it out. I took it for 2 weeks, and then I brought it back. Having to adjust it, took it back, and I took it in. They were going to service it, and so they're servicing. They come out. I was waiting in the waiting room, when the leather's on. They came back out and they said, "We're sorry, we can't rent you a bike anymore." And they said, "What? Why?" I said, "Well, you've had it 2 weeks and you've worn. So we can't have you. We can't. So I had to rent a CX500 with no chain and sprocket."
Yeah, sharp drive.
That was hilarious.
That's why so many couriers went to CX.
That was my first experience with the CX.
Yeah, CX.
That was the bike back then.
Yeah.
Every
series courier had one.
Kawasaki GT550s and 750s.
That's it. That's right. The GT550. Yep. You got it.
VT500.
Yep. And then the Honda VT500.
Yeah.
The VT was an interesting bike. It wasn't very popular.
No.
Most people never heard of it, but it was V-twin, like a Harley. The opposite way, twin spark.
Yep, twin spark.
I've got a VT 750.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. So they gave me a couple. I was only for 3 months, and they gave me.
You're dropping out, mate.
Yeah.
Oops.
Dropping out, Captain Pug.
My last bike was an NTV 650.
Yeah, you had the upgraded model. The beam frame.
I'll stick with this one.
Yeah.
There you go. Look at that. Maybe.
I was still quite happy with that NTV. It was a really nice bike.
Oh, yeah.
Look at that. Look at that, Duke. That's so nice.
I can't.
I'd never be able to ride that though, Jared. Won't be able to-
Sweet.
I can't see
Sweet
anything.
bike.
Where you
Needs a
putting that?
fairing.
He's sharing it in the Zoom window.
In the call.
In the
Yeah.
call.
In the where?
That's a nice bike.
05 Monster 620. And I've recently eclipsed 15,000 miles on the odometer.
What?
Nice.
You use it? Someone rides a Ducati with more than 2,000 miles on it? Sorry.
And if
They're
you notice,
reliable now.
if you notice, it's the air-cooled. The air-cooled engines were never the problem.
No, that was the rattly sports bikes, which are designed really for racing. They weren't really designed for everyday.
Well, yeah, the liquid-cooled one. Well, and even then, the liquid-cooled ones, as long as you took care of them and actually kept up with the maintenance, it was fine. The only thing was, because they were engineered with such tight tolerances for the desmodromic valve system, your valve checks were at 7,000 miles instead of 14 to 15.
Yes. They're brilliant, that desmodromic system. That's very clever. They even use it on their GP bikes. They still use it now. They can't bounce, can they? The valves just simply can't bounce.
Yeah, there's no float. It is positive actuation in both directions.
Yeah, that's very clever.
So super,
have you seen?
But super finicky though.
Well,
Yeah.
no, it's not so much that they're finicky. It is a very tight tolerance to have that timing right, so you don't get the float.
Yeah.
And because of that,
Right.
the initial bits up until 06, the timing, so the routine maintenance with checking the valve timing and replacing the timing belts were every 6,000 miles and change.
Yeah.
Which I'm on pace to do that in a frickin' year.
Yeah.
One of my ex-work colleagues, well, mate of mine, he's got a Ducati 951, and he's had that quite a long time, and he's done a lot of miles on it.
I bet he has.
And it's perfect. I mean, to be fair, it's got to be sunny if he goes out on his bike. So, but he's done like a Europe tour on it and stuff like that, and yeah, it's been fine. But yeah, he services the hell of back.
Yeah, service is the key to anything, really. But a lot of people think, I won't bother. But having said that, that VT 500 I had, I bought it. I done 30,000 miles on it. Never changed the oil, never changed the spark plugs or the air filter. I just rid it. See how long I could break it, and I could not break it. It's just indestructible. Them V twins.
Yeah, I mean, I think any of the Honda V twins were nice.
Yeah.
The same as the straight fours.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. And the VFR. I mean that engine was just so bulletproof.
Oh yeah.
My favorite one, and this is just it's a bike. It's such a shame this bike company went out of business. But I got hit by a deer.
Yeah.
I didn't hit the deer. The fucking deer hit me. It hit me side on, so I was riding down the road, and all of a sudden this deer leaps into the side of my bike, takes all the plastic off the bike, doesn't even have the decency to fucking die, because I would have put it on the back of the bike. I had the bungee straps to do it.
Officer.
Bent the radiator to fucking back. And so I managed to get to work, and then I ring up the company I work with that does my bike, which was in Swindon, and I was working in Reading at the time. So I managed to sort of like rip the plastic off that was fucked, tie everything down that I could, managed to find all the bits I needed on eBay, and literally within about sort of 30 miles, and I got that picked up the next day by a friend of mine. So I had all the plastic to replace the panels, but the problem is the oil radiator and the water radiator had been bent by this fucking thing. So I managed to limp it up to Swindon, and got it to the bike shop. So, and I'm expecting, fuck, this is, you know, I'm going to probably have to, because I said, oh, let me know how much it's going to cost before you do it. Expecting it to be, you know, two new radiators, which would have been about full of 1,500-1,600 quid, plus fitting. And Andy, guy rings me and says, oh, got some good news, James. What? And he said, your bike's ready. And I said, what? What the fuck have you done? And he went, yeah. Phil basically thought he could straighten everything out, so he took the radiators off. He's managed to knock them all level. He's re-straightened all the fins for you. Leak checked it, blow tested it. Remounted both of them back on the bike. By the way, your fan was also broken as well, so he stripped that down, repaired it for you, put it all back together, remounted that on the bike. Everything's absolutely fine. We've actually fitted the panels now correctly for you because you fucked that up. Yeah, it was like 14 hours, but we're only going to charge. I'll just give us 300 quid.
Wow. That was a lot. I'll just put a link in the chat if anyone wants to see me riding a bike around the racetrack. If you're interested, ride my Susie.
Very much so. What Susie do you have? GSXR?
Yeah, that's that one with my son sitting on it with his kids.
I can't see. Hang on.
That's normally my avatar when I'm in the chat. That's my son who passed away a couple of years ago, unfortunately.
Oh.
Not on a motorbike. That was in a car. But that's
sorry.
Just one of those. Yeah, it's a bit sad, but that's why I've got him as my avatar, just to sort of keep him alive, sort of thing. But that's Snetterton. It's about.
Is that
Snetterton?
Yeah, Snetterton.
I took an Audi 350 round that.
Yeah, it's different from when you took that round, I expect. This has got
I'm going back about 32 years.
Yeah, it's completely. It's not a square.
My little brother. My brother had a RD 500.
Did he?
His wife. Yeah, his wife is actually featured in a
picture
in Motorcyclist magazine.
Oh, cool.
Riding the RD 350.
Nice. They stick the Schemobile engine in them, don't they? The 700cc Banshee.
Yeah. That really flies.
And it makes them a phenomenal bike. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they're good before, but stick 720 stroke. That you can't complain. Yeah.
Then he got a Fireblade. So he got a Fireblade and then hit the Nürburgring literally, and broke his leg. Was in a German hospital with a broken leg.
Ow.
Yeah. And while he was there,
you hold a very nice line, sir.
Oh, thank you very much, sir.
No, I'm not joking. You ride fucking much better than rider than I am.
I must confess, that was the third time I went. And obviously I've been riding since I was a little nipper, but I didn't know in the chat.
Egg salty.
My friend always used to try to get me to go road racing back in the 70s, but I wasn't interested because I was a motocross guy. And I taught him how to ride a bike on the road and everything. And then he went racing, and he was bloody good, I must admit. I wasn't interested in it. It just, I don't know. But as I got older and I got into me sports bikes, I thought, I'm going to have to do it, I'm going to have to track day. And now they're so cheap to do, 99 quid for the day. I mean, you just can't get that excitement anywhere. And that is brilliant. I'd recommend anyone to do it. I've only been 3 times because I haven't had the money just recently, but I really should have been in the intergroup. And now really watching everyone else, I should be in the fast group, really. My experience, but I didn't know until I went there. But the guys chase me round, the instructors, and they keep an eye on you, and they sort of look at me sort of as if to say, you shouldn't be in this group. But they didn't say it. They're quite relaxed, but I was quite
it's the way you're holding apex, and it's the fact you're using the full width of the road.
The racing line.
It's just absolutely spot on, and the fact that your commitment into the corner, I quite admire.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, that's right.
Oh, yeah. And as you were saying that, at about the 5-minute mark, you dive in, get right on the ass end of someone what looked like on a yellow Yamaha, and I could tell that he held you up.
Yeah, that's my mate. He's in a yellow suit, yellow and white suit, Rossi suit.
Yeah, that was the one.
Yeah,
Rossi,
that's my mate on an R1. He's on an R1, and give him his due. He only had it like a week or so beforehand, but he was one of the guys I was teaching to ride on the road. Not, like you'd use. I've always expressed to him, that white line is there for a reason, and you stay on your side, and it's not a racetrack. I can show you how to improve your riding abilities on the road. So he's still learning, but he's done well. But yeah, I was chasing him and I was playing with him more than anything. But Corums is my favourite corner because it's so much faster around the outside. But for me, anyways, on my bike, one day bike would be different because of being frames. Mine's a higher CG, so to actually take everyone around the outside of it, it's just awesome. I love the corner. That is brilliant. But yeah, it's good fun.
And just for our American friends, Snetterton started life as a B-17 bomber base.
Yep.
And they raced around the perimeter track to start with.
And Ella Airfield used to be at some relief sub.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, bearing in mind what you're watching now is my head gasket had gone, so I wasn't revving it out. If you watch, there's one video.
You're in the wrong group.
And that's with me head gasket gone. If you watch the video, the clearer one, it's got the rear view camera on mine. All the guys on the modern bikes chasing me. I just can't see what's happening behind you, so I mounted this rear view camera on it to see what's going on, and that is absolutely hilarious.
They just disappear into the background.
Yeah, and they're on a bike, a hell of a lot faster than mine. Mine's quite 600.
Who's doing the dishes? Who's doing the dishes?
I don't know. Not me. That's probably Pip.
Doing the dishes.
Pip.
No, she's muted.
I'm here. Hang on a second.
Yeah.
I was going to say it was unpaid show, but I don't think he's in.
Yeah, what?
Someone was doing the dishes and it wasn't you.
No, I've been muted.
All right, so I just took a look at. I'm taking a look at file 16 right now, and on the initial bits, are those a couple of Triumphs right behind you?
Yep. Triumph Daytona 675.
Yeah, it looked like a 675 and looked like a speed triple.
Yeah. Speed triple guy wasn't. You're watching file 16, yeah?
Yeah.
No. Yeah. It's the reason I put that up is because this guy, I don't know what he's doing. It was just so funny, but he was so keen to get past me, these guys. You can see a puff of blue smoke every time I come out the corner. It's because my head gasket had gone. So I was taking it reasonably. I was only revving to about 10,000. So I was amazed these guys couldn't overtake me down the straights because they should have annihilated me on the straight. That's Daytona, that white one, should have actually annihilated me. But it was good fun. Yeah, it's that's nice because I didn't know where I was in regards to how good I could ride. So I was just feeling my way around there. But I realised after the third time I went, I was going to go into the Inters in this group, but because my head gasket had gone, I thought no, I'll stay in the novice group and just coach the bike around and enjoy the rest of the day. Yeah, just enjoy the rest of the day. But this guy on the white truck really buggered up just before we went onto the straights, and that was absolutely hilarious. When I looked back on it, I thought, "What are you doing, dude?"
That's the thing. I'm watching him through that really technical section before the back straight there, and he did not know how to get or keep an appropriate line for that bike.
He was looking where he was going rather where he should have been. He was looking where his front wheel was going rather where he should have been going. Yeah. He went looking
exactly. He's looking close, isn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You could see it.
And if you notice, he's not.
Oh, sorry. I left which is a J Reg which showed out as a 92 bike. And of course, they're all running on 2000, 2009 plus bikes. There he goes. Whee! I still laugh when I see that. It's just funny. And they just disappear. And I'm not even thrashing my bike down this straight. You can, on a 1000cc bike, you can get up to 185 mile an hour down there.
Oh, easy.
And I was only doing like 120, 120. According to my data logger on my phone, I was only doing like 124, maximum I ever got up to. So I was well below my speeds, my lap times. I was only doing like 2 minute 30, which is really slow for me on this because, you know, but I was being held up a lot, I must admit, by a lot of the other riders. But that is the best day you can have on a motorbike. 'Cause no one comes up, oh, I beat you. No one's like that on there. They just, if you want to go ask someone who's a better rider, they'll be more than willing to go up and, you know, help you and everything. And it's just good fun. So long as you respect it's a track day and not a race day. Yeah, but the guys who run it, no limit who actually run that.
Well, the thing I noticed with that guy, and you saying as a novice group makes more sense now because he really wasn't moving his rear end in the seat. No. He wasn't really getting into the corner. It was very much a leisurely ride with no speed limit.
Yeah, basically, and you can see he's out of his depth. And I went back and actually chat to the guys, and they all thought I was on the 1100. I said, no, it's a 750, the blown head gasket, and their jaws just dropped. I think reality sunk in suddenly, and then all they did was hassle me all day. Can I follow you around the track? I said, yeah, no problem. I'll tell you what, I'll follow you around the track and tell you where you're going wrong or what you can do to improve yourself, which I don't mind doing.
And a lot of it comes down to body position and actually being confident in your front end enough to actually attack the corner. Especially in the novice groups, oftentimes the bike has a farther limit than the rider when you're at that level.
Oh, hell yeah. Yeah. Another thing, I put a new front end on it off 1,000, and it was too soft. So I couldn't really brake hard like I normally do because I used to have quite a stiff end on the front. But I took this Norden, it was off a GSXR 1000 K1 on the front because I wanted better brakes. And they had better calipers on the Thal. Plus I wanted better forks because I couldn't put cartridges in mine, but you could in the Thals. But I got to there. But I left it as it was. I got it. I changed the oil, put a little bit more in it to try and stiffen the dampening. But the springs were just far too soft for the weight of my bike. So I couldn't brake hard. And the back end was just coming up like a Marquez. So I had to sort of off a bit. Otherwise, I was going to end up on the grass or something.
Yeah, even just on my regular rides, I'm noticing on my bike that the stock unadjustable front end, I really have a debate. Do I invest about $3,000 into the bike to get an adjustable front end?
Yeah.
Or do I take that $3,000, add another $1,000 on top of it, and buy a second bike that's already fully adjustable front and rear?
Yeah. I can read that's a dilemma. Really. But to me, I'd buy another bike. So
that's where I'm leaning. That is where I'm leaning. But at the same time, I'm still debating. Do I try to get my hands on like the S4R front end?
Nice.
That way, it's already adjustable. But trying to find that in good condition is tough to say the least.
Yeah.
But otherwise, my option would be to have my current forks rebuilt with the Öhlins cartridges in it. And the hardware alone for that upgrade is $2,500. Just for the hardware alone, not including the labor.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I tend to see what diameter your forks are and the length of them and look through like the sort of Japanese sports bikes or something like that. Because a lot of the right way up forks on the 600s of that are pretty phenomenal forks. But you got upside downs on that, have you? Or right way up?
Yeah, Yeah, mine are upside down. So.
Oh right, yes, you'd have to search for some upside downs.
And that's what makes it tough. And also with that was also the whole replacing it. So it's either $2,500 just for hardware to rebuild the internals of the shock, or the cheapest I've found in an acceptable front end is still in the $1,500 to $1,800 range, because your adjustable front ends have different calipers, and I have to make sure that the calipers are the right size for the rotors, or look at getting replacement rotors for the front end. And there's a lot of factors going into it that a lot of people are like, what you mean it's not just drop and replace? It's like, no. different brakes mount different ways.
Yes. I'm assuming you've got Brembos on the front. Yeah, are they the conventional or radials?
The stock ones on mine right now are the conventional. And that's part of the problem, is going up to like say the S4 front end. Well, now they're radially mounted because it's essentially a 916 without the fairings and with the monster bodywork.
Yes.
I'm just looking at some stats. I was just going around the web a little bit, following a link that Lenny had put in the chat. Indian domestic motorcycle and scooter sales in a decade ago were 7 million. That's a lot. Now they're 17 million per year.
Bloody hell.
17 million motorcycles and scooters.
All right, I got to go take care of some stuff. I will catch all you gents later.
Lovely chatting with you, sir.
Nice chat.
Speak to you tomorrow, Jared, I guess. No, Friday. It's Wednesday. It's only Wednesday, isn't it?
But at the same time, Alan, we are one of the things I have to end up getting set up for is the test for the charity stream that kicks off at midnight. Fucking big.
Yeah, I
have a good one.
I shall probably be in. I'm hoping I might actually be in bed for that, because that will be like that'll be like 5 o'clock tomorrow morning for us, won't it?
Yeah, but it is a 24-hour stream, so even when you wake up, it'll be going on. The question is which channel, because we're trying to see if the family that has access to everything would want to do it on Sidestrike's channel, because that would make the most sense. But we haven't heard back from them as of yet, so we shall see.
You haven't got.
In the meantime,
well, I will wish you.
That's not set up yet.
I will wish you the best of luck with it.
Hey, I'll catch all of you later.
Take care.
Okay. Nice speaking to you.
Nice to speak to you. Bye.
Oh, poor Pip is not involved in all this motorcycle talk. I'm sorry.
Yes. Sorry.
No, you're all right. I was away. No, I was looking at last night's stream just to find out where the strange voices were coming from. Found it. He didn't call me annoying. He didn't call me annoying. I was sure he called me annoying, but he didn't.
Oh, he didn't?
No. Just that girl Pip kept saying, it's me. It bloody was her.
Yeah.
He never mentioned it when he came in. I don't know if anybody told him he'd been caught. He'd been overheard.
Are you not into motorbikes?
No. Don't like them.
Oh, okay.
I'm just sending a little message to Ali. He says he's driving trucks. He wishes he was on a bike. I'm just sending a message. Once a biker, always a biker.
Oh yes. I've been riding bikes since I was about 5. I'm now turning 60 in a couple of months. So yes, it's in your blood.
Like it.
You just cut. There's nothing in the world. Because a lot of people ask me, what's it like? And I said, you've been on a roller coaster. They go, yeah. You know, when you get up to that really slow climb to the highest point and you drop? They go, yeah. I said, imagine that constantly.
Yeah, imagine that every time the lights. Yeah, every time the lights go green, that's what you get.
Yep, that's what you feel. And they said, I'm going to get a motorbike. Even my daughters ride motorbikes.
The power to weight ratio on a something like a GSXR compared to a car is just lunatic. It's just madness.
I took my son-in-law on the back because he'd never actually been on the back of a motorbike. He likes his fast car, which I can understand, but I try to explain to him that you can't have a highly tuned Supra and a family, mate, because you just can't afford to run them. He doesn't understand it. But anyway, so I took him on the back of mine just to give him an idea what it's like. And I leant over to one side and tapped my speedo, right? And he thought it.
Look at the speedo.
He thought it was the rev counter. When I got back, he said, "Cool, your rev counter goes up quick." I said, "What I was tapping on?" He went, "Yeah." I said, "That was the speedo, mate." And his jaw just absolutely dropped.
Yeah.
And now he's got a motorbike.
I've been in cars.
Yeah.
I've been in cars. I had a friend of mine who had a fast car, and we were talking. We spent the afternoon chatting about speed and things. And I said, I'm just not afraid of speed for some reason, because I've experienced motorcycling. And so he was like, "Well," so we went to lunch, and there was where the industrial park was, where the company was. It was almost unused. It was 5 lanes, 2 lanes each way in the middle lane, almost unused because it was industrial park. And so it was nice and windy, beautiful road. And so he took me out in his car, and he went as fast as he possibly could in the car. And all I did was just giggle. Yeah. He tried to scare me, and I would just laugh because I'm in a car. What do you got to be afraid of? You got a seatbelt on.
Yeah.
So
it
was nothing. It didn't feel like anything.
Yeah.
I got in. Someone lent me for about 10 minutes. I got to drive a Mercedes-Benz SLK, I think it was, with some powerful engine. And I took it. It was a 6-speed, manual. I took it out and drove it, and I nailed it as hard as I possibly could. I came back, and I said, "Wow, that was great," but it was completely underwhelming. It's SLK. It's just,
that's all.
He was like, "Yeah, that was nice. That was great. Yeah, fine. Yeah,
now
80 grand.
Yeah.
Yeah. 80. Now buy a Hayabusa. Just go out and get a 2-year-old Hayabusa for buttons.
Yeah.
And see and then you'll understand what speed really is.
Yeah, and then stick a supercharger on it, and then you'll really know what speed is.
And then you can in my neck of the woods, the guys ride Hayabusas and the Kawasaki's 1100s and the Honda, what do they call it? I forgot what the Thunder Blackbird. There you go, the Honda Blackbird. And they ride those things in the HOV lane, and they come by, and you're doing 65, 70, 75, and they come by as if you're stopped, and you just go whoa, 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 by about 6 or 7 of them, and they can do that because the cops can't catch them, not even in the helicopters. They can't get the helicopters out fast enough to be able to catch them, so they can just go past you.
You're just long gone, aren't you? Yeah.
You're just gone.
Proof of that is the Isle of Man. The helicopters can only follow them because they're going across the land, cut off, aren't they? And then they lose them. They can't follow them anymore.
Joey Dunlop and those guys. Rossi, you mentioned Rossi before. Rossi went to the Isle of Man a few years ago now. It's probably a decade ago now. He rode around the track with Ago. And he came back, and they had a little press conference thing, and he said, because is Rossi going to ride? Is Rossi going to ride the mountain course?
Course, yeah.
And they and he's like, no, I know race here. He wouldn't do it.
Yeah, no.
He's like, no.
Their lap. Even though they're sort of slowing down and waving to people with Agu and that, just as they do, and then accelerate, they still done it in less than 18 minutes. That is normal for casual lap.
How old is Agostini? Yeah.
Oh man, he's a great, and he can still ride a bike. I find it quite funny because of my age. People say, "Oh, once you get older, slower, you can easily." And the amount of people that have actually chased me on the road, especially because I stay off the main roads, I go around the back roads, and the ones
the A roads,
and they're chasing me. And of course, they see my hair flying out the back of my head because I got large hair. They assume I'm a woman, and they get
that's hilarious.
Yeah, they get really miffed because I'm ahead of them on this old JG motorbike, and they're on a brand new. They can't catch me until they get to the straight, and they roll alongside, and I just look at them, lift my helmet up, like that, and we'll stop at a sort of garage or somewhere, and I pull my helmet off. Their jaws just drop.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were a woman.
I
said,
go,
well, would that make a difference? I said, you won't be able to catch any of the female racers, mate. They said, but you're old. I said, well,
you're old. You're old man, not a young woman. That's really funny when you're in leathers. Yeah.
Would you think you'd catch Sterling Moss around the racetrack, mate?
Sterling Moss. Yeah. Giacomo Agostini. Giacomo Agostini is 77 years old.
Yep. And he can still outride a lot of new riders.
Oh, you could outride me in My hero, my first helmet, I got someone to paint it with the duck on the front and the number 7.
Oh, Barry Sheen. Yeah.
There you go.
Kenny Roberts.
That was good.
Kenny.
Kenny.
Yeah.
King Kenny.
I was there in '79.
Really?
Great. Yeah, I was there, and that was the first time the track got invaded, and I got holed up on the race truck by Kenny, and I rid round halfway round with me and my mate with Kenny, Barry, and Will Hartog.
Oh wow!
That was Barry wouldn't talk to you. He wouldn't talk to you.
Do you remember the race? Do you remember the race between Barry and Kenny? And Barry gets ahead of him and flicks V's at him.
I was on that corner, Corums, when he done it. Yeah.
When he done it.
And
he puts his hand behind his back and flicks a V at Kenny Roberts.
Yeah. And after the interview, Kenny was saying he was trying to hurry up. Oh, for Christ's sake, go. Will Hartog's catching us. For fuck's sake, stop fucking around.
Go.
Go. But that was an awesome race. But yeah, Kenny, I met him later on. And he remembered. And he actually, I don't know if I went to school with him. I don't know. I'm not saying I did or I didn't, but I come from the same area he lived in. And anyways, because I was a lorry driver later on in life, I met him because he had an engineering place in Banbury. And I was waiting to go into what do we call it, a mill to deliver me grain. And his engineering place was at the end of this queue on this estate. And he actually pulled up the car and he was walking across the way. And I went, hello, Kenny. And he pointed his finger at me. He went, he waggled his finger and he stopped me. He went, I know you. I said, yeah. 79. Say no more, 79. He says, I remember. And he walked off. And he remembered. Oh, yeah.
That's great. I love it. I really enjoy meeting people like that. Really cool people like that. I'll tell you a little story. My brother, when he was at Nürburgring, there was a pub nearby or something, I can't remember. And I walked in and there's Jeremy Clarkson at the bar.
Oh, right.
And so he stood a few people down and he just stood there while people gathering around, Clarkson was drinking, whatever. And I said, I said, what's he like? Is he says, how he is on television? Yeah, that's how he is.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
He's opinionated, and oh my word, yeah, he is exactly like that.
Your face either, is he?
He's not afraid. No, he's not afraid. Well, he's 6'7",
Is he?
Yeah.
I didn't realise he was that tall.
Have you seen the pictures? Look at the pictures of him and May.
I know, but I don't know how tall.
Hammond.
I know Hammond is 6 foot. A mouse. Yeah.
There you go. But Hammond he's 6'5".
Bloody! I never realised he was that tall. I always thought he was about 6'2". I didn't realise he was that tall. Ah. So May must be quite short then.
Hammond is 5'6", so Clarkson is a full foot taller.
No wonder he looks down at him.
It's almost a foot tall. He's 11 inches taller. James May is right in the middle. James May is 60. The three of them complement. The three of them, they're like Albert and Costello, but 3 people. They're just 3 most perfect combination.
They remind me of the sketch. Yeah, they remind me of that sketch. Ronnie Barker, Ronnie Corbett, and John Cleese.
That's right. I look up him. Yeah. I am upper class. I look down on him. I am middle class. I look up at him. I look up down on
both.
Yeah, that's the one. Every time I used to see him, that sketch just always in my head, and think, I remember them.
Yeah, it's Clarkson, Hammond, and May.
Yeah, brilliant.
Yeah,
I
I remember that sketch. That's really good.
There's a meme been done of that they've put Cleese's head on a bloke in RAF uniform, Barker's head on a bloke in Royal Navy uniform, and Corbett's head on somebody in the army.
Private.
And rewritten it out for the 3 services, and it's perfect.
I bet it is.
Yeah, the sketch. I think the sketch is called "I Know My Place."
Yes, it is.
That used to be the mindset. I know my place, and you were happy with that. You knew your place. The end.
From the TV series, that was the week that was.
That's right. That was the week that was. And Cleese plays the upper class perfectly. Okay, so did you know? Okay, Ronnie Barker wrote 7 pilot episodes for 7 different shows and pitched them all to BBC. And they picked up 2 of them. The 2 of them was Porridge and Open All Hours.
Yeah. I didn't really like
7
hours. I like Porridge. I didn't really
Porridge
like
is funny.
Yeah. He played the part well in Open All Hours.
Granville.
Granville, yeah.
Yeah, because he wrote a lot of the sketches in the 2 Ronnies. But
he was
under a pseudonym, because he didn't want he didn't want everybody knowing that it was him writing everything.
Oh, that's clever. Very clever.
I like that. Ronnie Corbett is 5 foot tall. Okay, that's quite short.
Him in his chair. I used to love his story.
There's stories, and the stories would go on for about 10 minutes, and the punchline was always not quite really worth the time.
I do like a good story. I do love a good story. That's probably why I always used to sort of mold to the older. Alan could probably relate to this. Older servicemen.
Oh, Ronnie Corbett. Oh,
because
Ronnie
they had
died.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Ages ago.
3 years ago. Oh,
such great stories. Excerpts.
Yes.
The Phantom Raspberry Pi of Old London. Benteen was ex-Air Force as well, wasn't he?
Yes.
Was he Army?
Benteen was Air Force. Come on, I should know who was in the same service as me.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Because the goons, right, were Harry Seacombe.
Yes.
Who was it? Harry Seacombe. Harry Seacombe.
Peter
Spike
Sellers,
Milligan,
Spike Milligan.
and Peter Sellers.
Yeah.
And then when Spike was sick, they got Michael Benteen in to fill in for him.
Yes,
because Spike was mental, so Spike was the one that wrote most of the material.
Mental was not the word.
He was
Hitler. My part in his downfall.
He was not
Hitler. His part in my downfall.
That's right. I read that.
That's the first 2 volumes of his autobiography.
I read that. Yeah, I read it. Yeah, there was another one. Is each chapter, was it the same book? Because each chapter, I read a book by Spike. It's probably that one. Each chapter, it was like the history of something, and each chapter started with "In Ireland, nothing happened," and then it would go on. And then it would go on. So see if you can find a book by Spike with that beginning title of each of the chapters. In Ireland, nothing happened.
Wasn't him what done the song? Spike Milligan.
Spike wrote the Ying Tong song. That was the purpose of that. They were making fun of all these titles on Top of the Pops and the hit parade. They were making fun, and so they said let's write a song so ridiculous just to mock them, and it went to like almost #1. I think it got within the top 10.
That was popular as
It was
buggery.
ridiculously popular.
Yeah,
it was amazing. It was like, okay, how did that happen?
that was funny.
That was hilarious. The Ying Tong song. Play your kids the Ying Tong song. They go, what is this? it just I don't know. My kids like, what the?
How is this?
Eccles? What time is it, Eccles?
Oh, I got it written down on a piece of paper.
I need a flat earther to explain me why this milk is not melting in my kitchen.
Why the what's not melting?
My milk. I freeze. I'll buy, because you can buy 2 pints. You can buy 4 pints for £2, or you can buy 8 pints for £2.20. So I'll buy the 8 pints, obviously.
£8.
And stick one in the freezer.
Freeze some of it.
Yeah.
But they take forever to defrost, don't they?
Yeah. This has been in my kitchen all day.
I find the 6-pint ones take 36 hours. Take about 36 hours to defrost if you leave them out on the windowsill.
Oh, right.
It's crazy.
I normally run it under sort of
British
like
life.
warmish water. But some of it
the British life. American houses, the walls are so thin. The exterior, well, the interior walls as well, just as bad. But the exterior walls in all of the houses I've been in America are so thin, they don't have windowsills.
No.
You believe that?
Oh.
Yeah.
No windowsills.
Yeah.
Just horrible. It's one thing. The one, being here has some downfalls, downsides, and that's one of them. You can hear bugs farting outside. The walls are really. I heard a bee. Seriously, I was in a house. One of the first times I was in an American house I lived, and where I lived. This is in Illinois, and so I heard. I heard a bee. I thought the bee was in the house. I hunted for it, couldn't find it, and then I saw a bee flying outside, and I could hear it with the same volume as if it was inside. What the heck? I went to, actually, no, what it was, I went to close the window, thinking I could hear a bee outside with the window open, but the window wasn't open. What? Okay.
If I went back to
my
the
house,
States,
my old house. Gosh.
Yeah, if I went back to the States, I'd build my own house out of bricks. I used to be in building before I went lorry driving.
That's it.
So I'd build my house out of bricks and concrete blocks. Yeah, and have
how it's meant to be, how they're meant to be built.
Have a windowsill.
Remember when with a windowsill and cavity? Remember cavity wall insulation? That was a big thing in the 70s. Because all of the houses were built with 2 layers of bricks on the outside and then a gap in the middle, and so that gap allowed heat transfer. So they would pump the gap with foam.
That's right.
But the thing about that is that the house was still, far more insulated than any house here. But they still wanted more. It's just when I compare the two, just good grief. I mean, it's literally it's drywall. You've got on the outside wall here. You've got drywall. You've got some basic sheets of insulation, and then wooden frame, and then the exterior pad, and then some shingles or whatever it is on the outside, and that's it.
Yep.
Absolutely unbelievable.
The builder that taught me, I mean, he's an old boy, and I think he wanted someone just to pass his knowledge down with more than anything. But I was his labourer.
Yeah.
And I learned more with him in 6 months than I ever would have done at 5 years at college doing a 5-day release. He was amazing. And the things he taught me has always stuck with me. And I knew they were right because he used to have a business. And it's a long story. But anyways, he was sort of like working on his own.
Yeah.
People would come to him while we were on site to ask him if he'd build his house. They wouldn't want anyone else to build the house. So I knew he was good at what he did. But his speciality was fireplaces. He loved doing fancy fireplaces. And some of the stuff he taught me, they don't teach you now in college. I'm going back in the 80s, but they didn't teach you back in the 80s. All the old skills. And he taught me so much stuff. And when they started to bring this insulation stuff in, he refused to put it in because no, the cavity's there to stop the damp, to keep the house breathing. See?
Yeah.
He was so reluctant to put, but then they come with the new laws. You had to put wadding in, and he goes, "What the hell is this?"
And then a damp course.
Yeah.
We had damp.
Yeah,
A damp course put in.
Yeah, he'd always put damp courses in, but it's just his skill laying bricks were just phenomenal. If you put a level up against his brickwork, right? If you didn't know him, or you just even the person he was building the house with, come up and put a level next to his brickwork, whether it's upright, vertical, or horizontal, he'd throw a brick at you. He would throw. You didn't need to, but you stand back and look down his joints, and it was just like a robot made them. But we had a bloke opposite
like the
us.
Egyptians.
Yeah, a bloke opposite us. He had 3 brickies and 1 labourer, right? And I was over this other side, and Sid could lay 500 face bricks. If you know anything about building them, that's quite a lot to do. The quality he laid them in, right? 500 face bricks with just me, and I struggled to keep with him. But I loved it because I was sort of fit and healthy back then. The person opposite me used to take the piss out of me, right? No, you can't keep up with him. So Sid turned around and said to the owner opposite us, because we were building a 5-bedroom house quicker than they could build a 3-bedroom house, right? And there's just me and Sid, and they had 4 people building this house. Anyways, we swapped one day, labourers, right? I was sitting around most of the time waiting for the brick, right? And there's 3 of them. I was just sitting around. I said, "This is easy, Sid. How's your labourer getting on?" He gave up by dinner time. He couldn't cope with Sid. He was just gobsmacked because he used to lay him like he was just on a Sunday afternoon for himself. But it was just a joy to work with a guy and watch a craftsman at work, as opposed to a modern day slap them down and get them up. And to be quite honestly, their brickwork I wouldn't have had it as a shed, let alone as a house. But the difference we could do was just unbelievable. And this labourer he was gobsmacked. He said, "How the hell can he do that?" I said, it's just the way it was back then. You got taught, if you didn't do it right, you had a brick thrown at you. Which they did. I mean, he only ever threw a brick at me once. That was only once because I kicked a bucket of water over his brickwork by accident. It was only clean water, fortunately, and the bricks had gone off fairly, so it didn't run or anything. But he threw a brick at me, and I had to go outside for 2 hours before he'd let me back in the house. He was fuming. But after that, no one else could shout at me on site other than him. If anyone shouted at me, he'd tell them get off site. If you don't shout at my labourer, piss off. And he just, because he was built like a brick shit house anyway, so he didn't argue with him anyways. But I could tease him all day. But his wife, he'd cower down to her. I mean, she's only a tiny little lady, but she was lovely. She'd always bring me cake. If we're working local to him, she'd always come round at break time and bring me cake. And she'd slap Sid, "That's not yours, it's for Lee. He does more work than you." And he wouldn't argue, wouldn't touch that cake either. No, eat it, boy. She's brought it for you. But he used to like his dog, his greyhounds. Every Tuesday, I used to have to drive for him because he liked his whiskey. So he asked if I'd drive for him to that. I said, "Yeah, I don't mind." And he'd give me, he'd bung me 50 quid, but just for the evening. And then he'd give me extra money to go bet for him because they knew who he was, because he used to breed his own race dogs. But at the time, he wasn't racing them. He was just doing it for fun. And he knew which ones were going to win and everything, but they wouldn't let him bet. So I used to have to go put the bets on for him. And he always used to give me a percentage of all the bets. Plus he'd buy me my fish and chips and everything. And the next day, depends how much whiskey he drank, because he liked his grouse. Depend on how much he drank, depend on what time we started the next day. But when I went to Scotland, Isla Jura was his favourite whiskey, which you couldn't get down here at the time. He said, "If you're up that way, could you bring me some Isla Jura?" I went, "I'll see what I can do for you." So I bought him back 6 bottles. And of course, I was King for like a year because I bought these bottles of Isla Jura. He was over the moon, but I must admit that is nice whiskey. That's gorgeous. But anyways, I'll shut up and let anyone else have a chat.
That was good listening to.
Yes. I learned a lot. I appreciate the guy. He's passed away now, bless him. But
of course.
Yeah, 15 years. Yeah, 15 glorious years, and I thoroughly enjoyed every single day. Must admit. Yeah, it's not often I'd like get up and go to work really enthusiastic, but every day taught me something new. I didn't know it, but he'd asked me at the end of the week, "What have you learned this week?" And I was just gobsmacked what was filled in my head. Things at the time, I just wanted to absorb information. I just couldn't absorb enough information about anything, whether it was electronics or building. I just want more and more and more. And I'd go home and read about it. And I was never like that.
My dad tried to teach me stuff. I'm just not that way. Some people have an aptitude. I'm just not. He tried to teach me things. When we moved into our house, it was built at the turn of the century and didn't have an indoor bathroom, had an outhouse, and so he built the bathroom and laid a false floor over the stairs, and put the bathroom in where it actually was essentially a large closet. Put the bath in, put the sink in, put the toilet in. I plumbed it, wired it, everything himself. Just him and my uncle. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
But I never picked up any of it for some reason. It was funny. I never picked up his skills. He could just do anything. He put the greenhouse up and put the garage up.
Like yeah. That's probably where I got it from my dad.
Eyeballed everything. Like your boss man. He eyeballed everything. That was it.
Yeah. Go on, Alan.
Maybe a piece of string.
My dad was a mechanic for years, and he ended up working at Ford's Research and Development Centre at Aveley when it was Special Vehicle Operations. Building prototypes and rally cars and all sorts of stuff. And he used to live in despair of me because I can't naturally turn a spanner the correct direction. I'm 55 and I'm 55, and when I grab a spanner,
you still have to think about it. Yeah,
I put it on the nut and then I have a think.
Yeah. So you tick-tock when you turn a spanner as well.
Yeah. Why did I do? I did electronics, not mechanical. I did electronic engineering, not mechanical engineering, because I have zero mechanical aptitude or sympathy. Fuck it.
Is it not righty-tighty, lefty-loosey or something?
It is most of the time, yeah.
And it's got the 10 thread, and then that goes out the pot.
Yeah. And Rosie come up behind me and just scared the crap out of me.
We heard her. We can always hear her.
Are you talking shit?
You talking to retards?
That's going to go down in history, that saying.
Are you talking to retards?
Of course.
Yeah. That would be fun.
Watching that.
People.
I'm watching the link. I'm just watching it quietly. Queen Fat Bottom Girls.
They just posted it.
Freddie just put every ounce of energy into
I liked his video when he done I Want to Break Free. I thought no one else would dare do that other than Freddie.
He's completely fearless.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant. My mum used to hate him with vengeance because he was, he's gay. He likes men. I said, does it matter, Mum? Does it really matter, Mum? Well, it's just not right, is it? Because back in the 70s, that was...
my mum was like,
Yeah.
My mum didn't understand. No, my dad was the same way. That was exactly, my mum was and my dad just didn't care.
Yeah.
Did you know that Brian May is a legitimate astrophysicist?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, with a PhD, with a real PhD.
PhD.
His thesis was stellar dust.
Yeah. One clever bloke, that guy.
Very clever. He was on The Sky at Night. He was on a double episode. If you click on YouTube.
Yep.
He's
Patrick
on The
Moore.
Sky at Night with Patrick
Moore. Yeah.
Yeah. Talking about the eclipse.
Yeah.
They had at the time.
I used to really look forward
I
to
thought they got Brian to take over fronting Sky at Night.
Did they? No, they've got some other chap now. The Sky at Night was one of the.
It's a woman that does
longest
it now,
running-
is it? Sorry.
That's right. Is it? Okay.
I thought it was a woman that was
The
doing
Sky at
it.
Night BBC programs. It's a team. It's a team now. First episode date. First episode date, April 24th, 1957. Gosh.
I think it's one of the longest running documentary series in the world, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, Mr.
Same
P. Sir
presenter.
Patrick Moore. Sir Patrick Moore, you just say.
Yeah. The same presenter. Had the same presenter from April 57 to January 2013.
And you could tell he looked through a telescope as well.
Of course.
The monocle.
You see, okay.
Yeah.
Mercury is fascinating. Fascinating for several reasons. Because
he got him off to a tee. Yeah.
He had Buzz, he had Neil Armstrong.
Yeah.
Carl Sagan. Gosh.
I remember the episode
Lovell.
He was debunking all of this because when it started, this is crap. They didn't go to the moon. I've never seen him so vicious in all my life. I mean, he didn't really get really angry, but you could tell he was human, and he explained everything. And I thought, good on you, Patrick.
This is why I love these conversations. Because the connections. Remember, what was that guy who had a show called Connections? Michael Bentine was on The Sky at Night. So was Werner von Braun.
Oh, right.
Werner von Braun on the show. Arthur C. Clarke.
Why wouldn't you have Arthur C. Clarke and Werner von Braun on The Sky at Night? I mean,
those names just.
Excuse my ignorance. Who's Vernon von Braun? Whatever his name was.
He is the head guy at NASA when they had Operation Paperclip.
Right.
He was the guy they recruited from the ex-Nazi rocket team.
He was the head of the V2 program.
Yeah.
Or the A4, or the A4 as it was properly known.
Yeah,
he was the director of the Marshall Space Flight Center. He was the director.
Yeah. Now I know where.
Chief architect. Saturn V. He was the chief architect and the Apollo.
Yeah. That was interesting, the story when they were invading towards the end of the Second World War, where the Americans and the Russians were trying to get hold of them. Guys. So he was going to get them first. Yeah.
Yeah. That was very amazing. That was amazing time. That just some of the things we were talking about last night. We were talking about the radar, on the East Coast in East Anglia. The more I learned about the Second World War, if Hitler had done, had not decided to invade or try and take Leningrad, if he'd have made he made several key mistakes, and if he had not made those mistakes, we'd have been completely destroyed. And there would have been no way for the Allies. There'd be no way for the Americans to take. If UK had fallen, there would have been no way for the Americans to retake it.
No, you're right.
Because the Luftwaffe had such a strong force, bombers-wise, they would have destroyed any naval invasion.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So the Battle of Britain. You read about the Battle of Britain, just the insane how outnumbered and outgunned and outmanned and out. The Nazis had more pilots, better trained pilots, and better planes and more of them.
But what they didn't have is a step up lip of the British.
That's right. Yeah. That's right.
But actually, if you look at our bombing campaign, by the end of the war, our bombing campaign was was far more effective than the Germans' bombing campaign. Yet we still didn't break German morale either.
No. Didn't work. It didn't work. Yeah.
No.
I remember as a child visiting Coventry Cathedral. Just the open, where it was bombed and stuff. That was interesting. But yeah, and then the Queen did not refuse to leave. They said you got to go because if they invade, if they bomb us all and kill us all, and they invade you, they'll take you. But she wouldn't leave.
No, she's strong-willed woman.
Yeah,
very strong. I like her, and a lot of people don't give her credit, and that really annoys me.
No.
When people say, "Oh,
I know.
That. And I think, oh.
I know. Yeah, it's the same. I feel the same way about Charles. That he doesn't get the credit. He gets a lot of criticism. He gets He does get credit amongst the amongst the people that know. He gets credit, but a lot of people just don't. They just don't like him. So anyway.
Given a lot of opportunities to a lot of young children, which they'd never have opportunities to do.
Yeah.
Like the Prince Charles Awards, things like that.
The
Princess Trust. Yeah, he gave me $2,500 to set up my own motorcycle teaching place. Yeah. Unfortunately, it collapsed at the last minute because if you back to Lowestoft again, well, it's actually Pakefield, where the water tower was. There was a piece of land I could have bought and done all of this to teach. It's not so much underprivileged, but that sort of thing, to teach people to do stuff, mechanics and all that sort of thing. The probation officer helped me get into it at the time, and that was just so close of me pulling it off. Well, not so much me pulling it off, me of getting that. And then the farmer pulled out at the last minute because he realised how much the land was worth at the time. And this is back in the 70s, and I was gutted. I was dismayed. My probation officer at the time he was so angry, really, really angry, because the amount of work what went into that. And I thought, from that moment on, my sort of idea of the royal family completely changed. Not that I had a bad view of them before, but my thoughts towards them, I think, that, they're a lot better than what people think. You don't see the other side of what they actually do good. And we all make mistakes in life, but for what they do and help, they don't really get the credit they deserve, which is sad, really. But yeah,
it is sad. There's a picture of von Braun with President Kennedy. Gosh, we went to the Huntsville, Alabama Space Center. There. Saw the shuttle before he got moved. We saw the Enterprise at Huntsville. Wow. I'm trying to look for the Huntsville reference. Okay.
Sorry if anyone's speaking to me. I just had to recharge my headphones. The batteries are supposed to last 8 hours, but they don't.
No. So I have AirPods, and they last quite a long time when I'm listening to music. But if I'm talking, they last an hour.
Yeah,
it's something about the So here we go. Yeah. So von Braun lived in Huntsville for 20 years.
Pippa, I'm
Interesting. All right.
I'm now going to subscribe to Pippa's channel because she subscribed to mine. I've got to watch her videos later.
I was going to say, it takes a heck of a lot more power to run a transmitter than it does to run a receiver.
Oh, yes.
Right. That's right.
I know exactly where Pippa lives now. That rock you got is what the giant threw into the sea.
That's right.
Paddy's
Milestone.
Paddy's
Milestone, it's called.
Yeah, that's the one. I couldn't remember. It was, my ex-family used to own in, I'll think of the place in a minute. I'll just look on Google Maps. They used to own a really nice house in Scotland. They're aristocracy, so they're quite well to do.
All right, but there's quite a few around here.
Yeah, they owned. There's a place called. Well, their surname's pronounced Strawn, not Strachan.
Right.
And there's an actual. There's a county called Strawn or Strachan, whichever part you're from. And they used to own. That's where her family's, their descendants come from. But they owned this village. They built the church, all the houses and everything for the local people. And for the year's services and everything, when they packed in, they actually gave the church and the houses to the people living in them, gave them to them for their services, for work and for the family. Yeah, which I thought was quite nice.
We were talking about Prince Charles earlier. He owns most of the land around here.
Yeah. Oh, what are you doing, YouTube? I'm keep clicking on maps and you go to there. Thank you. Right, where are we? Scotland. Just view that out.
And that there and them out there's bullying me, by the way. And nobody's sticking up for me. He's a big bully.
I tell you what.
Crail. Pip. That's Crail. Do you know
Crail?
Pip?
Come on there, them in you come. We can.
Crail.
We can give you a hard time.
That's where their family's descended from. Crail.
No, I don't recognise the
And
name.
that's on the coast.
So am I.
Sorry, just above Astrutha. I
Arnstruther.
can't pronounce it. Yeah, that's just above that.
That's about the other side of the country.
Oh, you're the opposite side, are you?
I'm in the west coast, yeah.
Ah, right. Sorry.
I can see the tip of Northern Ireland on a clear day.
Oh, nice.
Unless it's the Isle of Man and it's moved, but
yeah.
No, it's definitely Ireland.
Her family was from Crail. They used to own that really posh place on the coast. The other side.
Yeah, I know where Arnstruther is, but that's the other coast. That's the east coast.
Yeah. My dad's up in Loch Ness.
All right. Fort William?
Augustus.
Fort Augustus,
No,
right?
Fort
Yeah.
Augustus. Yeah, right at the start of the loch. That's where my daddy is. I love going up there. It reminds me a lot of California, actually, but not the weather.
No, definitely not the weather.
No, I do love the air up there. You just can't breathe enough air in Scotland. It's just so clean. It's gorgeous.
Yeah. Oh,
and
look who's just come in.
Who's in?
The racist Hispanics in.
Oh no!
Grief, never let that down.
Racist Hispanic.
I'm not racist. Not possible. Racist Hispanic. I thought you were being rude, but that's his name. Oh, gracious.
What's his name?
It's Carlos.
Carlos, of course it is. Yeah. Carlos, how are you, sir?
Who else is going to come in and call himself racist Hispanic other than Carlos? I love it. Yeah.
My favorite joke. I'm not racist. I just drive fast.
Oh dear. Don't start with the terrible jokes again tonight.
Sorry.
We haven't got.
Did I already do my deja vu joke?
Your what joke?
Did I already do my deja vu joke?
Oh, go away.
That's enough. Okay, I won't do any more, I promise.
Yeah.
Can't help myself. I'll be silent for a little while.
Them's having internet trouble.
Yeah, if cannabis loses your memory, what does cannabis do?
No, stop. We'll never get out of this rut if we get in it.
I like a good laugh.
I think we were offline last night when all the jokes happened. I hope we were offline.
Yes, we were.
Yes, we were.
That's why I was. That's why I was doxing myself and all sorts of things.
Unpaid Shields has got the funniest.
Oh, dear. And they just come boom, 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 boom. He doesn't even think.
One after another. Yeah. I think the funniest one was jumping out of the airplane. Did you bring the parachute? What parachute?
No. No, it's
no, he's the instructor.
When did he become an instructor?
Yeah.
Yes.
How long have you been an instructor?
How long have you been an instructor?
Yeah. How long have you been an instructor? What?
You know where I stole that joke from? That was Tim Vine.
Oh, the Deja Vu
Vine.
one.
Yeah, he won the Edinburgh Festival of Comedy, I think it was. He won the joke of the year, or the joke of the festival, and his joke was, he says, "I'm selling my Hoover. I'm selling my Hoover. Well, it was just gathering dust."
Yeah. Oh, that was what won him. The rest of the jokes must have been really bad. I know that's an evil place to actually start as a comedy. I was listening to one of the famous comedians what started there. I think that was he's got a big show now. He's Scottish. He bounces around the stage and he just has me in tears. Quite
Scottish.
Current. Yeah, he's Scottish.
Billy? The big yin?
No, he's not current. He's really not well.
He's not Colin. No, he's
Kevin Bridges.
no.
No.
He's been going a few years now.
Adam Sandler.
No, not the Scouser.
No.
What was the Scouser? John Bishop. John Bishop's funny.
Yeah. I'm sure this guy's Scottish.
I could be wrong.
He has a Saturday night show and all that.
Oh, Michael McIntyre.
That's him. Yeah.
Well, he's not
He
Scottish.
He's
got
not
Scottish name. No.
Oh, right. So McIntyre. Him. He was explaining when he first started up in comedy, and he went to the Edinburgh show, and there's like 24 people watching him. This is I might as well do it. And he had a heckler and he said if he didn't have that heckler, he had never done anything because his jokes were just going above everyone. You can see him looking at the clipboards and that. He just made a comedy sketch about him being at the Edinburgh show, and it was just so funny. But I do like him because he's quite good entertainer.
Oh, it's funny. Yeah, it's hilarious.
Yeah.
Well,
I didn't realize
what we do. What I do here is, what my family does here is we watch shows like, the only reason we know any of the celebrities and people from the UK, because we're in the US, is we watch shows like Top Gear and the guests that are on. So the only reason I know about John Bishop is because he was on Top Gear and McIntyre was on Top Gear.
Yeah.
And so we watch Have I Got News for You?
Oh, brilliant. Yes.
8 out of 10 cats.
Oh, I love that.
The best one.
Yeah.
The best one is QI.
QI. I used to watch. Yeah. Around my daughters.
Yeah.
Because I ain't got.
What was I going to say?
I tell you the other one that's worth watching that's on Channel 4 is The Last Leg.
The Last Leg. Not heard of that one.
No, I've not heard of that one.
Oh, it's
if you like 8 out of 10 cats, you need to watch 8 out of 10 cats does Countdown.
That's the one. That's it. That's the show. Because it's Countdown. It's Countdown plus.
But rude.
Yes,
it's Countdown but rude.
Yeah, well, if you like your comedy on the
rude
edge.
No, I wasn't going to say rude, but on the edge, on the non PC, then The Last Leg is brilliant because I quite like it.
Tea.
Sorry. I am making tea. You're correct. Sorry.
They kind of joke about disability quite a lot, seeing as how
what a bunch of retards.
No, well,
that way you're racist.
One of them's I'm not sure if one of them's a single lower limb amputee. Yeah, they've got a variety of the hosts have got a variety of disabilities, and they talk about disability sport a bit, and yeah, it's just like
Well, there was one amputee, what's it called, a viewer that took him to court, but he just didn't have a leg to stand on. So.
Oh, for God's sake! I think I've seen that one you're talking about, Alan. I'm sure I've seen it.
I was going to say one of my friends that I see on a Thursday, he hasn't got any legs to stand on at all.
Oh dear!
Tell you what though,
you're worse than me.
He's a double below knee amputee, and he walks a hell of a lot better than I bloody do.
You say double baloney?
Double below knee, yeah.
What is that?
He's lost both legs below his knees.
Below the knee, not baloney.
I thought you said double baloney. I'm like, oh my god.
Sorry.
That must be
My bad.
No, you're good. It's me.
One of
the my accent.
One of the doctors told him that he'd never wear flip flops again.
Oh.
You don't tell somebody like that they'll never wear flip flops, because he stapled some flip flops to the bottom of his artificial legs.
He's got a great sense of humor. Yeah, that's brilliant.
Because he was going, and he said he ended up having to drill holes in, because the legs and feet are separate, but he said he ended up having to drill holes in the feet part, because when he went on holiday, and when he went in the sea and in the water in the swimming pool, because they were full of air, they would float and tip him upside down and try and drown him.
The ultimate irony.
Terrible. You
guys are going to hell.
Yeah, that's brilliant.
All of us.
Oh dear.
Go to hell. That sounds better than heaven, I must admit.
Better people there.
It's definitely warmer.
We hope.
Now, what would have happened if he had added some salt?
Sorry? What was that, Carlos?
I didn't say nothing.
What do you think would have happened if he had added some salt to that water?
It needed an awful lot of salt.
Well, if you're sweaty enough.
You want to get Riley to do it in the Dead Sea, really, don't you?
You have to wiggle it, though.
Well, now, does the salt really dissolve in the water, or is it sitting outside of the water?
Well,
and then would your sweat really be mixing with the water at that point?
It's suspended in all the air bubbles in between the layers of the double layer plasma.
It's suspended along with his disbelief.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
At what point does it reach the equilibrium?
Oh my word. Be playing with a little bit of blue tack. I can't imagine how many shapes this piece of blue tack has been folded into. A fidget. Yeah. Do you finish work then, Carlos?
No, I still have let's see, 4, 7, another 4 hours left.
Where are you, on the West Coast or East Coast?
I am in Alabama.
You're East side, yeah.
Yep, East Coast, sort of.
Yeah, sort of, yeah.
Yes, sir. I'm still waiting for that winter weather, fall weather to hit. Still, it's like 90 degrees right now.
Ooh.
Bloody hell.
Cold here today.
Raining all day today.
9
Oh, yeah?
degrees today.
9
Celsius.
Celsius?
Yeah.
Get out of here. I don't speak Celsius.
No, I don't do Fahrenheit.
Oh, Fahrenheit.
Actually, you know what? And most of Hispanic people use the Celsius and meters and centimeters metric.
Oh.
Yeah.
I just
They do
moved
in
here to
Europe.
the U.S., so I use freedom units.
Freedom
It is strange how a piece of pipe is measured on the outside in imperial, but the inside is measured by the metric. How did that happen?
Well,
Standard pipe fittings. If you buy a pipe, the interior is measured in millimeters, but the exterior is measured in imperial. And I don't know why.
When you have a baby, dilation is measured in centimeters, and the baby's measured. The baby length is measured in inches.
And that's mad, isn't it?
Okay.
So at the moment, Carlos, it's 44 degrees at the moment.
Do what?
44.
44 degrees Fahrenheit.
Hey, Carlos. Carlos.
Okay.
10
Yes,
degrees
I'm in
here.
Atlanta. I'm in Atlanta. It's 94.
Oh,
Yeah,
I was in Atlanta 2 years
Georgia.
ago.
I'm going to be quiet for a little bit here. I'm listening.
I was in Atlanta 2 years ago.
Oh, you said you were in Atlanta in 94.
No, I was in Atlanta 2 years ago.
Oh, okay.
And Alabama.
What were you doing over here in
And
this area?
Louisiana. I was on holiday.
What were you up to?
Vacation. Deep South.
Vacation. All right. Good deal.
Atlanta.
Well, next time you're in this area, hit me up.
Chattanooga, New Orleans,
We can
Nashville. I'll let you know if I come back. I'll definitely meet
We
up.
can get together and have tea, real sweet tea.
Oh yeah, quite nice. I quite like sweet tea. Meatloaf. I'm
Oh
very
yeah,
passionate.
we can go eat a Cracker Barrel.
That's exactly where I was. Meatloaf. It was
Meatloaf.
lovely.
Oh, going high end there, Carlos.
Cracker Barrel meatloaf, beautiful.
Do what?
I said you're going high end there, Cracker Barrel.
You know it. I got if you're gonna come to the South, I gotta take you to Cracker Barrel. We got some bits that's gonna make you slap your mama.
I've been to Cracker Barrel. That's where the bus stopped all the time. Every time it was a Cracker Barrel.
You got to go to like Popeyes or something like that.
I had a Cracker Barrel, Arby's. We were in Arby's.
Oh yeah, Arby's.
Popeyes is all chicken. All chicken. Southern fried chicken.
Sorry, I don't do Popeyes. I'm Christian. I eat a Chick-fil-A. Sorry. I would never do that. That's sacrilegious.
I miss my Spanish food actually.
Except for Sundays. Sundays, Chick-fil-A is closed, so I won't go to Popeyes.
Terrible heartburn. Excuse me.
It's a hairball heartburn. Holy moly.
I thought you said hot flash.
Okay, them too. That's my age though.
How dare you? Don't speak to your elders like that.
I'm not. I was going to say I'm the oldest in here, but I'm not.
I think I'm the oldest.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, 59, just nearly 60. Couple of months.
Yeah, you're even older than Terry Davies.
What? Really?
Although Terry's not, because I think he's 57.
I'll be able to apply for my bus pass.
Yay, free buses.
Yeah.
I've got one of them already. Free bus pass.
Yeah, but under
That's
your
a disabled
circumstance.
pass, is it not?
It is indeed a
Yeah.
disabled pass, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly, yeah.
Well, I've got 4 years to go yet.
Right, I struggle to walk. I struggle to breathe because I've got emphysema, right? And I still can't get disabled ability,
Oh.
right? And there's a person a couple of 3 doors away from me, right? Fit as a fiddle, do everything what you possibly can, half my age, and she's on a disabled. How does that work?
Well, maybe not when they've started this new bloody PIP thing.
Oh, don't.
I'm waiting to hear back.
I expect Alan struggles to get what he's entitled to, don't you, Alan?
I've just been told I've got to start paying flipping council tax.
Oh God.
Really? Well, I pay it. I got to pay £18 a month, I think. Everyone's got.
This is for my son, so
Uh-huh.
I'm still. The form's away, so I'm still waiting to hear back. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, I don't know how to pay rent, fortunately, but I do have to pay council tax. Yeah, I don't work that one out. I just pay it. So no point arguing over it. But I just find it how they do the disability things here. I just don't know.
No.
I just give up on it. And I think, no, bugger it. Yeah.
Well,
I
maybe
should.
she'll get assessed and not get anything. She's not really entitled.
She's out cutting trees down the other day
Oh,
with a
for goodness sake.
chainsaw. Yeah, she's apparently disabled. The mind
No wonder
boggles.
they're doing all this reassessment and everything then.
Yeah.
Everybody kept telling me that I should, because I got injured in the service. Everybody said, "Oh, you want to apply for the war pension because you'll get that on top of your other benefits." I got £77 a week war pension, so they stopped £67 a week off my other benefits.
Yeah.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
Yeah. It's a catch-22. Yeah. That's pointless because whatever the extras you get, they'll take it off what you're entitled to anyways. You think,
yeah.
Well, it's like you have a second pension because they told you to invest in your pensions. And if you invest in the second pension as well as your national pension, they'll actually tax you on your second pension, which you've already paid tax on. It's just mind-boggling. That's wrong. And they tax you on your state pension as well, which you've already paid tax on.
Yep.
And then if you pull out early, then they tax you even more for pulling out early, even though you've been paying taxes on everything.
Yeah.
So buying a new car, you have to pay car tax, and then after they put the car tax on, they put the VAT on the price that includes the car tax. So you're actually paying VAT on the car tax element as well.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then you drive it off the lot, and it's worth half the price.
The 2 cars I bought brand new, I didn't have that problem with, but only because they were Fords and my father worked for the company, so I got them very, very well discounted.
That's the best way.
So they were actually worth more second hand than I paid.
You go on, Alan.
Yeah, you can't beat that.
Yeah, I bought a brand new XR2 in 1986, and I paid £5,000, and I paid £5,300 for it.
Oh, bloody hell, that's cheap.
It was a very nearly a £7,000 car.
Yeah, that's well cheap. So you bought
I actually paid less, and then when I bought a Sierra the following year because I got married.
Yeah.
And for both cars, I paid the dealer less for the car than the dealer paid Fords.
That's nice.
Yeah, well, actually, the dealer got a really good deal out of it, because the dealer gets a credit for the full retail price.
Oh, right.
So it's like selling a car where the dealer hasn't got to discount it for you.
Yeah.
Well, at least around here, because there's no competition. But down where my mum and dad lived, there were so many Ford employees, because you got the Dagenham production plant, and then there was head office and research and development and tractor plant and radiator plant and all sorts of places. Half the blooming population seemed to qualify for a car on the Ford company scheme. So you could even get the dealers to discount the discount price list for the employees because it was still worth their while to discount those cars a bit to make sure they actually got the business, because they could still get another 5 or 10% off and be doing very well out of it. Thank you very much.
Nice. Very nice. I remember I could have bought a brand new Mark III 2-litre Capri S for 5,200. I didn't, because I just didn't want a brand new car. My mate was absolutely annoyed by it. He said, "How come you get a discount?" I said, "Because I'm business." "No, you're not." I said, "Well, I was at the time because I was a taxi. I had my own taxi business." And he said, "Well, you're just a taxi business." I said, "What does a taxi business involve in, mate?" He went, "Cars." Like, exactly. He said, "Yeah, but Capri ain't no good." I said, "They don't care." They don't care. It's my discount because I'm a business. I could write it off. Well, back then you could write, some of it off with tax. But he was fuming because he bought a Capri secondhand, you see, and because he's, "Oh, I have one of those." The bloke behind the counter says, "You can't have it, mate. You ain't got business. We'd all make one up." Off you go then and bring the letterhead.
A quick note to Sherlock Holmes: as an employee back in the 80s, and when my dad was there, you did have to keep the car for 12 months before you could sell it, or you had to pay the discount back.
Yeah, you could.
So you didn't change them every 9 months, because yes, you could have 3 a year, or the employee could get 3 cars a year, because you could get one for himself, one for his wife, and one for another close family member.
Yeah. That's good. I bet you were stoked you had an XR3.
No, an XR2.
Oh, XR2. Oh, even better.
XR2, Mark II XR2. White.
Yeah,
white with the black trim and the pepper pots.
And the pepper pots. Yeah, you got to have pepper pots.
Yeah, because the funny thing was, it came as standard with flipping steel wheels. You actually had to pay extra for the pepper pots, but you got a full set of 5.
Yeah.
None of this bloody space saver spare shit. You got 5 alloy wheels.
Yeah. That's good. That's my daughter's last sports car. She had now, but she wished she never got rid of it. She had a Mark 1 and a Mark 2, and a Mark 1 was white, exactly how you described with the pepper pots. And she still kicks herself now for getting rid of it, because they're worth a fortune now, in good condition. XR2s.
Yeah. I was looking. I found one. I think mine was on a D plate.
Yeah.
But I saw one. I saw one on one of these online auctiony type places, or one of these places that does classic cars.
Yeah.
Over 10,000 quid.
Yep. Quite believe it. It's just frightening, really, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, but then you look, a nice Mark II Escort, 1.6 gear,
Yeah.
25.
Escort.
Escort. Yeah.
25,000 quid.
I had
Ooh, that's an expensive night.
Yeah. No, not that sort of escort, Carlos.
Oh, sorry. I just jumped back in. I was like, what the heck?
No, we're talking about cars. It was called an escort.
A car.
Ford.
Yeah. Okay. About that.
Yeah.
Dang.
I had a Mark II escort. Had a Cosworth engine in it. The Crossflow. Bought out 1700. Twin Weber carbs on it. It was basically as a works engine in it, and it was in a brown, that shitty brown color they done with the vinyl roof. And of course, people looked at it thinking it was just some beat up old granddad's car. But what they didn't realize was under the bonnet. And that was extremely fast. Ooh, what's he playing with now? That's a bit empty, Carlos. But I love that.
It was empty. Sorry.
I love
The
my
what?
Mark II Escort. My Mark II Escort. That was brilliant. That was lowered as well. And,
That had the racing clutch in it, didn't it?
sorry? What you say, Sean?
That had a racing clutch. That had a racing clutch in it, didn't it?
Yeah. Oh yeah. That was it's just awesome. And I bought it really cheap as well because it was in that horrible brownie color, that light tanny color with a brown vinyl roof. No one wanted it, but I bought off this dealer. He didn't realize what engine was under there. He said, "Oh look, it's got twin Webers on it, side draft Webers on it, 40 mil." And I thought, I'll have that. That was only 300 quid or 250. That was quite cheap. And I thought, I'll have that just for the carbs because the carbs were worth that at the time. I took it home. When I took the cam off it, and I thought, that ain't a standard cam. This looks a bit different. And it had a proper aftermarket header on it. And I could see it been lowered, so I checked the springs, and they're blistering. Bilstein.
Bilsteins, yeah, that would have been Bilsteins.
Yeah, it had them all the way round, adjustables, and I thought, and I found the previous owner that had it was sort of local, so I went and found them, looked them up, and asked them what had been done. He said, "Yeah, it's ex-Works rally engine." Can't remember who it was. He picked it up, and he was gobsmacked how much I bought it for. He just couldn't believe it. He says, "I paid more than that for the carbs." He said, "The engine, blah blah blah." Yeah, and I said, "Yeah, it's mine now." And that was like a go-kart on the road. That was just unbelievable. Didn't have much of a top speed, but the acceleration up to 110 mile an hour was phenomenal for back then for a car. But yeah, I had a lot of fun in that car. 2-door as well. It wasn't 4-door, it's 2-door. So that was cool. Yeah.
Yeah, I remember my dad telling me when he worked at Aveley, this would have been sort of 63 time, they built a car for Avon. And they took a Mark I Cortina Estate.
Oh yeah.
Body shell.
Yeah.
And chassis. And they fitted one of these newfangled 2-litre overhead cam Pinto engines in it.
Yeah.
With a custom built twin cam 16 valve head.
Yeah.
And
Off the
two huge twin choke Weber carburetors on it.
Yeah.
Right. And then at the back, which on the dyno did 150 brake horsepower. So normally aspirated with carburetors did what Cosworth got out of the engine in a production car.
Yeah.
25 years later
Yeah.
with a turbo. Same engine, but with a turbo.
Well, yeah.
But anyway, so 150 brake at the flywheel, and
Oh, right then.
and yeah, but it's 1963. It's only a 2 litre.
Yeah.
You know, well, they put it in. Well, they picked the estate car because they didn't want to put big flared wheel arches on it to get the huge, great tyres that Avon wanted fitting.
Oh, right.
Because they had like, I think they were. I think he said they were like nearly 10-inch wide tyres on the damn thing.
Oh, bloody hell!
So what they did was they remodeled the wheel
Inner
arches inside.
Yeah.
And then they cut all the half shafts down so that it would fit.
Yeah.
Right. Of course, the old man got to take it out and try it, didn't he?
Nice.
He said he took an E-type from the lights.
Oh, right.
Pulled up next to his E-type, gives it boom, boom, boom.
Yeah.
The guy in the E-type went for it, so did the old man. And the Mark 1 Cortina estate won the race.
He's gobsmacked. Spot this C-type Jag.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's what happens when you put that much power, much power in a Mark 1 Cortina. with the tires to put it on the ground, to put the power on the ground.
Yeah, that's the key factor, I suppose. Yeah, he got the grip.
Yeah. Oh, and lots of and discs all round, disc brakes all round, and sort of.
Yeah.
Because it was literally a custom build.
Yeah, I expect it's a lot lighter than it should have been, anyways.
Probably.
Yeah.
I don't suppose they bothered too much in putting much of the fancy shit in there.
No. Probably didn't have a rear bench seat or anything like that in it.
I wouldn't have thought so.
No.
But yeah. What you can do if you're actually Ford Motor Company and somebody wants you to build a custom car.
Yeah. You got the facilities at hand. Yeah.
Yeah.
No problem.
Including being able to take new stuff off the production line.
Yeah. Nice. I always wanted the twin cam. So I had one of the last Mark V, of course, Tina's 2 litre S.
Yeah.
And that had the Pinto engine in it. And I always wanted a Cosworth twin cam head to put on it. Well, I never got round to doing it, but that was a nice car. Enjoyed that.
Yeah.
That was one of the last 2 litre S's built, because out of that they made them 1600.
Yeah.
I can't remember what they
did
called them.
They did it with the 2.3 V6 as well, didn't they?
Yeah, but they're horrible. 2.3. The 2.8s were nice V6s, but the 2.3s were a bit gutless. They just didn't have the weight, I suppose, of the engine didn't really overcome because they didn't really have them tuned. They were quite detuned, weren't they? The V6s, V8, 2.8 V6s were good engines, but the 2.3s, they were just.
I had a 1984 Granada Estate with the 2.8, with the 2.8 with the carburetor.
Oh, you had not that high.
I had that after the Sierra, and the Sierra was the 2 litre was the GLS, the 2 litre GLS, which had the Bosch electronic fuel injection.
Yeah.
Didn't like it. Bosch electronic fuel injection. Really didn't like being around an L-band radar. Like, really didn't like it.
Like, you went back
if you drove up to the radar building with the aerial going round above you.
Yeah.
One of the side lobes would come down and kill the engine. But it would make it rev up and do all sorts of crazy shit.
I bet it suddenly come alive by itself.
Because we used to have to go around and do like 3 hour head checks every 3 hours and fill in the book to say the building hadn't burned down. Well, on a night shift, we could get away with parking outside our main engineering building. So instead of in the winter, if it was cold and wet, instead of walking around like what we were supposed to, you'd go outside, jump in the car, and drive. Well,
right.
You know, because bugger walk. I mean, even if the site is only about 300 yards by 300 yards, bugger walking.
Yeah.
It's bugger walking when it's pissing down with rain and it's 3 o'clock in the morning.
What sort of power was your radars chucking out then?
Well, the L-band radar had one transmitter running at 5 megawatts.
Nice.
Peak. That's peak.
Yeah,
and,
peak.
And the S-band radar, the one I worked on, the one that's in the Avatar. Oh, both the aerials were different designs, but they both used the same reflector dish.
Yeah.
But the one I worked on had 12 nominally 5 megawatt transmitters.
The ERP must have been phenomenal on that.
But in the right, but for the ones that were in the right part of the power band for the they could do up to 8 megawatts at a DC input to the transmitter of 12,000 volts at 10 amps DC.
Do you know what the radar?
Did you want to know the best bit? Guess how much ripple there was on that DC.
Knowing the RF, probably pure as anything, but
50 millivolts.
Oh right, that's impressive.
Although that was set at minimum EHT, so about 4,000 volts, 3 to 4,000 volts.
Oh, that's pretty good. I think the most we could use on HF was 100 actual watts.
Yeah.
I think it was 100 watts. Then and VHF it went up a little bit more, I believe. I can't remember now. I haven't looked at the stats for years. But if we went into microwaves, that's effectively, whatever you could physically afford to build. If you had a 1 kilowatt amplifier, which you had to be pretty rich to buy something like that back in the 80s, to buy a 1 kilowatt amplifier for microwaves. Depending on what's.
But that's not pulse though, is it? That's going to be
no. That's continuous. Yeah. But
because remember that the radar was 5 megawatts peak.
Yeah.
So it was about 10. Mean power was about 10 kilowatts. Per transmitter.
But still, the ERP with the size of the dish you had would have been phenomenal. I hate to think what the gain is on that dish. What I'm looking at.
Quite a lot.
Yeah. The maximum I could make, I think the most I could ever get effective dB gain on my dishes was somewhere in about, was it 33? You could, if it was really efficient, you could get up to about 60 dB effective ERP gain from a 1 kilowatt. So multiplying that by 1,000, that's why I was saying to you about birds dropping out of the sky. If you had that sort of power, that would literally just kill them. But I never had that sort of power. So
Oh, of course, because your area wouldn't be moving, would it?
no, mine had been stationary. Yeah.
Yeah, see, because that aerial might have weighed 60 tons, but it went round at 4 RPM.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. No, I didn't have anything. I'd love to build something with the span of that. Obviously, it wouldn't weigh 60 tons, so it wouldn't have got on my mast. It had just bent it like a piece of grass.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah. I could hoik. I never actually had a proper mast. I had scaffolding poles with guy ropes. So,
yeah.
I had 66 foot of scaffolding pole I could push up by myself. So the aerials weren't that particularly heavy. I think the biggest one I had was a 2 meter beam, which was a 14 element power beam. And I mean, you could pick that with one finger, sort of, well, one finger. You could pick it up with one hand quite easily. So there wasn't much of a weight, but obviously on the end of a 66 pole, that was quite a bit of a extra weight. But I could pick it up by myself and then guide it down. But that was on a rotator as well, so I could turn it wherever I wanted to turn it. But the biggest dish I made, as I said, I think it was at 30 odd. It might have been 40 foot. That was made out of bamboo cane, my dish, and using chicken wire for the reflector part. So that was all good fun, but it's been a few years since I've done any of it. So, but now I've got somewhere to reside. I'll probably start doing it again. I'll probably put a long wire up to start with and listen to some HF. And maybe starts transmitting on there. But it's gigahertz I've always wanted to get into. But that was quite.
That was centered at 3.
Oh right.
And I think we had 250 either side. I think we had 500. I think we had a total of 500 meg.
What by bandwidth?
Yeah. Well, of frequency we were allowed to transmit on.
Either side of 3 gig. Yeah.
Either side of 3, yes.
Yeah. Up and lower.
Yeah, sort of like 250 either side.
Yeah. I think.
And we would transmit on four bands. So we never actually transmitted at 3 gigahertz because that was the center, and then we would have upper and lower mixed in to get the 4 bands we used.
Yeah. They had someone was telling me a story about the repeater station in Alaska. I think it's television. I can't remember what the actual satellite was used for, but it's a repeater station to retransmit. And there's a couple of guys that used to man this station up there. And one of the guys used to, because there's big notices, don't go near the dish and everything. Because I mean, they were transmitting like, I think that was like 50 megawatts. Something phenomenal, anyways. But that was obviously international stuff. Anyways, this bloke used to go out, sit out there, and sit in front of the dish, right? Well, the bloke said, "Why are you sitting outside where it's snowy?" He said, "Well, I get the fresh air, but I feel this nice tingly feeling when I'm outside." He said that sort of keeps you warm. Anyway, yeah, it sort of went on. He thought, I don't know, he's been out there for quite some time. What he didn't realise, the bloke sitting outside, is they had an outage. So they pumped all the extra power to this repeater station and it went on to full power. So basically you're sitting outside a microwave oven, basically. And that just basically cooked them. And the bloke thought, because he'd see all the dials and everything, and they had an outage and realised there's an extra. He thought, better go warn my friend. Went outside, and of course he just sat there with the newspaper, well, what was left of it, and went up to poke him, and of course he was just dead, cooked alive, basically. Which is a sad story, but
the former warrant, the retired former warrant officer who taught me on my Type 85 course had actually worked on the design when he was stationed at the radar research establishment in the 60s, and he'd worked on the transmitter design, and he'd worked on the Klystron. And when they were testing the Klystron, they didn't use a dummy load. They just used a tuned length of waveguide out. They brought the piece of they jacked the transmit the Klystron valve up a bit, and then just brought a piece of waveguide out, turned it through 90 degrees, and tuned it for length.
Yeah.
So of course, yeah, just pumped it straight out into the room where they were working on it.
Not a good idea. Oh.
He said he said they didn't actually have to worry about contraception while he was based there.
I wonder why.
Yeah, I wonder.
Oh.
They literally just pumped it in. They just literally pumped it into the room with them. I mean, it was only, but it's, because it's only a 10 microsecond pulse and it's only at 250 hertz PRF. It's only 10 kilowatts.
Yeah, but it's just only 10 kilowatts.
And you know how we measured the output power, don't you?
You didn't lick the end of it. I do know. No,
we measured the output power by measuring the temperature differential of the cooling water. I mean, there was an electronic gauge on the front that sort of said what, but yeah, to properly check the power output, you went around the back and you checked the temperature differential off the water gauge.
See if it was warming up. Yeah, that's good.
No,
what happened to yeah.
Well, one of the radars I did my training on, just doing basic trade training, was the Type 80, and by the time I was in there, only had one left in service. But yeah, at least when they were running that, they did have a 200-gallon water-filled dummy load.
Yeah. Water-filled, not oil.
Yeah, water-filled.
Yeah. Some ones I made, I kept saying to me ex-wife when I was telling her about the Spitfire, I kept saying to her, can you get Mazola oil, please? Not just cheap vegetable oil. Why? Because I need it in the shack. She said, what the hell do you want oil in the shack for? I said, because I'm making a dummy load. I said, what? I'm making a dummy load, but I'm sure it was Mazola, the corn oil, because I think that was purer than the cheaper vegetable oil. I can't remember it, but yeah, I used that. And of course, I had a old syrup tin, a big one, because I bought a load of resistors, put them in a series parallel. Is it series parallel? Yeah, I done a series parallel.
Series parallel series is same damn difference.
Yeah. No, I couldn't remember whether they're just in serial. No, they were in parallel. Yeah. Because but I'd done a double stacked one because that was a big tin, and yeah, I could keep that all day. But because I had too much power, it's still on 27 megs. It'd still wipe out all the old tube televisions. And, the woman down the end, one of the women, I used to, one or two of them, I tried to do it late at night so people didn't interfere with their television, or during the day. So it didn't interfere with their programs. But this one woman, she moaned like buggery about it. And I said, well, I'm a licensed amateur, I can. And I said, if your television's interfering with it, it's your television, not my spurious outputs. And I actually have a guy come round and check it on. He said, no, as clean as anything, mate. And he went round and told the woman that complained, says, you need a new television. She was fuming, she was. But that was just off the dummy load. So, and I wouldn't use me HF unless I was, if I knew they were out. So I didn't really want up. So there was only a block of 6 people where I lived.
Yeah.
So, and I used to try. I couldn't have the back of the beam to the houses because that'd still wipe them out. So I turn it sideways, sort of thing, to sort of try and reduce it. But I tend to use lowest power I could. But when I was on the high gain aerial at all the dummy loaders, I just couldn't believe how much that was kicking out. And bloody hell, that used to get warm.
Well, when the Type 84 first arrived at NeoZ in sort of late 60s, they discovered that the transmitter frequency was an exact multiple of the first IF for receivers for Anglia TV.
Yeah, because it's 6.7 odd megahertz, the crystal, I think, from the tellies.
Well, yeah, but whatever frequency whatever frequency that Anglia TV was on, the difference from that to the 84's transmitter frequency was a harmonic to its first IF. So about 15 to 20 miles radius. would get a meep about every 15 seconds. Well, exactly every 15 seconds.
The screens go all fuzzy. Yeah, that's basically how what channel they BBC guys and their detector vans. That's how they knew what channel you're watching, because they knew what frequency your telly was tuned to.
But
they're so bad.
Then we got the supposedly mobile radars that turned out to be not very, because they would break if you tried to move them.
Oh, right, they're quite fragile. Yeah.
That's why they ended up putting a golf ball up at Trimmingham. They put a golf ball up at Trimmingham to put a mobile radar inside, because not only did it break when you moved it, it was aluminium, so sticking it on top of a cliff wasn't a good idea.
No, not really. No.
But it was just top of the cliff, but just back a bit it was on the inside side of the coast road.
Ah, right, yeah.
Because some bloke had bought the land opposite it and built a nice house on there. Well, the problem was that he was so close to the radar when they moved it on there that it didn't matter. You could be watching you could be watching playback from a VCR. Every time the bloody aerial went round. Anything electronic that had a speaker in it, every 15 seconds.
I bet that haunted him for years, wondering what that was.
No, he knew, but he was furious because, this was like 1992.
Oh, right.
And he'd built this house, and he'd spent like the house was worth nearly £500,000. Or it would have been if you didn't have every 15 seconds out of all your electronics. In fact, the only place I think in the whole house that didn't get meeped was if you put something in the microwave. Because at least the microwave is a half decent Faraday cage, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I was watching this program. They're talking about false information on YouTube. There's people who are talking about shields, and this so-called expert bloke come on. It's only a young chap. He was in studio recording or something or other, and he said if there's any holes in the actual shield, it's not a shield because they can escape through the holes. And I thought, I wish I was local to him, because I'd have walked in there and put his mobile phone over a Faraday cage with chicken wire. I said, "There, mate, trying to make a phone call with it now."
Yeah.
What are you talking about? It's got holes in it. It's not a shield. It's got to be solid metal. And fuck off. It's just false information on YouTube. It's just unbelievable. I'd love to see this bloke's face. Me. I'd love to have been the postman. Letter for you. Me. Letter for you, mate. Me. And
Oh,
I suppose
he did just about. He tried just about everything to get this radar. Yeah, it didn't
that
happen.
wasn't going to happen, was it?
No, because it's the MOD. It's like,
Yeah.
And they put the golf ball up. Planning permission? What planning permission?
Permission.
The MOD. It's operational need.
Yeah.
We're building it.
You can complain all you like, mate.
Yeah.
Governor, what? We got another letter from him. It just weren't going to happen. But that was the beauty of having my radio license, because they're convinced that I was just CB. My this other bloke, he hated the thought that I had these aerials in my garden. He just couldn't do it, because I had a license to do it, and I had a really clean station. And I think the guy that come around, because he's an old ex-signal bloke working for him, and that he understood everything. And because I was building my own equipment, especially Morse code, my first Morse code transmitter was 5 components. That's all it was. And my first actual transmission with that was with the Pit. I can't pronounce it right. I always called it Pitcairn Islands, but it's Pitcairn.
Pitcairn.
Down near New Zealand.
Yeah.
That was my first transmit on that, and I had a Heathkit receiver to pick them up on, and the bloke gave me a 5x9 signal with no chirp. I was so ecstatic with it, and then when I looked up on the map to see where it was, I couldn't believe it. I thought, bloody hell, that's a good one.
That's about as far as you can get, isn't it?
Yeah, that was my first. And he said the reason he picked me out is because my signal was so clean. That was only on long wire, a homemade ATU unit with a random capacitor I found at some radio rally, and it was all old components from the 60s. Apart from the components I built Heathkit with, and that they're all new, and my transmitter. And that was an old Morse key from the army or one of the forces. I don't know where it was made from. And the bloke, I got 5x9 seal. I still probably got the QSL card to prove transmissions. There's so many people jealous of that. Local operators trying to get that. It was on 14 megs. Because they were trying to get through, but they just couldn't get through. I was just in the right place at the right time.
I take it you must have been a member of the Lowestoft Ham Club then.
Sort of.
Down Heath Road in Colville side.
Yeah, I knew of it. I don't know if I ever actually went to see them. I know some of the members came and see me. I honestly can't tell you if I actually went to see them or not. I met one or two of the old signal guys in East Anglia, because I really got into my Morse and the old equipment. I just liked the old equipment, even though I used to fantasize. Everyone fantasized by the Yaesu and the Kenwoods and the Icons, but they were just so out of my league, money-wise. So I started buying all the old tank transmitters out the tanks, and R8, was it the AR-88? You probably remember them, don't you?
No, because I never did comms. I was strictly radar.
Right. Okay.
We did. When we did, we the course was kind of broken into 2 halves: the theory part and the practical part. And we pretty much did all air defense radar, airfields radar, and comms pretty much went through common theory.
Yeah.
And then you kind of and then we kind of did cursory stuff on modulation and what have you for AM and FM and what have you.
Yeah.
And then concentrated on the radar theory, while the TCs would have done a cursory look at radar systems and concentrated on comms stuff.
Yeah.
So, and of course, I never got into being a ham. So,
all right. The amount of X signals I met just because I used to like the Morse because it's just so simple. And it cuts through absolutely everything. So if you couldn't get through on sideband or AM, FM or your computers doing like scan television, that Morse every time. It don't matter what happened, you could find a band where the Morse was active. But I used to follow a lot of the old Signal boys because obviously they're so efficient at it. And it's just so musical listening to them. But once it got over sort of like 25 words a minute, you listen to the whole word rather than individual characters. But it's just so musical. Listen to someone who's so good at it. And they're the ones who actually taught me how to, just copying them basically. And all the old equipment. I just got so fascinated with the old analog stuff. But anything ex-military, I knew it was going to be far superior than anything you'd buy new because they're built like, a receiver out of a tank. You knew it was going to last because it was supposed to be sitting inside a tank. And you think, that must be quite well built. And they were. They're absolutely awesome. And they still are now. So I still need a Radio Shack because I ain't got the room to actually have it indoors because I'm only in a flat and that's only got 3 rooms.
Did you hear that or not? Or did I just deafen myself?
You probably just deafen yourself. It's just that was great.
Let's see if... I think you must have got that, didn't you?
No, I'm not picking anything up. The others might do.
Oh, sorry, I must have. Right, now I reckon you should hear it.
Oh, like you must. Yeah, I got that. That was nice. Very nice.
Come on, then.
I ain't got it. You'd have to play it again for me. I'd have to write it down. Is that Best Benoit? No. No, I've lost it.
That was supposedly Hello Mad.
Yeah. That's too quick now. It's been a few years since I've done it. Last time I actually done any.
Yeah, all right. That was actually 20 words a minute.
Minute, yeah. So it's 20. I'd probably start again at about 12 and work up again. I could repeat it. I can well, if that's an AS ether band, what you got right up there in terms of your name.
Where is that? Yeah, it's ether band.
Yeah, if it's AEBER, I could do da did da did did da. Oh no, sorry, scrub that. Start again. Did da did da did did da did da did did da did da did did da da. I can transmit it, but to receive it again, I'd have to sit down and listen to it. and get back to it, because it's been a few years since I've done any more.
This is that same message I tried before, but slowed down to 12 words a minute.
Yep, I've got that. Yeah, it's about 12 words a minute. That probably a bit slightly slower, maybe.
No, I know that was 12 words a minute, because
that was 12.
That's what the Morse code translator told me.
Oh yeah, 12. Yeah.
Because I was not sending that.
No. I've got no amateur radio equipment at all at the moment, unfortunately. Well, I've got some old walkie-talkies, but I doubt if they actually work. So I've got rid of all my stuff a few years ago. I've kept in touch with it, but I bumped into a guy a couple of years ago, because he's a Class B, basically, and he's got the newfangled call signs. And I've still got my old G1 call sign, which I don't use because it's Class B, because I'm a G0 now. And I said to him, my son was going to have my old call sign, but obviously he's passed away. And I said to him, you can have my old call sign if you like, because you can still hand them on as long as you got permission of the original owner. And he was so stoked, but I've lost contact. I've got to get in touch with him again so we can have it. Because he'd be so stoked to have the G1, because people around the world will know where G1 comes from. It's England, but the new ones are so confusing to foreign around the world. 2N? Where you come from? 2N? Where's that? They just don't know. But I was amazed, not really amazed, but I was surprised how far they've come now on repeaters and things. It's all digitized and everything, and it's just the repeaters. You can all the way around the country now on UHF. Well, I couldn't do that when I was doing it. That was just basically local stuff. Unless you got a bit of tropospherics. You'd sort of pull in some Holland stuff now and again. But normally that was just local VHF and UHF. But now it's all around the world. Well, what happened? What have I missed? So I've got to do a lot of studying to get back into it, though, because that's changed so much. Like I was saying about computers, got out computers about 2011. So I got fed up with all the small increments every year. Oh, you've got 2% gain on this new processor, which costs you $1,000. Oh, that bugger this. I just sort of lost interest in it because it's just got stupid. Now I've got back into it, and I've sort of caught up with the computer while I got back to my radio now, and start doing some research. It's surprising how quick you can lose it, really, if you're not familiar with it every day. So I'm on the back foot at the moment. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, sorry, just a little bit of a brain fart.
Hello again, everyone.
Hey, biscuits.
This is a video of Ace Biscuits. You know where that's from? That's a video when Top Gear finished. Well, the good Top Gear. And James May and Hammond, and they were sitting around trying to think of a new name for the new show, because they'd been picked up by Amazon. And so they didn't have a new show. And so there's several videos on YouTube of them sitting in their offices, and they're trying to figure out the name for the new show. And they would just come up with these ridiculous ideas, of course. And so James May was like, he had a biscuit in hand, custard cream. He had custard cream. And so he had that custard cream and said, why don't we just call it, it's a new way of saying something's good. Let's just call it Ace Biscuits. And so he had this. If you type in Ace Biscuits, you'll see a picture of James May with a custard cream in his mouth. That's where it comes from. Ace Biscuits. It's just meaningless. It's just completely the most obscure. I love stuff like that. It's so obscure.
Yeah, it's just like a load of mates sitting around a table having a laugh,
Yeah.
aren't they?
Oh, it's so funny.
I wish they'd come on
best
anyway.
one. Let's see if I can type something in. I can't find the chat. What's the matter with me? Where's the chat? How can I get to the chat? I just type in someone's name, right?
If you go to the bottom and click on the bit that says chat.
Yeah, that's probably the key.
Chat. It says shut up. It says participants. There you are. There you are. Just type in someone's name. Oh, just type in anybody's name. All right. So
if you go to
there's another one. It says chat.
Share and chat.
It doesn't on the app. The app. I'm on the iPhone app. It doesn't have chat.
Well, so if you're right to use an iPhone, then
hit car show. So they came up with the hashtag Amazon's hit car show. That was the new title for last year's season.
Oh,
and I type it in Amazon's hit car show. So go to the chat and Amazon's hit car show. You'll start laughing as soon as you read it.
It's not come up on my chat yet.
No, it's sent to Terry Davis. Hold on. Come on.
Send it to everyone.
Yeah, just send it to
everyone. Can I delete it? No, of course you can't delete it. Oh, for pity's sake.
Pip's gone. Night, Pip.
Went. Amazon's hit car show.
I have watched some of that on YouTube, and I was a bit dismayed that they're using CGI to drive the cars, and I think, what?
CGI?
They're using a computer program to drive the cars.
Where?
I don't know
what.
I didn't. They're last one I watched. They're driving the muscle cars. Clarkson had the Mustang. I think Hammond had the Camaro.
And they had a Cadillac.
No,
that was a different one.
No, they're racing around the old. They're at the old factories where they used to build. I think it's Chicago, where they used to build.
Cars. How do you use CGI? Really? You know CGI? Oh gosh, here we go.
Yeah. No, but they're actually using. I suppose the computer program was designed for them, and they're actually racing these cars around these buildings. But instead of doing it like they normally do in the actual cars, they actually use this computer program, like PlayStation or PC driving.
Oh,
game.
they were using the game then. Yeah, I'd have to look at that. I haven't seen all the episodes of the Grand Tour.
Yeah, that was the Grand Tour, and I thought, if this is what they're doing, I'm watching it because I want to see them drive the actual cars. But I think
I have to say it is entertaining enough to watch, and we have been watching, but it's not as it's so entertaining that you're compelled to watch. So we're still on just the middle of the second season. They've got a new season. Season 3 is out already. So we've only got halfway through the second season, and it's still entertaining. It still makes you laugh, and it's still funny, but it's not quite as. I mean, Top Gear was Top Gear. You can't, it would be very difficult to really reproduce
replicate it. Yeah,
replicate it. They don't have the stig. They don't have the, they have to just. There's some things they couldn't do.
Yeah.
Oh, is that Arwen in the chat? Arwen is in the chat. When you come in the chat, Arwen.
What chat?
I've directly in the on YouTube.
Yeah, in the outside chat. I'm just.
I can't get that.
Come on in, Arwen. I've never directly addressed you, Arwen. I've seen some of your videos.
I can't get that in live chat. I don't know why.
I'm on my computer as well as I'm sitting at my computer doing a few other things and on my phone.
Yeah, my live chat has stopped. My live chat has stopped streaming to me. I don't know why.
Oh, okay.
I don't know why. It's just stopped streaming.
All right.
Me.
You probably
I've tried-
just refresh it. It still doesn't work. That's strange.
Nope. Tried refreshing it, so I'm missing all the chat comments.
Oh, that's rubbish. I was just going to say though, the Grand Tour. So they couldn't have the Stig. Stig was owned by the BBC. So that was a copyrighted thing. It was owned by the BBC. They couldn't do. They had to do a new show. They couldn't do the news. They couldn't. There's some formats that the BBC, I think, threatened a lawsuit if they just copied. If they just copied the format completely, verbatim, if you will, from Top Gear. I think there'd be threatened them. I think so. They had to come up with different things to do, like Conversation Street is what they do now. It's called Conversation Street, which is actually the news.
Yeah.
So it is funny enough to watch. It's not quite as good as Top Gear. Missed the Stig badly. The Stig is now in the hands of wannabes. It's like a clone trooper. Now he's in the hands of the dark side. So anyway, Arwen looks like he's not going to come in.
No, I did post a link for it.
There's about a 30-second delay, I think. I'll test that. Test it and see. Go to participants. There's my camera.
Is it possible to send me a link to the live chat?
I'm on my phone, looking at the computer.
You just reload the watch page, and then you can get the chat, and then it'll reload the chat as well.
The watch page.
Are you talking about our chat or the YouTube chat?
No, the YouTube chat.
Yeah, just reload the watch page, and it'll restart
37.
everything.
I have, and it just doesn't come up.
Huh.
I don't know why, which is unusual. So I normally click it out of the pop out.
Because I'm looking on the live dashboard so that I get the other info as well, but I've got it popped out too. And
it's a 30. It's a 30-second delay from when we say it to actually being on YouTube. 30 seconds go by.
Yeah.
The last I got was Jose. Let's do it, and Hola, and then good day everybody, and that's it.
Marty, yes. My wifey watched Man in the High Castle. I didn't get into it, and there was a few other things she watched on Amazon. The last show I got into, I don't watch any TV. I just watch YouTube, to be honest. I was Travelers, Sci-Fi Travelers, but I'm doing a sci-fi film myself, so I'm trying not to watch sci-fi, so I don't end up copying everything. Otherwise, I'm just going to this thing and that element from this film and that element from that film, and just copy it. I'm trying to avoid that. Anyway, yeah, Arwen does not look like he's going to come in. Pity. It would be nice to chat with Arwen. He was meant to do some of that Globe tour, and he ended up backing out for some whatever reason. I'm not sure what that was about.
I don't know what's going on with my. It's quite weird because I'm the techie of the family, so it's quite embarrassing that's not working for me.
Well, yes. So it's not really a It's more a case of something that's automatic like that. You don't have control. If you can pull out the guts of something, or there's some things you can do and there's some things you can't do. We have a HomePod, an Apple HomePod, and if it doesn't connect, sometimes it doesn't connect. Very rarely, but sometimes. If it doesn't, there's nothing you can do. What do you do? You turn it on, you turn it back off, or either you turn it off, turn it back on, and if it still doesn't work, what? There's no configuration. Jose, come on in, man.
Hello, Jose. Is
Hello.
Glean the last one posted?
Man in the High Castle was an alternative history show about the Nazis taking over America and then the resistance of the Nazis in America. And I watched the first 2 episodes and there was some torturing in it, and I can't do that. I just can't do that sort of thing. And so I thought, if it's going to be, there's other few things as well, and I thought, I don't know if I can do that. It's just too, I like sci-fi.
Well, I'm back.
Yeah. But I did enjoy the show, but it was a bit too, very good concept. Just a bit too.
What?
Jose JG Gonzalez.
Yeah.
Or as we used to call Gonzales.
Jose Gonzalez.
Gonzalez.
Jose.
Josie.
Jose
Gonzales. We used to do that when I took French in school. We would, the teacher was really nice chap, and sometimes we would mock him by anglicizing all the words. So he knew, of course, we were joking. We just make each other laugh by just anglicizing the words, how this pronounced. So we just say, "Hey, Jamaple Paul."
Bunch of trolls.
First thing, is that just who said that? Who said that? Who said that?
Carlos, I think.
Was it Carlos?
Said what?
You just, is that what you just? Oh, there he is. There's Carlos. His photogenic face there with the cool glasses.
Just my face, though. Yeah. Body too.
What do you do, Carlos? What's your vocation?
I work with signals and the whole spectrum.
Are you a Spectrum? Yeah, right.
Spectrum.
Okay.
Louis
I'm not
don't like
far from you. I'm in Atlanta, Carlos. I'm not far from you. Whereabouts in Alabama are you?
Oh, so you are in Atlanta. I thought I couldn't tell you earlier if that's what you were saying or not.
Yeah,
man.
Yeah.
I am literally about an hour from you. Well, an hour and a half, depending on.
Literally, not figuratively.
No, literally.
Literally.
An hour and a half.
I literally exploded.
No, yeah, I don't misuse those words.
People, we make a joke, my kids like that.
I know.
Literally exploded. No, you didn't literally explode.
Yeah, I know. It's like, really? Anyway, no, I'm over here around Auburn, War Eagle.
Oh yes, yes, Auburn. It's straight down I-85. Yep.
Yeah, if I hit I-85 with no traffic, I'll probably get to Atlanta in about an hour.
If you stay on I-85, you'll drive. Just stay on there all the way into North Carolina, South Carolina. You will basically drive within about 3 miles of me.
Dang.
That's why.
Yeah. The only time I go to Atlanta is to go to the airport. I just get off on the airport exit.
Yeah.
If I don't miss it.
I've been in Auburn. I shot a wedding in Auburn.
Oh, you're a videographer.
Yeah, I do video right now and photography, but yeah.
I did industrial video production for a local company here. We did lots of weddings, and we had a contract with the local hospital. We did a lot of stuff with them.
Yeah, cool.
And
yes.
Back when we used mini DV.
Oh yes, those tapes.
Matrox cards for video.
Yeah, gracious. Yeah, mini DV.
Adobe CS4.
Remember the compact VHS?
Yeah, C.
And VHS-C, and you could put that compact cassette inside a big one and play it on a regular.
Yeah, converter.
Yes.
Dude, I'm actually looking for one of those because I got 2 tapes that I cannot play back.
You need to convert.
I bought 3 cameras that are Type C, and all of them basically ate my tape.
Did they?
Didn't work. Yeah, so I might just send them off to somebody.
There is a place near me that does all of that stuff. I can if you want to, let's off air, we can get in contact, and I can maybe put you in touch with them. Because what we can do then is, if it's really a precious thing, like you don't want to send it in the mail, I can actually physically deliver it. And
yeah.
Oh yeah, no, it's basically my attempt to stop motion.
Oh, nice. Yes.
Because I had a camera that has basically back in the day when the police officers had video system in their patrol.
Right.
They actually have VHS-C, and there was a camera system for that. So somehow my dad got a hold of one of those because they auctioned them off.
Right, and they go into digital.
Well, actually, because they went to digital. Yeah, so I had one of those, and I try doing stop motion, but basically it would be like at least like 5 to 10 frames for every time that I turn it on and off the record button. So I had a lot of that when I was little.
Yes.
And I also have some stuff with my friends, just recording, being silly. So I don't want to be able to play that back.
Yes.
To my kids.
That would be precious. That'd be precious. That's.
What is that? Somebody showing something.
I need.
Oh, nice.
Yeah,
that's where I am.
I need a mini DVD cleaner, and I'm loath to pay 35 quid for a cleaning tape.
Yeah,
well, just buy an empty one.
Well, if you can take it apart, you can get to the head, get Q-tip with some alcohol.
Yeah.
So is it something physical that I should know this about VCR heads, but is it something physical that is obstructing the reading head?
No, it just says tape head needs cleaning. So I haven't got in there with a Q-tip, but that's a bit. Yeah, and I don't want.
That's what I'm saying. Like, so you have to remove something physical away from the head. I thought it was something with magnetism that it has some.
Usually, it's just simply it's dust accumulation on the head because it's a physical connection.
Oxide. Yeah, it's just oxide.
Okay.
Yeah, oxides or something.
Yeah, and it just comes up.
Gotcha.
I suppose it's just to recycle. It needs cleaning. It still transmits. I don't want to get rid of it because it's a bloody good camera, and I want to use it when I start doing live YouTube.
Yeah,
because it's got 3 CCDs in it, not just the one.
Nice.
It's got 3. Yeah, that's a sort of high-end JVC.
So I have a place, Carlos. I have a place nearby that does stuff. They it's really, really excellent. They can do all manner of different things, including transfer of that sort of thing, and they also do a lot of printing. And you can get almost anything. If I went in there tomorrow and said, I need a 4-inch by 10-inch print with full color, 3-side folded, whatever, trifold. I need, in 2 days, he'd be able to do it for me. It's terrific guy near me. So someone like that's like finding a good dentist, or finding a good car mechanic. It's brilliant. And we have both of those. Again, a car mechanic. We have a great guy near us. It's just fantastic car mechanic.
You have Skype?
Yes. Well, actually not on this phone. I got my new phone, and I don't have Skype.
Well, you shoot me your Skype name over here, and I'll find you.
All right. I'll find you.
On the message here. Yeah, I let my daughter and my son play with a SVHS camera that my brother had found in the thrift store. He bought it for me. He said, "Here, man, I know you would like this stuff. It's like $5, but yeah, it's an old school JVC. I think it's JVC. But the battery, of course, it's a Panasonic. Yeah, the battery was dead. I just hooked. The what?
Matsushita, something like that. Panasonic.
Yeah, there you go. So I hooked it up. It came with the power supply. It actually outputs the RCA video out in composite. So I put it into the TV, and I was showing my daughter how it worked, and they were baffled. They don't have phones or tablets to play with.
They don't.
they just play with their toys and stuff. So I was like, "Look, this is an old camera." And my daughter thought it was cool. I said, "Let me put a tape on it, see if I can record." So I started recording, and then I played it back, and they thought it was the funniest thing. So then my daughter wanted to hold the camera, so they were walking around the house holding the camera, recording. It was so funny.
Just stuff. It's funny.
Playing it back. It looks so old.
Little time capsules on tape. That's what those are.
Oh yeah. No,
My
yeah,
brother, when he visited us, he came and he had some VHS-C, I think it was, I can't remember, and he recorded some footage of him just walking around our neighborhood, in our old neighborhood, and it, of our son when they was little, and it's just this little precious time capsule of 2 minutes. That's brilliant, and you don't think about it at the time.
Oh yeah, no, a lot of people like to replicate that VHS look digitally, and my brother's like, I bought this camera. Maybe one day you do a project to make a video look, dated, but instead of having to digitally alter the footage, you just record it on VHS.
VHS. That's the best way of doing it. Yes, I have an app and it actually reproduces, with the time date stamp in the corner, and it's great.
Right.
But there's nothing like the actual real thing.
Right. Yeah. It just gives it a little more. I mean, it's and you can achieve it if you mess with it digitally. But I don't know. It's not the same.
It's not. It's not the same as that, because because when people see that, they know it's just an effect. They know it's just a.
Yeah. And if you play back the tape and you bang the camera around while it's playing back, you get some more that out of sync. The audio pitching, the pitch changing.
Right. Yes.
I love
exactly.
that.
Yeah.
I have memories, just memories of my dad watching recorded episodes for Star Trek Next Generation, and I remember because he reused tapes so much for that stuff. I remember, the background music would be is just a synthesizer. And they had the strings or whatever. And anytime you have an instrument like that, if you have a change of speed or pitch, it's very, very obvious. And so you always hear the.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I still have memories of that, watching that with my dad.
Yeah.
So, Dad, why is it so bad? It's like, this tape is being used 100 times. So like,
yes.
Okay, makes sense.
We would get the ultra long play one, which was the player that could play 180 minutes because it played the tape really slow, and the appalling quality, just abominable. The quality just plummeted. It was like 120p.
The best is when it went from SP to LP, and it went.
Yeah. Oh, those days. And then you don't know what's on it, and you have to fast forward. You sat there with your finger on it, but just fast forwarding. And because you had main fast forward, and then you could fast forward, preview fast forward, and that took forever. And I watched episodes of. I used to work at a photo studio, and I'd come home, and Star Trek would be on, Next Generation, and I'd get home in time to watch it. I'd record it, and I could watch it after as well. Rewatch it. So I've got those tapes. I don't need them anymore, but it's just nice. The local station, and the ads. We lived in Chicago, and they had this company that sold meat. It was a meat wholesalers, and they sold to the public, and it was called Moo and Oink. And it was this Chicago place, and they had these ridiculous ads of people dancing around in pig costumes and cow costumes. It was Moo and Oink. It's just, I found that. I'm like, oh, Moo and Oink. I forgot about Moo and Oink. Oh, they're well known for their really appalling, hilarious ads. Gosh. Anyway. So Jose is not coming in. Try and get people to come in, so it'd be interesting. So Jose's not coming in. We wouldn't come in. Oh.
Welcome to Open Discussion.
Discussion. Boom.
Boom.
Boom. I am thrilled, happy, and excited.
JG.
I'm happy, thrilled, and excited for another episode of Open Discussion.
Troll and be trolled.
Troll and let troll.
That's it. Troll and let troll. I can't do his accent. Anytime I do that accent, I end up sounding like Ricardo Montalban.
Oh yeah.
I can't do it.
No, it's okay. Just leave it up to me. I got you. I can't get in trouble because I'm also Hispanic, so I'm allowed to do it.
You're allowed. It's allowed. It's funny. I never encountered that till I came to America. You're okay. It's okay to say things like the N-word or whatever, as long as you are, you can do Jew jokes if you're Jewish.
Exactly. It's ridiculous. Of course, I hope you guys know I'm being sarcastic anytime I say stuff like that.
Of course.
I just think that cultural appropriation and privilege and stuff. I think that's just crazy.
Yeah.
There's no such thing. But anyway,
I know.
I'm not going to start that here.
Saturday Night Live, and they had, I think it was Jerry Seinfeld, and it was Jew, Not a Jew, and they would show a picture of someone. Right. It's like Billy Crystal, Jew, not a Jew, and you'd have to guess if Billy Crystal's a Jew or not. And then Paul Simon, Jew, not a Jew. It was fantastic.
What is wrong with our people?
What about this? You can't do it.
What about the people? Yeah, I can't do Seinfeld that well.
You can't do Seinfeld. No, I never watched Seinfeld, but all these references to Seinfeld, everyone's like, and Friends. It's Seinfeld and Friends. And they'll just refer to them like, oh, that time in Seinfeld. Oh, it reminds me of that time in Seinfeld. Or that episode of Seinfeld. Or, okay.
Yeah, I think Friends is a lot. I like it a lot better than Seinfeld if I had to choose.
I never got into it, but anytime I see clips, it's funny. It's generally a funny show.
I think for Seinfeld, you're gonna have to understand the culture of the New York.
Yes, there's a lot of New York culture references.
That has to do a lot with that. Where the Friends is a more of a friendship.
California. Yeah,
and relationship.
Friends is more like a California thing. Although is that set in and that's set in New York as well, isn't it?
No, it's set in New York as well.
Okay, all right.
It's like I said, all the topics and stuff, the jokes revolve mostly around relationships and dating and stuff like that. So it's a lot more relatable to the broad audience.
Oh, right. So what I'm going to do, Carlos, I'm going to make myself a note, a reminder, as soon as I can. I'm a little tied up, but to get Skype.
Okay.
So I'm doing, and then get Skype. All right. So I'll try and get that and get into that, and then we can chat.
Cool. Yeah, you can find me on the Carlos Pagan.
Oh, right. It's the most ironic name, isn't it?
I know. I've shown up on the chat on some flat earthers, whatever, and they're like, "Oh, we know when I listen to you, you're a pagan." I'm like, dude, it's my last name. But
what are you going to do?
It goes to show their paranoia.
Of course, but it's people don't know. People don't know things that. I didn't know so many things. I came to America. I didn't know anything, so I didn't know what a double header was. I didn't know. Just so many different things I didn't know. I just thought, what? I just thought people were being weird.
Yeah, and that's why I give him the benefit of doubt. I said, well, Pagan is a Hispanic last name, from Corsica or whatever. So I'll let it slide.
Yes, my name is Michael Satanist. Yes. Just call me Michael Satan. Davy Demon. Anyway, so that's it. I think it's you and I. I think everyone else is.
Everybody else leave?
I think so.
No, I'm still here. I'm listening.
Alan's just listening. Earlier, Carlos, it was just a British. What's that word when you look back at times and dewy-eyed? What's that called?
Time capsule. Oh, time capsule.
What's the term when you were looking back on the past? What's that term? Nostalgia. Nostalgia. So for about a couple of hours, it was British nostalgia. And the night before, we were off air, and it was about 4 of us. It was Pip and a few others, all British. And we found out that where I went on vacation when I was a kid, one of the people in the chat was from there, was from that exact area. And
2 of us.
knew exactly. Oh, wow. Yeah, it was 2 of you. Yeah, knew exactly what I was talking about. I went on vacation when I was a child to this area in East Anglia in England, and it was amazing. It was amazing because we went on the maps and said, "This is where I was. This is where the place was. This is where the camp place, the holiday place was." So it was so brilliant. And then we just change our names. That's why I have that name right now. We just change our names to these ridiculous names. And we just laughed like kids. It was great. It's great fun.
Laugh like kids.
Laugh like
Yes,
kids,
sir.
just making silly names, Just change our names. We found we could change our name, any unlimited amount of times. It's like, all right.
Hey, how long have you been in the U.S.?
Oh, my stars and garters. Let me think. 25 years. Next year,
25?
No, in the States, 30. In Atlanta, 25 years.
Oh, bloody hell.
So,
yeah, I know. Right?
How old were you when you came to the U.S., if I may ask?
Yeah, I was about in my mid-20s, 27, something.
Okay. Did you find odd that people here wave when you're driving by, even though they don't know you?
In the subdivision, yes, where we were in the subdivision, people wave at me. I loved it because British people are more reserved. They don't wave at each other. I mean, and I went back home, and I'm in my hometown. I'm at the Tesco's at the grocery store, and I turn around and just engage the lady behind me in the queue. I just engaged in conversation, just said something about the weather or something, and she starts backing away from me. Okay, well, nice chatting. She just nodded and smiled uncomfortably and started to back away. What? And then I did the same. I talked to the checkout girl, and I said something, and she just looked at me and just nodded, and I'm like, oh, that's okay. All right. Yes. Okay. I forgot. Yes. In the UK, you don't do that. If you do that, you're probably insane.
Well, I had some friends from Texas come visit, and we were driving, and then noticed that even if you're driving and you pass somebody in the road and you make eye contact, somebody will raise their hands or and just wave, from the hand. Like you don't have to even move your hand from the steering wheel. You just kind of like put your fingers up and acknowledge that you have made eye contact.
Right.
That's just something they do here.
Yeah. I was walking yesterday, and in my subdivision, and there's, I walk around the block, 3 or 4 or 5 times, and there's a car coming towards me, and I just made eye contact with the lady, and she waved at me. And I'm still not used to it. It's brilliant, though. It really is. It's so lovely. You go back to the UK, though, and you do that, and they think there's something wrong. There's something
you
wrong
weirdo. Stranger danger.
Strange, exactly. They just act like that. It was hilarious. I felt like I really did. It was like a weird experience, because then I felt, I feel like a foreigner in my own town. And then I come to the United States, and I am a foreigner here, literally. And then it's like, okay, then I don't belong anywhere. It's weird.
Yeah,
it's a weird feeling.
It's such a multicultural place.
Yeah.
Everyone's accepted, aren't they?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, just about.
Yeah.
It depends, unless you're Channel Q.
Yeah. In which case.
Yeah.
No, it is. It's a beautiful thing. It's something that I didn't. And you expect. What was Churchill? I think it was said. We are 2 countries separated by a common language. You come here and you expect it to be, because we speak English and everything else. You expect it to be the same. It isn't. And then actually the worst culture shock I got was when I came back. I'd visited America, long story, but I visited America. I spent 3 months here in California and got used to California. And, California culture, this is 80s. California culture then, different from it is now. But so I came back to the UK, and I just remember just the shock. It was just, okay, people aren't friendly. People don't smile at you, or it was I actually went through depression when I got back. I went through a few weeks of just being miserable. Of course, it was raining all the time, so that didn't help. I got used to the sunshine. I come back and I just go, oh gosh. So so needless to say, when I got the opportunity to come to move, I took it.
This will make Carlos laugh. I tell you how old my computer is, Carlos. I still got FireWire port on it.
Oh, okay.
What?
FireWire. It's a Mac then.
Yep,
oh my gosh! You can
FireWire.
connect all camera on that.
Is it a laptop?
You can connect a high camera on that.
It's a PowerBook.
Yeah, but the reason I got it because I like old
G4.
equipment.
Yes,
I like old equipment.
I do too.
And
yeah.
And
So you got a G4 PowerBook. Wow.
Yeah.
It's still going. Good gracious.
Firewire. Well, this is an X58 motherboard. Mine.
Okay. What does that mean?
X58. That was built in 2000. The board I got in there, I've got three.
Right.
Carlos will know what it is.
Okay, no, I'm just looking at this over here. No, I'm looking over here at this get a connected house. How are you doing today?
Good.
Oh, he's not muted. It does that to me, actually. I think I've muted and then I'm not muted. I look down at my phone and I'm not muted.
Huh?
Carlos? Hey, Carlos.
Oh, hang on, somebody's talking to me.
There you go.
Hello? Was I off mute?
Yeah, you're mute. You're not muted. There he goes. Right, go ahead.
Sorry.
The motherboard. So you got this motherboard then?
Yeah, 2009 basically, and the latest one is 2011. So I've got three, and they're still highly prized motherboard sets. I don't know why, but but buy Xeons, which obviously back in the day they're like well over in the grands. You can now buy them for £5.
Yeah,
6 core
pennies. Yeah,
processors for. And I'm still I've overclocked it to sort of just over 4 gig, and it does everything I want. It connects all my old equipment up because it's got the FireWire and various other things.
Yeah,
from it.
We have a 2007 iMac, and all that stuff at the back. It still goes. It's still fine. It's a bit slow. I don't know how to speed it up, but it has a disk drive, so you can play videos and things or encode videos. It's the only computer we have in the house that allows disk drive.
I've still got
all the rest of mostly the Macs.
Yeah, I've got my original 939 motherboards, which were the old Athlons. Before they sort of moved to the AM. Yeah. And I've still got them. I won't part with them. They're my pride and joy. All top-end motherboards. They're the higher-end ones with all the extras on them.
Yeah.
I need a new processor for that, but I won't really use it because I just won't do modern games because they only run XP. That's how old they are. They won't run Windows 7 because you can't get drivers. But this platform, outrun Windows 10 so smoothly, but I don't like Windows 10. But I am going to have to build another computer with just Windows 10 on. But one of my computers I'm going to use just as a capture card when I start my...
Right.
They got both of them have got dual network cards on them. And the mother built in to the motherboard. So I can just...
I will go back to... I'm sorry. I will go back to Windows 95 in a nanosecond, but we'll destroy that technology and be a painful process to rebuild it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I got it. I see what you did there. There you go. I'm looking at my iMac. Yep, it's got FireWire 800, Ethernet.
Oh, cool. Yeah.
HD. That's something. Yeah, this is my iMac. Look at that. Look at it. Look at the condition of this thing. Look. It's absolutely spotless, absolutely immaculate.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. People seem to think they need all the new fandangle computers and everything. And I said, well, I can do everything on your $3,000 computer I can do on my £100 computer. Why do I need to upgrade?
Can you hear the drums? Fandangle?
Yeah, you need more frames per second when you're playing games. I said, well, anything over 60 frames per second is more than adequate. You don't need 200 frames per second to play a game unless you're a professional, and I'm not.
So, well, I had my so we've got two 27-inch iMacs. I had my iMac, and it started fritzing on me. The screen would just go all funky, and I went, oh no, it's starting to go. It's a relatively old one, and so we bought a new one and gave the old one to my son. I said, right, you can have this, and you can use it until it fries itself. And so, okay, you know, it may be a few months. You may get a few months have use out of it. All right, that was a year ago. I bought a 5K iMac that I didn't need. It's great, but now I have a 5K iMac I didn't need. The old one is working just fine. It stopped doing whatever it was. It's fine.
I just thought of something, Alan. You need to ask Carl if he knows how to get into your spare monitor. He'll probably know.
For me?
Oh, look at what's that?
Yeah.
It's an old school torch.
Oh, I remember them.
Oh,
you remember?
Yes. Old
Yeah.
school, big time, with a regular bulb and everything. That switch. The switch
Cool.
is just with a thing at the bottom. Oh my word! Yeah, I remember those.
Yeah,
That
with
red
the
bulb,
the red
incandescent bulb.
Yeah,
There's the clip.
the
There you
little
go.
tag so you can undo it. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
A lightsaber, man.
It's awesome. Yeah.
Yeah, Alan, your monitor you can't get into. Carlos might know. He might not, but
he might not.
Sounds like he sounds
Check
like
this
a
out.
knowledgeable person.
Hold on, Carlos. Check this out. They talk about lightsabers. This is actually what I actually do call my lightsaber.
And you know, oh, well, that's
Like
not, I don't know.
That thing is bright, man. That's bright. I bought that at Home Depot, $8. $8.
Not bad. I bet if you drop it, it'll break though.
Oh yeah, and it's got a thing at the bottom. It
Might
does
be.
have a
over here.
Neodymium magnet.
Yeah.
Neodymium.
Boom. So it's a work light. It's brilliant.
Yeah.
Ace
Okay.
Biscuit. Do you know how much they are over here? I see
What?
one of those. That torch you got in your hand.
Quid.
Do you know how much they cost?
Yeah. Go
Do you
on.
know how
10
much
quid.
they cost? Yeah.
Don't go on. How much?
Three
How
times
much?
as much as that. 30
Really?
odd. Yeah, 30 odd quid. I see one in the shop the other day, and I thought,
oh.
And they're supposed
You
to
know
be
what
cheap.
that is? What's that? Is that this Streamlight that with the one AAA is probably way brighter than this flashlight ever
Oh yeah,
was.
with the incandescent bulb.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you know what though? They had the technology to have LED bulbs 20 years ago or more. They've had LEDs for ages, and they just never. They stayed with the incandescents because they were cheaper. Now LEDs are dirt now, but they used to be expensive.
But they are in the States, not over here. They're still an absolute.
That's cars. That's great.
Yeah. Well, that's import duty, isn't it? And the greed of the.
It is. Yeah, and the same thing. It's the same thing with the cars. Last time, remember the Dodge Neon? Remember that they exported that to the UK, and I saw how much they were charging in the UK for it. Oh, and it was like £16,000. Oh,
whoa!
Yeah, that's like $25,000. Imagine paying $25,000 in 1990, whatever it was, for a Dodge Neon. 25 grand. That's what much they're charging in the UK.
You could buy 3 tickets for a Father's conference for that.
Yeah, Carlos.
They're trying to do conferences. You notice that they're trying to do all these conferences. They've run out of, I don't know, they run out of ideas or something. They figured out it's a good moneymaker. So all there's Amsterdam, and then there's one here and one there.
Guys, it's $400 for the VIP for the one in Denver.
Yeah,
$400 to have one meal with Jaron, Bob Bluster,
Bob Bluster,
Hiro Orison, Randucci, Orison.
What, they pay you $400 to have a dinner?
No,
with
you have to.
You have to pay. Heck yeah.
Who would not pay $400 for a dinner with Jaron Campanella?
Not me.
I honestly want to talk to him in person, because I talked to him on his radio show over Skype once or twice. I've messaged with him back and forward, and I pissed him off last time. But I genuinely want to talk to him. But
if we go off,
man.
I'll tell you more. I'll tell you more about that. I'll tell you more if we go off air. If we went off air, I don't want to do it on air because it'd be recorded.
Okay.
Well, I'll tell you. Yeah, I'll tell you more about that. Yeah, I met a lot of the. I met a lot of them. We'll talk about.
Really, I tell you who I don't want to meet in person. That's Karen B. Oof.
Yeah, yeah. We'll talk about that.
Okay.
Who's that?
Okay, I got it.
Who's Karen B?
Oh.
You don't want to know.
All right.
She
She'll tell you about how the sun sets.
One of Karen's beliefs is that she can communicate with animals. There you go. Just gives you an idea.
Give her a
So
rattlesnake.
that's just one of.
You can, give her a rattlesnake. See if she can communicate with that. Or water moccasin, cottonmouth. Yeah. Yeah, Karen.
Water
Chat
moccasin.
to then.
A water moccasin. Okay.
Or it's cottonmouth, as you know, wouldn't you? Cottonmouth.
Yeah.
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 Yeah. That'd be hilarious. Come on, chat to that one, bitch.
Come on. Yeah.
Be like, hey Karen, can you tell the snake not to bite me? Ow, crap! You fraud!
It bit me.
That was interesting. I don't know. Yeah, we're gonna do it off air.
Then she would be like, well, I did speak to the snake. It said it likes Mexican. That's why it bit you.
You don't want to bite a Mexican; they're a little bit spicy.
Yeah. That's okay with chilies.
Jared just.
So, how many people are in the YouTube chat then?
I don't know.
A grand total.
From Europe, I would think you would be a little more inclusive.
A grand total of 2. There's Marty and Phil. That's it.
Oh right.
Yes, but there are still 20 watching.
Yeah, there are 20 watching that are or lurkers, as some of them call them in other chats. One of the factors, it was an interesting thing, is one of the factors was just someone came in the chat and said, "Oh, I've been here a while. Oh, you're lurking, aren't you? You're lurking." No, I'm just listening. I'm not lurking.
I don't know why it isn't coming up on mine. It's just
terrible.
It's just weird. It
I'm
is.
about to eat some rice steak in here.
It is open discussion 170, isn't it?
169.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just not. Yeah, mine's just not updating. I've refreshed it. Everything. It's just.
It says once. I've got Joe the after show discussion 169.
Joe said
169.
That's what it says on my Alan Evans 19 watching open discussion 169.
Oh, perhaps not. Why have I got 170 then? I'm a day ahead.
Is that that's what you call a blue collar MRE right there, Carlos?
Right,
blue collar MRE. That's made that up on the spot. That's not bad, right?
Not bad, not bad.
All right.
Need a lot of water to wash this down, though. It's like freaking eating styrofoam.
Oh, gracious, yes, it is styrofoam.
Better than a freaking Hot Pocket, though.
Oh, really? You think better than the Hot Pocket? Hot Pockets are awesome.
Well,
I
they
don't eat
taste
them
better,
myself.
but they don't really help you as far as from a nutritional point. The worst thing you can eat is one of those apple pies or cherry pies in a little box. Oh Lord, you know what I'm talking about? You guys are not from over here.
Which one? Sorry, no. Say again, Carlos. I'm sorry.
It's the little cherry pie or apple pie that come in a little box.
Yes.
And
the little
in the little wax
wax.
bag.
That's it. Yeah. 50 cents.
Oh my
50
God,
cents.
that's like 500 calories, man.
Oh, that was horrible. Yeah.
But they were there. Yeah. You know what? I've been eating so much better these days.
Good
that
deal.
anytime I eat like a chocolate or something or like a soda, it's like it tastes so sweet and like wow, people really become desensitized to all the sugar.
Yeah.
Like I can't really handle like Sprite. I can drink it. Like I just drink if I drink anything at the house like other than water, like for example juice or like lemonade that my wife makes, I drink half water and half juice. And my kids are the same way. They don't really drink juice. Like I don't know why people give their kids juice like when they're like 1 or 2. I'm like, give
It's
them
pure
water.
sugar. Yeah, pure
That's
sugar.
my kids grew up just drinking water, and when they eat a meal, water. Like once in a while, they say, "Can I have some juice?" And it would be, watered down half and half. But yeah, these people just like, here, I'm gonna buy you this Coke or this juice. Yeah. My dentist is like, you guys are doing great. Like, no, he's like, no juice, no gummies. So that's the worst for kids. And my daughter, to the point where her first teeth are kind of getting in the way of the new teeth coming out because they haven't rotted out or anything.
They haven't rotted out. Good deal. Good dad.
Yeah, good mom. She's
Yeah,
the
there
one
you go.
mostly taking care of them. But yeah, I told my wife, don't ever bring Little Debbie or Hostess. That little confection. What do you call it? The little bread.
Yeah. I know what you mean.
You know what I'm talking about? It's
Yeah.
like, honey buns or Swiss rolls or that stuff is the worst. There was one point where she bought
Ho-hos, ding-dongs.
Yeah, those ding-dongs or yeah. She had bought some of those Swiss roll things, and I said, don't bring this to the house. Because first of all, I want to eat them, and second of all, I don't want the kids eating them. So, yeah, they mostly just snack on fruit or sometimes yogurt. But yeah, I can't stand that stuff.
Yeah.
We have a big problem with obesity over here in the United States, and
it's so easy.
That bad stuff is so accessible and so affordable.
Yep.
Yep. Like if
really
you see
is.
the people that buy, people that have like the EBT cards, or food stamps, the government aid food, like whenever they purchase stuff, it's a buggy full of junk food. I'm like, dang. Now EBT actually they mostly give you to buy milk and bread and stuff like that, but like the food stamps, anything that's food product, you can buy with that. So you see a lot of people using that to buy just junk food. It's horrible.
Well, I have to confess, when I was last in England, the first thing I did was I went to Tesco's and I got Mr. Kipling everything. So the Mr. Kipling's apple pies, mince pies, Bakewell tarts, Battenberg, custard creams, digestives, hobnob. I mean, I just went and bought like $40 worth of total junk. I just got Swiss rolls and I couldn't help it. I miss all that stuff because you eat it in moderation. So you get some of those little cakes, the little bit of pie. So the mince pies, the little ones, there's little mince pies, and you buy a pack of 6 of them, and that's all you got for the week, right? And it's a family of 5. So the most you can ever do is eat 1 a week. That's it.
Yeah.
And then you're done. And then you go to the store next week, and right, that's how you do it. But here, they're so cheap. There's our local store has their Kroger brand of Pop-Tarts. A packet of 8 Pop-Tarts is $1.25.
What?
Yes.
What?
$1.25. It's 4 for, they charge 4 for it's 4 for $5. 4 packets of those, 8 Pop-Tart packets, 4 of them for $5. So that's $1.25 each.
That's
and there's 8 in each one. So they're roughly
£2 for 4 in England
for 4 Pop-Tarts.
No nutritional value on that whatsoever. Just sugar.
But there's the thing. The thing is so you don't buy them. You buy them once a week, maybe if that, or you don't buy them at all. That's the thing. But here, it's so easy. That's why I go walking, because when I am tempted and stuff, and it's just so easy and cheap, then I compensate by walking a lot, which I'm going to do right now.
Good. Yeah, I basically what I'm doing is trying not to turn 30 being obese, which I am 6'1".
You try not to turn 30?
If I keep
Carlos, I got bad news. I got bad news for you. If you're trying to avoid turning 30.
No. Well, it's pretty easy. You just have to, Anyway, no, I'm not going there. So I'm trying to to turn 30 without being. Or you know what I'm saying?
I know what you're saying. I'm just jerking around. That was easy. That was too easy.
At the beginning of the year, I was 298 pounds.
What?
Yeah. So now I'm sitting at 280, 82 actually.
You're on your way down. You're on your way down.
Yeah. So the last 3 months I've been, actually the last 4 months I've been eating better. Not eating out while I'm working. That's why I have my little bag with I say snacks, but really just the food. I have one sandwich, which is for my lunch, and I have fruit. I have rice cakes, which taste, somewhat okay. You gotta put some peanut butter on them. But anyway, and I've been riding my bicycle.
There you go.
In the morning, at least an hour, 8 miles or so.
Nice.
At least 3 times a week. So
there you
that
go.
helped me a lot.
Nice.
But
Good,
I was like,
good man.
man, I'm gonna turn 30, and I want to be, having knee problems and back problems and heart problems, because I have friends that have actually, because of their big, belly, actually have back problems, and other people with problems in their knees. And I'm like, you know what? I was like, nah. So that's why I'm doing bicycle and not walking or running, just because it's low impact. But once I get in my car and my weight low, better, I'm actually gonna try to start walking more and perhaps running at one point.
I did. I did used to do a lot of cycling. The only thing with cycling is it's a lot more dangerous, and to get the same exercise, you have to travel a lot further. And so I actually resorted, even though I love cycling, I actually resorted just walking, and then you can go 4.5 miles and get a ton of exercise if you keep your pace up. And that's basically what I do now. But I have a bicycle, and I've been cycling since I was knee high, and then motorcycling. We just talked about motorcycling earlier, and it's just I remember the first time I got on a motorcycle, and you twist the throttle and you go, and you don't have to pedal. It was just a revelation. It was a revelation. I don't have to pedal. I'm sold. Give me one of those.
Give me one of those and a Big Mac. Oh gosh.
So I got a C90. Anyway. I love my C90. I love that C90. I had a crappy helmet. It was completely unsafe, and I painted it to look like Barry Sheen. It was a motorcycle racer's helmet. It was completely ridiculous. It's awful. So I don't know. It was good I didn't crash over that. But I love that bike. It's an excellent bike. 120 miles a gallon. It's fantastic.
Whew.
Oh, it's amazing. Because it's
Well, I
efficient.
ride my bicycle with my gun in my hip. I get weird looks sometimes, but it's not very traffic. Not very what's it called frequented road. It's not that many people on there driving, but that's just a group that always drives by that go to work, every day, and so normally the same people who drive by my road.
Yeah.
But
well, I'm going to see. Let's have a look here.
Actually, one really quick story. One day I was riding my bicycle going back to the house, and I realized I saw the garbage truck, and I realized I didn't take the garbage out to the road. So I started racing the garbage truck to the house. Yeah, that was fun. I didn't win. And, he got there before me, and
he got
pulled up to the house. And, yeah, he just kept going. Yeah.
Oh well. Well, one of the benefits of not eating a lot of junk and stuff is that you don't use as much trash. So typically we only fill it about half full when the trash comes. We don't even fill it full. Very rarely. It could come by every 2 weeks. Perfectly fine. But they do go through a lot of rubbish here.
Back home in when I was living in Nicaragua, the way trash collection worked there, you just found whatever container you had. Most of the time, you just got a hold of sacks, made out of plastic, and then put your trash in there outside. And some people kept it in the backyard. We kept it outside. But then this truck, this dump truck will drive by, and then there'll be multiple guys inside the garbage truck and some walking around, and they will bang this bell, so you would hear them coming. And so when they come up, so when they come up to your house, then you would just get the bags out of the sack, and then one guy will grab it, take it from you, and he will throw it to the guy inside, and the guy inside will empty it out, and then he will just throw the sack back at you. So it was
right. You reuse it, yeah.
But they after a while, with all those juices and stuff, they would just start smelling bad. I hate it. Having the garbage out.
Yeah, I can't do that. I'm the same way. I got a very strong sense of smell. I can't do. I can't do that. So let me see here. I'm trying to find, because I'm going to be going on my walk, and I want to make sure. Let's see, Zoom. There it is. Okay, I do have cellular turned on. If I start cutting out, it's probably switching over to LTE. Let's see what it does. Walking away, it's gone to one bar.
What? He just roboted.
Yeah.
Wi-Fi.
Switching.
You can hear me switching. I'm over LTE. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear.
Okay, there you go. It's a pretty seamless switch. All right, good. Sometimes it gets confused.
I wouldn't say seamless, but it switched.
No, all right. You just
You did go a bit roboty, but yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
All right.
But better than me on Jose's show with my potato microphone.
Potato mic. So here you go. Here we are.
Oh.
There's a cloud in the sky. It's my neighborhood. It's gone down to 91, so it's not quite as hot as it was before.
Oh, nice. Look at those power lines. All that radiation.
All that radiation.
Giving you the cancer.
Yeah, EMF. All that EMF.
Yeah.
Loads of it.
There you go.
Don't correct me. I was just bang. Just go with it. That's the point, to be wrong.
Well, it's good. It's good chatting with you, Carlos. I've been sort of, if you will, lurking. I've been listening to a lot of the chats. I listen to Jose's, anytime I can, which is, as often as I possibly can. Then I listen to the Fight the Flat Earth debates, or dumpster fires, if you want to.
Yeah, I love the dumpster fires.
And then I listened to Non-Sec when that was a thing. And then...
what happened there? So sad.
I don't know what he was thinking.
That was the point when they had the flat earthers in there. It was really entertaining.
It was, because it was more neutral, They didn't pounce on you. Because you had Reds in there and Team Skeptic and people, but they weren't as prone to be attack dogs as they are in their own channels.
Like Oakley's. Yeah, I mean, they were biased, yes, because they were from the mainstream. But only time they interjected, for the most part, was when one of the participants was not adhering to the format, and they would get mad. Like when Jaren is them, he adhered to the format. Said, "Look, you're just running your monologue."
Yes, Jen was on team. Yeah, that was amazing. They said, "Right, you've got 10 minutes, whatever it was. Give your presentation, positive evidence for your side of the story." And all he did was say, "You should see too far, and the horizon rises to eye level, and water finds its level." I'm just like, "What? You're top guy. You're the top. You're up there with the top flat earthers. So this is all you have. Come on." Well, I'm trying to, I'm trying to figure this out. I'm trying to hear their best arguments, but What do they have?
I think a lot of flat earthers kind of stopped following him after that. Some of them, no, not a lot of them, but some of them did.
Yeah,
Because,
some did.
He was just completely. I mean, he should have prepared something at least. Like, for example, the Mind of God went up and he debated with Team Skeptic one time, and he actually had drawings. He actually had gone to the university. He knew what he was talking about you know, something, you know. But you know, and it was a little more. It went smooth. You know, he had something to present, and actually we're having a conversation. Jerry was just saying. People are gonna. If people can lie one time, they can lie 3 times, and the government has lied before. And I think that water should be available for everybody. We shouldn't have. I mean, it's like, what are you talking about, dude? I was like, what is this? But it was. You know, the Red did his part, and it was amazing. He had stuff prepared. He backed it up with photographs and video. I mean, it was beautiful.
As brutal as the guy is, and as acerbic as the guy is, he knows his topic. He's done the observations. He's been to the launches. You can't fault him for the things that he's actually done. I wish he wasn't quite so as abusive, if you will. But he knows.
I really want to be. Yeah, I want to be alive whenever Red and Nathan Oakley ever debate. If they ever debate, I really hope it happens in my lifetime. But that would be the Clash of the Titans.
Red Rhetoric.
Yeah, Red Rhetoric.
That would be.
I would love to see that.
That would be. What was it? An irresistible force meeting an immovable object.
Correct.
That's
what happened to the? Is the non sequitur show still going?
I think it is, but it's the thingy show now. Really, it's just the one chappie now.
Oh, right.
It's a non show.
I've forgotten his name now.
Non-straight show.
The what?
It's a non-binary show.
Oh, did you say the non-straight show?
Yeah, non-binary show.
I didn't even know. What's his name? Kyle. That's it. I didn't even know he wasn't. I didn't even know until about a year, and then he mentioned something. Someone said something. I went, "What? Oh, okay." I didn't even know they hadn't mentioned it.
Honestly, I didn't care because he didn't really,
It's like
put it
Freddie,
out.
It's like Freddie Mercury. I don't, why would I care? Why do you mention it? Like Tim Cook of Apple. Yeah, I don't care. Why would I care?
Because
plenty of people.
Inclusive, man. It's progressive.
Yes. Yeah, it is. It's progressive. Anyway, so funny. Alan, are you going to be remaining live for much longer? I'm just curious.
Are you still there, Alan?
Nope. That's right.
He might be chatting to someone at home.
Yeah.
Or he might have fallen asleep.
But I do get good sunsets here. On my walk, there's the sun's right over there, and if you time it right, you can get some real beauties. It's the same in Alabama, just get this gorgeous sunsets. And in the UK, I was actually on the left coast as well, so I got sunsets there.
Yeah.
But of course, in East Anglia,
so many hills and so many trees. The tree line is so high, and it's really hard to actually get the sunset.
No. Yeah. But if you're on the East Coast, then it would be you get the nice sunrises. I'm just not a morning person.
One day you're able to see the sun fade out.
And speaking of the flat Earth thing, it is interesting because when I first started hearing about it and everything, and I sort of tried to imagine, I tried to picture the sun circling overhead. It would get big, wouldn't it? And that's the very first thing I remember thinking was, wait, it would get bigger. And then it would get smaller in the afternoon, and then smaller and smaller and smaller, and just fade away. If there's no horizon, if it's an infinite, or something,
Yeah.
whatever they're saying it is, depending on who you're talking to. Surely it would just get smaller and smaller and smaller. It'd be a pinprick in the distance.
But it doesn't. It doesn't go round in a flat circle like they say it do. It wouldn't be overhead.
Yeah, it
the
just
way
simply
they
doesn't do. Yeah, it just simply
Yeah.
doesn't do that.
No.
It's just a simple observation of what the sun does every single day of your life.
I'm
And,
not the brightest.
What?
Yeah, I'm not the
I know.
brightest spot in the matchbox, or in the fire, but even I can work out that it's not flat.
Yeah. Okay, that wasn't the thing. And then when they said gravity is not real. Oh, come on.
Yeah. How do you stay on
It's relative density.
Oh, come on, please. It was almost when I first came across it, it was like insulting to my intelligence. I was like, oh, come on.
Yeah.
You can't be
It's
serious.
just-
You can't seriously be saying that can't be your argument. It can't possibly. Come on. But no, it is.
The thing is, they say the moon's 3,000 miles away. So if I can see the moon 3,000 miles away, why can't I see 3,000 miles away on your flat plane? And they just come up with this squid about the atmosphere. And then they said there's no atmosphere. And you can't have it every way.
Cool hard logic, made that observation because he identifies some of the flaws brilliantly. Identifies some of the flaws in the arguments, and one of them is that allegedly we can only see 5 miles or whatever it is, and then you can't see any further, but we can see the sun.
Yeah,
which is 3,000 miles. What?
What? What's going on?
Huh? The sun is closer to us than China.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, that's the claim, and then it just disappears, and then to 5 minutes after sunset, you can zoom in all you like with the biggest telescope you can buy, and it still won't bring it back into view. Why?
No, but they haven't done that. They can't.
That was
do
that was one of the first videos, and I said, "Can you bring the sun?" Because someone pointed that out, and I went, "Yeah, wait a minute." So I asked the flat earther. He referred me to a video, and it showed the sun at the horizon, and he zoomed in, and it looked higher than, because of the distortion. It looked lower when he was just normally looking at it. Then he zoomed in, and it did look higher. So I said, no. Do you have footage of it going after a sunset, a full sunset, which is completely gone? You should be able to bring it back into view.
Yeah.
And he said, I'm not spoon feeding you. That was his response. I'm not spoon feeding you. I'm like, which means you don't have the footage of the sun being brought back into view after sunset. Gotcha.
Why don't you leave the camera on while the sun goes down? Because it doesn't take that long to disappear. You could leave the camera footage going and then zoom back in when it's disappeared, and then see if the sun's still there. But they won't do that.
Explain.
Yeah.
No, explain that observation. Tell me what's going on. It's been like that ever since, and that's one of the first things I got pulled into this. I sucked in.
The hardest thing for me is as a Christian, seeing other Christians talking about the flat Earth and with so much energy and giving it that much importance.
That is hard to. Yeah.
And
Yeah.
Kiva.
It's insulting to your intelligence, isn't it?
Well,
It really
I think it's okay if they want to, like, it's, there are some scriptures that, at first glance, like, well, it sounds like they're talking about something like that. But then, you look at things like the earth sits on the pillars. I'm like, so there are pillars that are holding up the earth. I was like, think about this, pillars. So then like the earth cannot be moved. I said, if the earth cannot be moved, we would not have earthquake. I mean, I don't, it's just like, how literal are we going to take it?
Yes.
Like, I'm not saying that, what I'm saying, like, this is an interpretation from somebody who didn't have that much understanding of their physical world around them, so I don't know. I would think that they would, if the creator would show them the creation and how it was made and stuff, would he, knowing that they have a different perspective of what the world is and the surrounding, would he show him, would he contradict their small understanding in order to show them the true creation, or would he, reveal something so they could wrap their mind around it? I don't know.
That's a very good point. That's a very good point. It seems weird. It seems weird that the Bible says that you cannot hide God, and then he sets up the situation so he's hiding himself.
Yeah. Are you sort of like Roman Catholic side or just Christian?
I'm Christian, just Christian,
Oh.
as in I believe that there's a creator, and
yeah.
yeah.
I don't know the difference between Roman Catholics and Christians.
Yeah, Roman Catholic.
Best way to describe it. Hold on, I'm on the main road now, so hold on.
Careful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Best way to say it is, not all Christians are Roman Catholics, and not all Roman Catholics are Christians.
Right. I think the difference with the Roman Catholics are someone will pray to some saint and the Virgin Mary. Well, I know in Central America the Catholics, they pray to Mary, the saint,
Yeah, it's
not directly
Mary.
to God.
Yeah, it's Mary centric, and
Mhm.
she intercedes. The idea is you to pray
Right.
to her, and then she brings your requests.
Right, but
before
here in
God.
the U.S., the Catholics, they do pray to God, but they confess sins to the priest, and and when in reality, if you really read the Bible, you know that you can directly talk to the Creator. You don't have to have a mediator. But that's one of the differences. Yeah. Like why would you have to talk to a man when you can speak to your Creator directly?
Exactly. Yeah.
Anyway.
No, but the whole it's the idea that first of all, the idea that the Bible is a flat Earth book. That's wrong. It's false. It's not. And I know it's not, because if it was, then all the churches and everyone would be flat earthers. They're not.
No, quite.
Yep. Well, I don't think you go to the Bible to learn about the physicality, all the technical stuff about the world we live in.
No, the Bible doesn't talk about germs. I mean, the Bible doesn't talk about diseases. I mean, or when it does, it's got a very rudimentary, depiction, if you will.
I have such a hard time with this because it's really hard to not sound like you're discrediting the Bible, because of course I don't think I'm not saying that the stuff that's there is not true or whatever. It's just a interpretation, context. A lot of the parables, if you look at the parables, you have to understand the context. A lot of people were farmers there. Jesus was talking about the seed and the seed grew, and and so you have to think about that. It's like, he's the context is very important. And a lot of people fail to see that, especially if it's been translated so many times. And then, the words, have so many different meanings. So
what I do in the discussions, go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
There's a car coming home. Once I'm off the part of my leg of my trip around the block is the main road. It's a nice ride, wide sidewalk, but cars. So
and you weren't reflective?
Yeah, it's not dark yet. It's getting there. I have my phone. I just keep the flashlight on my phone.
Okay.
So what was I going to say now? I can't remember. But I just look at the logic
over there. Do you?
Say again.
You don't alter the clocks, do you, like they do over here?
Yes, they do. Yeah, we're in the summertime right now. Yeah, they'll move the clocks forward in towards Halloween. I think it is week before Halloween or something like that. Yeah, and then it gets really dark really early. It's very, very annoying.
Yeah.
Yes. Just pick one and stay with it.
Yeah, they should pick them on so the afternoon stays lighter.
Just whatever it is, compared to GMT, stay with that.
Yeah. It's so confusing sometimes.
I don't know. Yeah.
no one can still give a definite answer. The truest story I've heard is that the bloke wanted to play golf. Was it King Albert or Edward or something? He wanted
Okay.
to play
Oh yes, play golf for
Yeah,
longer. That's right. And so he said, "Oh, let's change the time back."
time, yeah.
Because the king can do that. Let's just change the time.
Time, yeah. That seems the most valid point to me. A lot of people say it's something to do with the Second World War, but it wasn't because they changed the clocks before then. So, yeah, no one's ever actually found a definite answer why it changes. And
What I heard was it was farmers. It was for farmers to give them a longer day to farm.
Yeah, well, it
That's
wouldn't
what I
make no difference because you just get up an hour earlier, wouldn't you? In the
Well,
morning.
exactly. I don't know. That's what I heard. You know how
Yeah.
you hear these things and they stay with you.
But in the States, that wouldn't affect you because Albert didn't rule the States, did he?
Yeah.
So, I just wish someone would actually say, "Oh, this is the
Give me
reason why."
definitive.
Yeah.
It's like the origin of nursery rhymes. It's like one of those things. Okay, well, this is different. Has what?
Was that
It's
Carlos?
just a way to control people, man.
Yeah.
It's a control mechanism.
It was NASA's
Well, that
fault.
was the other one. We laugh and everything, and that is funny because, okay, so if it would be like, it would be like putting the hour back to control us. How would that control us? How would lying about the shape of the Earth, which has no direct impact on my life whatsoever, control me? In what way would it? Well, if they can lie about that, they can lie about. Okay, so why? No, but that's not the point. The point is, why would they do that? Not if they could do that, they could do this. The point is, why would they do that in the first place? How would it? What is the mechanism of control? Those three key words that I thought of like 3 years ago. Tell me the mechanism of control that allows them to control my thoughts and actions and beliefs by pretending that the Earth is a globe when it is in fact flat.
Yeah.
Where is that method? Where is that?
I mean, if they truly wanted to control us, they'd stick implants in us.
Well, I think that's why the Christian people are so easily persuaded to the flat Earth. It's because they say, well, the government wants to lie to us about our origin, which is God, the Creator, and make us, buy into evolution and stuff. And that's a very attractive, storyline. Oh yeah, the government is bad. They're gonna lie to us, and they're run by the devil, and the devil wants to lie to us, and it just sounds very feasible if you look at it from that perspective.
Yeah, it is. I don't disagree with the idea that, or the thought, or the argument. When you talk to someone, you can say, okay, yeah, the devil's in charge of the world and the government, etc., etc., etc. But Paul said we are to obey the earthly leaders.
Yeah.
And he said that while in jail. Do you realize that? He was in prison while he said that. Okay, so don't accuse him of being on some island away from control of governments and just saying, "Oh yeah, you should definitely, obey the governments." No, he said that while he was in jail.
Yeah.
So why are you fighting the government? and in any case, by your own definition, they're invincible. They control everything and have done for thousands of years. And you're going to put some YouTube videos out and destroy their control? Are you serious?
Yeah.
We're using your own computer and your own house with your name publicly available. I mean, what?
Why haven't they got
You're not
you
in
yet?
hiding somewhere?
Yeah. Why haven't they come to arrest you?
You're not in some boat in the middle of the ocean transmitting like Radio Caroline. You're not in some boat transmitting, these signals and to people. The regular people in the houses were using their own names. Mark Sargent publishes his address and phone number.
Does he?
Yes.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. You can go to Mark Sargent's, go knock on his door tomorrow afternoon if you wanted to.
That's
right. So how afraid is he really of the government?
Exactly.
He's not. He can't be. He can't possibly be. It's a self-defeating argument. If you were afraid of the government, you wouldn't be speaking outwardly like this, using your name and publishing your private information for all to see.
Yeah.
Because if it was a conspiracy, you wouldn't be here anymore. If it was a conspiracy, Eric Dubé would have had a nice visit, about 5 or 6 years ago, and none of this would be online because it was Eric Dubé who put it all online. So you think about this, and they can't. It's just,
and then the stupid argument that, well, they have to have it hitting a plain sight. I'm like, why?
Yeah.
How does it make any sense? Like, to tontos. I'm like, really? They're gonna be tontos to hide something and then put it in the UN logo just because it's fun?
They hide it. So what they do is they spend all that money and effort and time brainwashing you in the schools, and then they put clues in movies.
For real?
So is that how they found
What?
the terrorists then? Is that how they find terrorists who are in hiding?
They're gonna put it in Red Hot Chili Peppers music.
Yes, they hide all these clues in just to mess with us, because these elites are apparently bored. What? And the best one is I was thinking about this one. The best one, by far, The Truman Show. Okay. Who put the dome over Truman? Yeah. Who did that to him? Was it the government?
The bald.
No, it wasn't the government. Right? So who lied to Truman? Who pretended to be his friends? Who monitored what he was doing?
Who pretended to be his friend?
And his family, right? His wife, she's an actress. Okay, and his best friend, an actor. Okay, so who did that to him? Wait a minute, it wasn't the government.
People, men.
It was people. So,
yeah.
Last time I talked to a flat earther about this, I said, basically, the dome idea, that's your idea. You are basically Truman, and you put the dome over yourself.
Yeah.
You're the one that did this.
I would have been flipped back to a globe just now.
Well, exactly what Page Shields said last night. There's only 2 people involved in the president scandal. Only 2 people, and they couldn't keep that a secret about a blowjob.
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly. He said it a lot more colourfully like that.
And the president has got the biggest power in the world, and they couldn't hide that. You know,
they couldn't hide that.
Come on, guys. You know. No. And Osman bin Laden. Look how hard it took for them to find them. I'm fairly certain they can find anyone who uses the internet that publishes their name and address on it.
I tell you what, yeah, I know it. It's crazy. The other one was the weapons of mass destruction. Okay, so that debacle, right? They said weapons of mass destruction. This is why we're going here. This is why we're starting. This is why they didn't find any. And I thought, wait, if it was all a conspiracy, they would have found something. They would have planted them. And it was embarrassing for the government at that time not to find any. They would have paid off the international, independent inspectors, right? They would have had them all being agents. Yeah, so that makes no sense. Then the moon rock. So the first thing the flat earthers say, you can't trust anything that's in the media. Where did you hear about the moon rock? In the media. What? The long distance photography. We see too far. Well, who told you about the long distance photography? The media, who you say are in on the conspiracy. Your logic it doesn't make any sense whatsoever.
Speak about rockets. Have you? Sorry, Alan.
It's now 10 past midnight, and I actually have to be up early in the morning to go out.
Huh.
Yeah.
And we've been going for over 7 hours now. So I thought we better. I mean, I know it's only a short one, but I think it might be an idea if we
kick it in the head.
If we call this to a halt, while we've still got 15 people watching.
Yeah, well, there's still someone watching.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, lurking.
But yeah, it's just gone up to 16.
I'm
sure there'd still be people. I'm sure there'd still be this sort of number of people watching in 3 hours if we went for another 3 hours. But
there's probably some people just with the computers running. Mine is. I'm one of the viewers because my computer's running right now and watching it.
Yeah, well, I'm sure all three of us or four of us in here are that, but
yeah, okay.
Yeah, I think we better say goodnight to those out in YouTube land. So it says a good night from me and a good night from them.
Are we going to keep the chat open, or are we going to close the chat? Are you saying?
I shall. I shall
cut the YouTube.
I shall
You
stop
can
the
hand it
stream.
over. Ah.
So I'm going to stop the stream now.